I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. It's 61 degrees and sunny here in California, Los Angeles, folks. I'm live, and I'm alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a phenomenal one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a special day. I worked out this morning, so I'm feeling pretty good. That's probably part of the reason why I feel like it's a phenomenal day overall. But there's a specific reason why this day is a cut above. Maybe a little bit more important than other days. And maybe some of you are wondering why. What's the reason for that? Maybe you're thinking to yourself, son, I don't understand. What's the specific reason? Is it the International Court of Justice? No, that's not the reason. It's because, I don't know, like Tarik's coming over, maybe a little bit. That plays a role in it. As you guys know, I do love having some guests on this here broadcast. I love having guests in my house. My favorite thing to do. Is that the reason? No, none of those. The real reason is because...
You know we finally here, right? It's Friday then.
It's Friday.
It's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then.
It's motherfucking Friday, ladies and gentlemen. It's Friday, January 12th, 2024. It's Mufasa Friday. It's Flat Fuck Friday. It's Fuck a Fan's Mom Friday. That's right. It's Florida Friday. Every day is Friday in Florida. It's a beautiful day. When we got immaculate vibes. That's what I mean.
Let's go. Let's go.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We got India sucks. Don't ever come here. What a video that I accidentally clicked on. That's right. No, you didn't. But Mufasa surely did. Folks, it's Friday. And it's a day of celebration for many. This is where all the White collar wage cooks get to feel alive for a brief moment. Maybe go outside, take a sip of alcoholic beverage, take a drink, you know. Kick back, relax, watch your favorite streamer. Who knows? Everybody's got a different way of celebrating, but ultimately it's a day to celebrate because this is the semblance of autonomy that you get in your lives in an otherwise shitty experience where you feel like be a human again. You can feel whole again. The jacket looks great on you, Mr. Hasan. Thank you. I like it a lot. It's my brother's jacket. He doesn't fit in it. It was made custom for him when he was a lot skinnier. I basically yoinked it. It's my jacket now. I've been wearing it quite a bit. The turtleneck jacket, the turtleneck blazer combination, wonderful because it automatically gives me, well, first of all, it's got the, oh wait, this one doesn't have the arm pads. I was going to say, all that's missing is the arm pads, I guess. But it gives me an immediate plus 10 int boost, right? This one also pads my charisma stats as well. Makes me look like I know what I'm talking about. And as you guys know, I have no clue. I don't know what I'm talking about at all, but this is important to at least look the part. Anyway, it's Friday, folks. And hopefully, you know, once we're done talking about crazy stuff going on in the world, we'll get to some fun stuff today. Having said that, however, before I get to the news, no cursing, no malding. You guys know what it is, even though in the beginning I did say stuff. That was a celebration of Friday. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in my life. And honestly, there isn't much going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. Let's be real. Let's be very real. Not much going on. Hogwatch 5 video thread for later. I love that. We'll do some Hogwatch as well. But as far as personal news goes, I ended the broadcast after a little short half stream, 9-hour banger. And I pretty much did nothing. I've been making some eggs for myself at night. Nice little breakfast for dinner. Because why not? I'm an old man. 9 hours of half stream? Yeah, that's the joke. Well, I know cursing is just another way of talking. Genuine. I don't know. I want to be more palatable. You're already on whole cake? I certainly am. Okay. But I've been thinking about it a lot, and my God, dude, Jeremy Scale is so awesome. And it was so crazy that I'm able to, like, have a journalist that I respect so much be able to appear on my broadcast and then have him even say nice things about me. That was pretty crazy. That actually shocked me to the core, to the very core. The link you sent me is a bad gateway, chatter. I don't know why. I don't know how you were capable of doing that. I'm really liking the 1965 NBC correspondent on the conflict in Vietnam look. Yeah. No cursing feels inauthentic. Well, don't worry about it. Because I will be. I will be inauthentic, ladies and gentlemen. Too bad the real YouTube journalists have nothing nice to say. That's right. It's always fun when you have someone that comes on that's not like a Twitch streamer at all, but a real yapper, right? And can just kind of get in on it, get in on the fun, and there isn't like a lot of awkwardness happening. And just like automatically there is just pure unadulterated content, right? I like that. And of course, he is a big yapper because he's a massive yapper. I mean, he has his own podcast where he talks for 3 hours on these exact same issues. All right. Are you going to add new sub emotes since Twitch increased emo slots? Yeah, I think so. This morning I woke up. It was kind of cold, but I worked out. I wake up and I get my cake up, folks. And that's pretty much it. There's not really anything else to it. I'm on a new split right now where we do 5x5s in the beginning of the week, and it absolutely lasers me. Absolutely lasers me like nothing else. 5x5 is my, like, I'm doing 5 sets of 5 at the as my work set, and I build up to it, basically. And it's great. Are we lowering the desk to accommodate for Tarik? Yeah, he's gonna be here later. And it's gonna be fun. The disconnect between UN and Israeli officials is crazy to me. Yeah. Any cardio that you don't hate that you'd recommend the chat? I hate all cardio other than basketball. What was your weight goal for the year and current weight, if you don't mind sharing again? I mean, I look better than I have. I've shot up since the holidays, back up to 250. But simultaneously, and I want to get back down. I obviously want to get to, I want to get to 235. I was at 245 for a while, and I'm like swinging between 245 and like 249, 250, whatever. But the thing is, I have, I think I've put on a decent amount of muscle mass, because last time I was at 250, I looked, last time I was at 250, I looked a lot bigger. So yeah. I remember last time you had Tarik on the stream, you had tried to make him watch the Republican debate and he ran out 5 minutes in. Yeah. So that's it. Get into some hockey, man. Ask Nick Pollan for pointers. Yeah, dude. Let me play a sport that. Well, first of all, I'm in Los Angeles, so that makes it even funnier. But let me play a sport that requires me to, one, learn an entirely different set of skills that's not applicable to anything I've ever known. Skating, ice skating. But then also on top of that, let me do it. Let me do this sport in a environment where, like, I have to go find a whole ice rink and all of that stuff. I mean, no, I'm a hooper. I'm a hooper, baby. Anyway, hockey in SoCal is way, way bigger than you think. Lieutenant major media finally covers it. How shocking. UK-US bomb Yemen and call it de-escalation. Hogwatch is back. There's also some China news too. Also, Tarik is here for Friday FUNDAY later. Get in now. I'm vegan and I play hockey. Oh my god. Yeah, we got the Taiwanese elections, baby. All right, blasting off, and we're starting. We're starting quick, and we're starting early. I also posted on Instagram, too. Did you get any Prince of Persia early code from Ubisoft? The game's been getting good reviews. I heard phenomenal things about Prince of Persia. Like, people are really, really hyping it. And I think it's like, it's like a Metroidvania style game, obviously. Where, what is it called? It's called, like, it's a side scroller, but it's not like 2D. It's like a 2.5D side scroller, kind of. And I heard that the combos that you can put together are just, like, incredible. Metroidvania, like Castlevania and no, not like Hades. Hades is top down. Hades is very specific. Hades is like Diablo. The word you were thinking of is isometric. So I am a fan of Prince of Persia as the franchise, like in general. I played all the games. I don't really remember the side scrollers that I played, but I did play the 3D game. Like I loved the 3D game at the time I played it. Back then, I feel like this is aging me a little bit, but it's like what do you call it? Like Prince of Persia, Soul Reaver, I think was another one. Like there was a lot of was it Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver, Prince of Persia. These were all like early 2000s at the end of, the 90s. 3D Dark Souls style games, basically. And I used to love playing games like that. Action adventure platformers, yeah. So good. And now I feel like that model has been turned into like God of War. I guess like every game has like pieces of that. Does that make sense? Like every game has taken all of the elements that were good from like specific games. That's why every game has like RPG components in it now, inventory management, skill trees and the like. And then beyond that, now every game is trying to do the combat system of like a Dark Souls, like a Soulsborne. And in my opinion, kind of failing to do so. But I always am a fan of video games that, or companies that just go back to the drawing board, get back to the basics, and make stuff. Get back to the basics, make stuff that just kind of works, that isn't the same thing. And seeing Ubisoft, a company that is perhaps most responsible for that whole dull, like RPG elements, awful user interface, like having all of that having a company like that actually make something that's old but also unique is very cool. All right. I just want a new Splinter Cell. It's been 10 years. I feel like Splinter Cell will not be good. Speaking of like new games that are old, kind of, I am kind of interested in playing Dave the Diver. How is Death Stranding going? I haven't had any time to play Death Stranding, and I haven't had any time to... Here's the Prince of Persia game, by the way. I haven't had any time to play Death Stranding, and I have not had any time to play Red Dead. People say 2D sucks. I did play Metroid. I played the new Metroid game. I didn't finish it. Play Armored Core already? You quit before actually giving it a shot, brother. Armored Core is way too complex for me, and I don't like mecha. Why'd you say fake Kojima fan? Like, the combos, from what I understand, like, the combo system that they've created is akin to, like, a fighting game. Your chat is saying, oh, mobile game coded, and this is why every game in the open world is bullshit. Yeah. No, I think this is cool. I think this is a cool game. All right. Anyway, let's get to the news, folks. We have some time here. Sona teaches Conan and Gurley Turkish swear words. I didn't even know that Conan had a Turkish person in their crew. Who's Sona? He's Armenian? Oh. Okay. My bad. Sorry for saying that. She's not Turkish, she's Armenian? My bad. Did you get HasanAbi? That's the only Turkish bad word I know. That's the best one to know, baby. Do you condemn the Ottoman Empire? Why would I condemn the greatest empire, dude? What are you talking about? Condemn it for what? Being too awesome? 34 MKD50. Thank you for the 50 big ones. Holy moly. You're out of control. Sona is his assistant. This guy went to Turkey for a hair transplant.
Take one for the pain and emotion. Take two.
Why does he look like Martin Shkreli? No disrespect to my mans, but
for the shit on your mind. 3 shots, let's do something stupid. 4 shots made me lose my mind. 5 days we only get 2 off.
Cool van waiting for us at the airport. I like that the van is also branded. Now hair time.
We only get 2 off. 06 like the shit ain't mine. 7 whole days in a week, so I ain't gonna let us.
Checking into the hotel. So what's good, King? Hold up. Folks, our guest is here. I mean, but I'm gonna be doing the news, so you don't have to pull up and say. He just wanted to say what up.
What up, chat? How you guys doing? You just went live, right?
Yeah, I just went live.
Damn, I don't know shit about politics, as you guys know, but I'm pretty sure the world's in a crazy place. That's all I know.
Bro, dude, fuck the politics. Show the biceps, dude. Last time I saw you, you were not this jacked.
Yeah, I haven't actually been going so hard these last couple of days, but I'm trying to get like you.
I have a great chicken spot for you to continue, because I see whenever you post your shit, whenever you post your food, I have a great chicken kebab spot. But anyway,
I'm gonna order us later.
All right. No, I got you. Anyway, all right. Well, you can go. I just wanted to.
All right, I just wanted to say what up.
Yeah,
I'll see you guys.
He's gonna set up his streaming in the studio B. Gotta get him to play Valorant. You can see his jackness in his face too. I don't know what you mean by that. Oh, that one with the the one with the balcony. That's your room. His face got leaner. Yeah, dude, he's been getting yacked. What's with the suit, my friend? Sometimes you just gotta fucking put it on. You know what I mean? I like to put on my put that shit on sometimes. If you know what I mean. You gotta do it. You gotta do it like that. In my opinion, in my honest and humble opinion, sometimes you gotta throw that on for no reason, you know? All right. Had to do it for the one time. Okay. Where was I? All right, let's get started on the news. Ladies and gentlemen, Israel says South Africa is distorting the truth in UN court Gaza genocide case. Now, I will say one thing. I found it very strange. I found it very odd that there was basically virtually no coverage on this matter from mainstream media until Israel's defense came up. I found that rather odd. I wonder what that's about. It was so weird. It was so odd. It was so odd to me, specifically, that they just didn't cover it at all. They didn't cover, I mean, they barely mentioned it. Like, they mentioned it in passing and not about, like, the fundamentals at all. Like, they didn't show any of the statements or anything. Obviously, Democracy Now! Covered it. But I'm talking legacy publishers. No, I'll do the Conan thing in a little bit. Pretty sure both were covered on YouTube live streams, and that's it. So,
we have seen a continuation at the International Court of Justice. Israel has called on the ICJ to reject the case brought by South Africa alleging that it's committing genocide in Gaza. On the second and final day of hearings at the UN's highest court, Israel's Foreign Ministry advisor, Tal Becker.
Yeah, CNN and BBC did not broadcast the trial today, but I somehow have a feeling they will broadcast Israel's defense tomorrow. Boom, immediately, live stream. BBC World, BBC News, BBC Radio 1. Yeah, mainstream media is like, oh, guys, we forgot. Guys, we forgot that there was an ICJ court thing happening. Thank God we remembered it right on time, dude. That's crazy. Oh, we're forgetful, yeah? I hate being super forgetful, but thankfully we remembered.
Said South Africa had presented a profoundly distorted factual and legal picture.
I like that the framing is also completely just on Israel's side. The framing of the matter is also entirely on Israel's side. Like, okay, yeah, that's what Israel is saying. It's like completely distorted. What are you saying about it? You know what I mean?
The applicant has regrettably put before the court a profoundly distorted factual and legal picture. The entirety of its case hinges on a deliberately curated, decontextualized, and manipulative description of the reality of current hostilities. South Africa purports to come to this court in the lofty position of a guardian of the interest of humanity. But in delegitimizing Israel's 75-year existence in its opening presentation yesterday, that broad commitment to humanity rang hollow.
Yeah. It's like across the board. Across the board, how dare you say that we've done violent things as a nation state? That ultimately means that, like, we are small bean and you're attacking our identity and maybe even deciding to be a Holocaust denier. You know what I mean? I'll just slap on whatever I want. I'll slap on whatever awful, nefarious association I want. Here's a couple things I will say about Israel. Okay? Problem with Israel is that they wanted to do nation state shit, like they wanted to do colonial stuff far too late. Obviously, they didn't have the opportunity to do it when everybody else was doing it, when the going was good. You know, I'm talking like 1700s, 1800s. Like, you pop off back then, there's no internet. There's no, like, web of, I mean, obviously there's no big web of communication. It takes a while by pigeon for information to transfer over. You can get away with a lot of crimes. Okay? Now, the other part of the Israeli nation-state project early on is that they 100%, and maybe this will be controversial for some people. I'm not like diminishing the impact of the Nakba at all, but there is one difference between like the population transfer and the way that they did it. They did try to do it in the most woke way possible. Like, they didn't just straight up rip through. They killed 15,000 Palestinians in the Nakba, right? But they didn't kill like 100,000, 200,000 Palestinians. It would have been crazy to do so right after the Holocaust anyway. Like, people would have been like, that's insane. What are you doing? You have to put a stop to that. And they simply forcibly displaced 750,000 people, right? Instead of just like pulling an America or pulling a Turkey, as a matter of fact. You know what I mean? Like, there have been countries that have engaged in similar things closer to Israel's development, and they didn't really do that. They basically were like, we're just going to butcher one village or a couple villages, 2 villages, 3 villages, and then everywhere else that we go to, they'll be afraid and they'll just leave. And the thing is, you can't do woke genocide. Like, there's no half measures in that situation. And that has just been eating away at the more reactionary components of the ultra-nationalist elements within Israel for generations now. That they're like, there's this constant back and forth of like, why haven't we done the full thing? And the other side saying like, well, you can't do the full thing, with more and more of the Jewish population of Israel getting on board with doing the full thing, right? So this, for the record, this does not mean that this wasn't a forcible displacement, ethnic cleansing campaign. It absolutely was. I've always maintained this position. I'm simply stating that in comparison to other genocides, it has been a slower burn. And if you are going to do a slow burn genocide, you can't do it. You got to do it fast. Okay? Genocide technique, you have to go in and you have to just like cut it out in like, you know, maximum 10 years. And you can't do it when there's like a lot of communication and a lot of eyeballs on you. Right? They thought that they could do it as a slow burn and would get some level of defense from the West. And they did. Right? They did. The Western world definitely did originally turn a blind eye to it and then continued to facilitate and support it. And that is a part of the problem. And you can't do that, and you especially can't do that in the 2020s. You can't do that in the 2020s, especially with the entirety of the Western world being on board with your actions. You can't do that in the 2020s with the internet readily available. Or if you do it in the 2020s, you got to do it kind of on your own. You can't really engage in this kind of behavior while also simultaneously, portraying yourself as the victim, right? Because, like, Jewish people historically do have an argument of being victimized by pogroms, by the Holocaust, but Israel does not have that argument, right? So it's this constant conflation of like, no, we're actually the ones who are striking, but also simultaneously we ourselves are the victims. And that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Because, like, you hear that argument from the Klan, right? You hear that argument as it pertains to white supremacy in the United States of America. You hear that argument from the Klan. You hear Klansmen benefiting from white supremacy in the South and trying to desperately restore the racial pecking order, while simultaneously talking about how they are the real victims, like black people coexisting and cohabitating next to white people actually is legitimately harming them. But the overarching population looks at that and goes, that's a little ridiculous, dog. How about you calm down? White people also have been, obviously, especially in the Western world, the historically dominant group. The categorization of like whiteness in the Western world implies that you have the power. So you don't have a good argument to make about hate crimes against you in general. If someone sits here and says, oh, there's white genocide, you immediately know, okay, this is a racist person. This person is not all right, right? Israel, on the other hand, can do that if it conflates itself with Judaism and being Jewish, because that is a protected, marginalized subgroup. That is certainly something that is real. It is something that happens. Having said that, however, like I said, you have to cut the two. The idea that like Israel somehow represents the interests of all Jews globally, and that Israel itself is like in and of itself not a nation state, a nuclear nation state that is getting a tremendous amount of military resources and political capital from the Western world in its endless endeavor to forcibly displace millions of Palestinians that it currently occupies. Right? And instead it's like actually the victim. It's just a nice Jewish family out for dinner being victim to an anti-Semitic hate crime. And it's not the case. Like, you're a military superpower and you want to have it both ways, and you can't have it both ways, but that's always where the argument comes from. What do you mean they can't? They are, and they will get away with it. I'm not sure I understand what you mean when you say they aren't going to get away with this. I just mean that, like, the truth will always remain. Does that make sense? Like, and the truth will prevail no matter what happens, I think. I feel like there's an issue with that. Like the way that it's covered. Hold on one second. Here's a good thread from a genocide scholar on Israel's defense. We'll get to it in a second, but let's continue.
And in its sweeping counterfactual description,
Israel barely a military power, yet alone a super one, Lamau. No, Israel is definitely a military power. It's a regional, I would say it's a regional superpower, not a superpower globally, but they are definitely a military, it's a militarized state with nukes. I mean, that's crazy. It's not a small being by any means. And ultimately, it doesn't really matter because it has the backing of the United States. Would you say it's a major power? Yes, it's a major regional power.
Of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, it seemed to erase both Jewish history and any Palestinian agency or responsibility.
Well, it's the second day of this landmark case, which began yesterday with South Africa presenting its argument. Let's listen back to yesterday's closing statement from the lawyer representing their legal team.
The international community continues to fail the Palestinian people, despite the overt, dehumanizing, genocidal rhetoric by Israeli governmental and military officials.
The conflating of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism is so severe that the National Review apparently has issues with teachings about combating anti-Semitism because it's anti-Zionist. That's awesome. San Francisco School District directs teachers to resources that condemn Israeli terrorism as worse than Hamas. That's awesome. They're mad about the way that oh God. That's great. Okay, we'll get to that in a second.
Matched by the Israeli army's actions on the ground. Despite the horror of the genocide against the Palestinian people being live streamed from Gaza to our mobile phones, computers and television screens, the first genocide in history where its victims are broadcasting their own destruction in real time in the desperate, so far vain hope that the world might do something.
Let's cross live now and speak to our correspondent, Anna Holligan, who is in The Hague. And Anna, just bring us up to date with what we've been hearing from both sides, please.
I'm not going to lie. This is the first time I felt FOMO when covering a news story because, like, I should be there. I could be at The Hague right now, easy. And I feel like I'm missing out. All my goats are there. All the villains are there.
Those powerful statements really give you a sense of just how much the ICJ is a legal battleground for all of this. So today we heard from Israel. They accuse South Africa.
I love having a conversation about genocide and like openly trying to hit a both sides argument on genocide, which like maybe if we were talking about this like 8 to 10 years ago, this was a thought experiment. This was merely a thought experiment, one that like maybe even my debaters, like if I was talking about liberalism and its tendency to always try to be even keeled, even on something as aggressive as like genocide, ethnic cleansing. If I use this as an argument, people would say, Hasan, you're exaggerating. Okay. You're a fabulist. Why are you doing this? And now, in my lifetime, in a short period of time since then, I feel like we've arrived at the position where people are genuinely looking at a situation like an ethnic cleansing campaign and saying, let's hear from both sides. Okay?
Africa of weaponizing and trivializing the Genocide Convention pointed out that Israel was one of the first signatories and said that Israel was responding in self-defense under international humanitarian law to attacks by Hamas gunmen. They said those attacks, the atrocities committed by Hamas on the 7th of October, constituted the biggest calculated mass murder of Jews since the Holocaust. You might be able to...
You are rich enough to fly around the world, so it was crazy to think that if you wanted to go live stream world politics around the globe, I could do that, yes. One of the issues for me in live streaming around the world, however, is that like the areas that I want to cover, I can't go to for the most part. They are a little bit too dangerous, especially because of the perspective that I have on that coverage. Like, you know, it's just impossible for me to go to like Gaza, for example, and have a pro-Palestinian approach to the matter.
Let's see behind me now, the court hearing has just ended. So yesterday, South Africa had 3 hours. Today, Israel had 3 hours. That's it now in terms of the interim measures hearings. The judges will now go away and deliberate, look at what both sides have said. South Africa, of course, accusing Israel of genocide. Judges have to work out whether or not there is a plausible reason to believe that there could be a risk of genocide in order to rule in favor.
Also, do think that their both sides coverage on genocide already is like distasteful, to say the least. But beyond that, they are kind of leaning on the side of Israel as well. It's like the language being used here does almost immediately adopt the Israeli position. It even ends up reaffirming the Israeli propaganda position. For example, Israel's war on Hamas. When you hear that, when people say Israel versus Hamas, right, that in and of itself is an immediate, not even tacit, like open admission that you have taken Israel's propaganda hook, line, and sinker. Because the casualties do not reflect that. The targeting does not reflect that. Israel is targeting Hamas. The attitudes from Israeli Knesset members does not reflect that Israel is targeting Hamas. That is actually the fundamental counter argument that Israel makes, is that they are just simply doing this to combat Hamas, and oopsie, sometimes 30,000 almost people die. So that framing in and of itself immediately adopts the position that Israel wants to adopt. Okay? So that's something to consider. Especially because the entire point of the South African court case is to say there is, one, no real self-defense argument under international law against those who Israel belligerently occupies, okay? Israel is a belligerent occupier. Israel is and by that I mean like belligerent in the war term. Like Israel is a contentious foreign occupier upon the Palestinian population, and therefore there's no real international law defense here for Israel to engage in a self-defense against the Palestinian population. And then one of the more important parts about this is that the entire framing of this Israel versus Hamas battle is that it's not actually Israel versus Hamas, but this is genocidal intent. That's the perspective of the South African delegation, and I agree with that perspective. That framing is completely correct. So anyone that turns around and tries to say, no, you don't understand, actually, this is a war against Hamas. Israel has every right to, combat Hamas. Hamas is who they're trying to deal with, is engaging in my opinion, genocide apologia. And that it's a very commonplace position in the media because a lot of people don't think too much about it, right? Maybe myself, I have probably accidentally slipped up and said Israel versus Hamas in the past as well.
Of South Africa, and why this matters. This court doesn't have any powers of enforcement, and if a judgment though goes against Israel and Israel ignores an order from the judges here to cease military hostilities as South Africa has requested, then it will make it very difficult for countries like the UK and the US to continue to support Israel, and we are expecting a decision on this within weeks.
Yeah. So here is a genocide researcher and lecturer, and their take on a genocide survivor as well. Their take on their analysis on Israel's defense. This is way, way worse of a defense by Israel than I expected. They are not at all arguing there is no genocide, nor against the fact that they're committing a genocide. They're focusing on jurisdiction in an attempt to get the case out on technicalities. However, I did call it, they're arguing that these individuals, people who have openly expressed genocidal intent, and therefore it can't be a systematic campaign of genocide, attempting to blur the genocidal intent by stating they're speaking as individuals. Now, South Africa's case relies on a direct line of communication from the top down, whether it be the defense minister, whether it be Benjamin Netanyahu, specifically the Amalek terminology that Benjamin Netanyahu used, the biblical terminology, and how that is translated from literally the top position in the state of Israel all the way down to the actual IDF soldiers, publicly reinforcing the narrative. And one of the major pieces of evidence that South Africa has been able to show in this regard has been obviously the Benjamin Netanyahu Amalek sentiment, right? And for those of you who don't know, Amalek is a biblical reference to a complete elimination of even the children, the seed of an enemy, right? Of a violent enemy. So it's a genocidal intent coming from that, coming from this like biblical aspect. And what they were able to do yesterday, the South African delegation was able to do yesterday, was show Benjamin Netanyahu and then draw a direct parallel from Benjamin Netanyahu to the soldiers on the ground singing and dancing and celebrating that they are also participating in an ethnic cleansing of and engaging in Amalek as well. Their argument hinges on the argument that the people saying these things, such as Ben-Gvir and the soldiers, aren't part of the war cabinet or IDF command and control, and therefore are not directives from the government to do genocide. That's their, yes, that is their counter to everything that's going on. Because South Africa, first and foremost, is trying to get an injunction and trying to immediately cease hostilities. Like, their goal is to say, these guys have genocidal intent. They're engaging in a statewide genocide, right? As a state, as the Israeli state, and therefore have to stop immediately. For this, you don't actually need to like show the vast amount of human casualties. You can, but you don't even need to show that, because in order for this distinction to pass, in order for this to be seen as the truth, I guess, in order for the court to look at this, in order for someone to consider genocidal intent, you don't actually have to kill, 1 million people. You just have to show the intent directly from top down, from communications and correspondences from people in positions of power all the way down to the individual actors, right? But they, of course, also have human casualties to show for it as well, because Israel has been quite successful in its ethnic cleansing campaign so far. So that's what's going on here. The thing is, how is this defense actually going to work? These are not lower-level individuals who express genocidal intent, but people at the highest levels of Israeli government. It seems as if they are literally scraping the bottom of the barrel for a legal defense. Truthfully, I expected a better defense. Have they even once mentioned the Palestinians? I may be wrong, but I haven't heard it mentioned at all. Focusing on Hamas so much seems misplaced too, as they are not party to these proceedings. They are not an entity or a sovereign state. The gist of Israel's defense comes down to 1, jurisdiction; 2, no dispute between South Africa and Israel; 3, Hamas is actually doing the genocide; 4, oh, that's the other part. They also said that, the real people that should be here on this court today, right now for the crimes of genocide is Hamas. Approximately, what was it? There was a TikToker, the guy with the glasses, the Palestinian guy with the glasses who always goes on Omegle and talks to Israelis, was actually on TikTok Live watching with a Hamas tracker, and I believe they used it 137 times or something. There was a Hamas tracker that he just crudely put together with a whiteboard. Yeah, his name is Hamza, right? Yeah, here, this is the guy. I did a Hamas counter on my stream while reacting to Israel's response. I counted Hamas 137 times in total. That's nearly one Hamas being said every single minute they were talking.
Counter, probably even more than this, because they say it so much. I probably missed some of them. So 1 every minute on average almost. This is too much. For Hamas not being the issue, this is unacceptable. This is inappropriate. This is not allowed. For Hamas not being the issue, which it is not. If they wanted to target Hamas, then target Hamas. But you are targeting innocent civilians. 12,000 kids have been killed so far in the past 3 months. I'm not talking about any day before that, any day before October 7th. I'm not talking about the thousands of prisoners, quote unquote, which are hostages that are held hostage in jails in the West Bank. Thousands of which are not charged for any crimes at all. I'm not talking about them. I'm not talking about the kids that have been dying. I'm not talking about any of that. I'm only talking about since October 7th till today, 12,000 kids have been killed, thousands under the rubble, which have not been found. Hundreds of families wiped off the record, wiped off the radar, every single family member, and hundreds of families are completely gone. Last names have been completely demolished. This is unacceptable. Hamas is not the issue. You are killing innocent lives. You are killing kids. You are killing babies. You're killing pregnant women. You are killing innocent people.
Yeah. So that's that's why this defense is bunk. However, just because the defense is bunk doesn't mean that like there won't be political pressure applied behind closed doors, I guess, or that I mean, I don't know how the court is going to decide on this. But yeah, number 4, genocidal intent was out of context and made by individuals. Number 5, calls for provisions by the ICJ cannot stand as Israel refuses to stop. I do not think this is a sound legal defense, so why are they taking this approach? Because I think their goal isn't to convince the judges Israel isn't committing genocide, but rather that they be allowed to do it, to do, given the context, i.e. Hamas, they're speaking to their supporters. They are not trying to change the minds of those who believe they are committing the genocide against the Palestinians. They're trying to get pro-Israeli judges and their supporters to focus on jurisdiction instead as a way to allow them to continue committing genocide. I am particularly interested in their genocidal intent expressed by individuals taken out of context approach is going to work, because the situation is you cannot say the genocidal intent expressed by individuals are taken out of context when one of those individuals is obviously the leader, the other are members of the war cabinet, and then beyond that, it's the defense minister himself who said we are fighting human beasts, and that is precisely the reason why we have to cut their electricity and their food and their water. And not only that, but they also did do that, right? So they did that. Like, these are Knesset members. You can point to them and say, well, those guys are other individuals. Who cares, right? They're speaking on their own. They're passionate, whatever. But you can't say that about Yoav Gallant. Can't say that about Benjamin Netanyahu, and you cannot say that about Ben Gvir either, in my opinion. So I'm particularly interested on their genocidal intent expressed by individuals taken out of context approach is going to work. It is similar enough to the Serbia Milicevic and even Karadzic defense that the perpetrators were individuals and not acting on behalf of the state. But in Bosnia's case, both at the ICTY and the ICJ, the fact that VRS forces, Serbia paramilitary groups, the YNA, were all technically considered different entities, part of different states, worked in Serbia's favor. Balkanization. Genuinely devastating, but also on top of that was good enough to play defense here for those who perpetrated atrocities. So in this circumstance, there is no division. It's just Israel. It's the IDF. There is no separate entity underneath it, right? And not just that, it is one singular state, but these are members of the highest levels of government and military who have openly expressed genocidal intent. In this defense, if this defense ends up working, it will have horrific ramifications for all genocide cases. Right? Yes, the South Africans did link statements of officials to the actions on the ground. That is 100% true. Anytime any political leader and or state is allowed to absolve themselves of genocide by focusing their defense on individuals and individual crimes, it will have horrific consequence. Might as well just do away entirely with the international courts at that point. Again, with Hamas, which is not part of these proceedings, their entire statement about their humanitarian efforts is genuinely infuriating because of such other bullshit. Israel allows aid into Gaza is such an interesting sentence. It is genuinely infuriating to watch them brag about floating hospitals and water aid as if people in Gaza are not starving, lacking access to water, and if Israel has not destroyed and attacked countless hospitals in Gaza. Israel just utilized the Bosnian genocide case as precedent to allow them to continue committing genocide, i.e. Bosnia was not ruled a genocide and there was no intervention in it. Therefore, Israel shouldn't be found guilty of genocide either. Basically saying, because the ICJ did not punish Serbia for the genocide in Bosnia, they should absolve Israel too. However, in the case of Israel, in comparison to Bosnia, the lack of division and the directives coming not from phone conversations that you were able to intercept and use as evidence, but the direct transmission of genocidal intent and the fact that there is no division amongst the ranks and that you can directly pull a string from Benjamin Netanyahu's mouth all the way down to the individual actors on the ground, the soldiers, directly changes the dynamic here. Okay? That is not an argument you can use. This is precisely the reason why so many people that have worked on individual cases in the ICC, the ICJ, have said Israel's genocide there, Israel as the genocidal state, has a profound amount of evidence. It is flagrant. It is all over the place. You can just straight up look at the things that they are saying and look at the things that they're doing without any political division whatsoever. Important to note that there has never been a genocide ruled by the ICJ, and the closest we came to it was Serbia's conviction of failure to prevent genocide. Both South Africa and Israel have mentioned the Bosnian genocide. The South African team did it correctly, and Israel did it precisely what I thought they would do. The Bosnian genocide case was always going to have ramifications. Okay, so we're done. The gist of Israel's defense goes to jurisdiction, self-defense, genocidal intent is freedom of speech, and Hamas is to blame for it all. It is not a strong defense, in my opinion. Yeah. Pretty simple. If I see your IDF ass in a TikTok, you should be getting tried for war crimes. I think across the board, if we were honest, a couple things that I want to mention before I move on to Yemen. If we were honest and we operated in the way that international rule-based order is supposed to operate, every single person that traveled to Israel from other countries that they reside in to participate in this act of ethnic cleansing would be tried if they were to ever return to their home countries, whether it be America, whether it be Australia, whether it be the UK, whether it be any of these nations that these people have dual citizenship in. If you join in on the fun, you deserve to be criminally tried. That is my genuine perspective. That's why I said the Israeli foreign minister guy that recently went back to the UK, what is his name, Elon or whatever, like he, under any other circumstance, would absolutely be tried as a war criminal, as a criminal in general. Okay? The reality is, yes, what was his name? Someone in the chat said it. Elon Levy, I think. Is that his name? Yeah, Elon Levi. Okay? The IDF foreign minister spokesperson. The reality is that's not going to happen, of course, but it would absolutely be the same, and it would happen in any other circumstance. If you had a dual citizen Russian, right, that flew into Russia to go invade Ukraine, okay, willingly, voluntarily, and celebrated it, okay, that person is done. If they ever come back to the United States of America, they're going to be criminally tried, okay? Which is totally fair. That is fair. Fair is fair. Okay? Let's not talk about Russia. Let's talk about Muslims, right? If any Muslim from any Muslim nation went to a Muslim country, okay, and joined in with whether it be a militant group or whether it be a standing army, they would not be able to come back to the Western world without any scrutiny. They would straight up go to jail, okay? And it makes sense, especially if you're joining ISIS, right? This is what happens. People have even lost their citizenship for doing such a thing. But of course, Israel's different because Israel is our ally. Okay? So, the idea that all of these things are totally permissible, and like these institutions are also openly defending it, I mean, it's ridiculous. It makes it makes the rule-based international order, which is something that if you lived outside of the imperial core, you knew that it was already a joke, but it permanently solidifies that there's no real rule-based international order. That just means we make the rules and we give the orders. That's it. And of course, you have some of the Western powers that have openly stated that South Africa's claims against Israel are baseless and that Justin Trudeau doesn't support the premise of the case brought forward by South Africa. So far, Germany, Austria, US, UK, and now Canada have publicly opposed the claims of genocide. Okay? It's, you know, it's unacceptable, completely unacceptable. Not only that, but Germany has said that it will intervene in the International Court of Justice case on behalf of Israel. Germany will intervene on Israel's behalf as a third party in the International Court of Justice's genocide hearing against Israel, according to the spokesman from Germany's federal government. Okay? Unimaginable, unacceptable, embarrassing, ridiculous. Now, why am I talking about all of this? The ICJ, as many of you said, is feckless, is an institution with no power. It's toothless. What are they going to do? Are they going to stop Israel from committing acts of genocide? No, of course not. They're not going to be able to do that successfully. The point is opening up another pressure valve, right? Well, I guess the opposite. Not releasing a pressure valve, but creating another point of pressure. Okay? And that's very important. It's marginal, it's incremental, but it matters. It matters because there's no other mechanism, okay? And this kind of pressure actually is seen by the rest of the world. This kind of pressure also has staying power in the Western world amongst the citizens living in these countries, just like there is a real reason as to why the Gulf states, which are in many instances desperate to support Israel but can't do it because of the population's attitude towards Israel's crimes of genocide, even in the Western world, especially amongst younger populations, you are seeing an attitude change. This means that people will think twice when America comes out and says, this means something when America comes out and says, like, well, these guys are doing crimes. Okay? Now, you know, even in the Russia case, it was laughable, albeit correct, but still laughable when America was making that argument. Okay? Because it was a country that had done so much violence, the United States of America, coming out and saying what Russia is doing is unacceptable in Ukraine. Only we get to do it, right? And that double standard, I think, is still important, especially when you are moving towards multipolarity. When America's global power and global influence is waning, a diligent, smart leader that ran on restoring the international rule-based order, such as Joe Biden, and correctly pointed to Donald Trump absolutely making America an embarrassing nation, an embarrassing ally, an embarrassment in general. That guy throwing all of that aside for his own zealotry towards Israel is ridiculous. So there's two arguments that I want to make here. On the one hand, you obviously have the moral argument. Israel is doing an act of genocide. Israel is an apartheid state, and we must not help. We must not facilitate in genocide. We must do everything we can to stop this act of ethnic cleansing from happening. So that's the moral argument. That one I've talked about endlessly. But I rarely ever talk about the practical argument. Because when you think about this from the framework of like what America's power and dominance means, what America's soft power looks like for the rest of the planet, we look like a clown show to our allies. And they look like clown shows to their own citizens. We look like a clown show to anyone under the age of 44, specifically if they're Democratic Party voters. But we look like an entire clown show to the rest of the world in general, that we cannot rein in our attack dog in the region. Especially when Biden goes on and says, look alive, Jack, we're trying to maybe don't kill so many civilians. Come on. And then you continue to sidestep Congress and you continue to send the ammunition. You continue to make yourself complicit in this act of ethnic cleansing, and the rest of the world sees that. I would go so far as to say from a soft power perspective, that's even worse than what Donald Trump would do. Because Donald Trump at least would be like, I love Israel. I hate the Palestinians. They're dogs. They must all be ruthlessly wiped out. And there would be a convergence of ideology there, right? So it would demonstrate strength. It would be devastating from the moral position, of course. Make no mistake. I'm simply telling you, Donald Trump would be worse than Joe Biden, for sure, right? Donald Trump would absolutely be worse than Biden. Biden is continuing on the Abraham Accords and Donald Trump's administration's haphazardly put together Middle Eastern policies. That is the problem here. And Donald Trump would certainly accelerate it further. Donald Trump's administration is part of the reason why we're here to begin with. But having said that, from a soft power perspective, at least Donald Trump would look to be in lock and step with the Israeli allies, rather than the way that Joe Biden is trying to do this like wishy-washy, both sides of the mouth situation where he's like, Israel, stop bombing hospitals. Come on, like, don't do that. But while also simultaneously saying there's no red lines and we are going to keep giving you as many weapons and as many munitions as possible. The idea that these wars wouldn't be happening if Trump was in office is also a silly one. Anyone that tries to say that Donald Trump would be better than Joe Biden on any of these issues is a ridiculous person. I'm sorry. That is not an argument that you can make and have me take you seriously if you're going to make that argument. Donald Trump is part of the reason why we're in this mess to begin with. Okay? I'm sorry. That is a ridiculous argument. Hillary Clinton is awful. Hillary Clinton is a warmonger. I do not believe Hillary Clinton would have allowed the embassy to move to Jerusalem. I do not believe that Hillary Clinton would have come out with a silly Abraham Accord style situation in the same way that the Trump administration did. You are crazy if you think that she would. Hillary Clinton loves a good genocide, okay? She's a big fan. Okay, Hillary Clinton, very reactionary towards Iran. But Hillary Clinton also, simultaneously, more of a realist when it comes to what we are engaging with. Okay? Oh, you want to hit it directly? The router is in the... Ooh. Hold on, you're right. I didn't even think about that. I got to get my brother to do that. Oh, I'm gonna call him. What? It is. It's in the... Hold on 1 second.
So today the International Court of Justice heard South Africa's genocide case against Israel over Gaza's war, and there were many details of incidents that amount to genocide or acts of genocide according to the case, in which U.S. provided weapons were used. Is the Pentagon concerned about any implications or potential implications from this case?
Yeah, thanks, Fadi. So I don't have any comment to provide in terms of South Africa and its particular actions as it relates to the International Criminal Court. We've been very clear from the beginning of this conflict that we do care about innocent civilian lives, both Israeli and Palestinian, and that we will continue to consult with our Israeli partners and urge them to take all necessary measures to protect civilians, also taking into account humanitarian assistance. And again, I know I've said this many times, but any loss of civilian life is tragic, and of course, it's not something that we want. We also recognize the difficult situation that Israel finds itself in terms of defending its country and ensuring that the kinds of attacks that happened on October 7th don't happen again. So we are going to continue to work very closely with State Department and the interagency and our partners in Israel to ensure that, number one, they have the ability to defend themselves, but number two, that we continue to do everything that we can to urge them and expect them to safeguard civilians and also ensure that humanitarian assistance can get into Gaza. And then more long-term, of course, the policy of the U.S. government is to work toward a two-state solution where Israel and the Palestinians can live, coexist in that region in peace. But again, I'll just leave it there.
We've heard these comments before, but there's a big question about the effectiveness of.
Going back to the president's reactions, Obama would have probably nuked Yemen already. What's surprising there? Wait, what? No, you're not. No, these guys are. I'm sorry. Like, I think Biden has been more progressive than Barack Obama on many issues, except for this one. Okay, but if we're being honest, same with Obama, same with Hillary Clinton. These are guys who rely on the specialists, the ideology coming from the State Department directly. Okay, I would go so far as to say the real reason why there's major division here at the top levels of American, the executive office, is due to the ideological divisions that Joe Biden has with and who he's listening to and who he chooses to amplify within the State Department. Like, I don't think that, although Barack Obama did, of course, drone strike Yemen quite frequently, I think that overall, this is unique for the Democratic Party. The only person who would be worse than Joe Biden on this issue is Donald Trump. Beyond that, I cannot think of another Democrat that would be worse than Joe Biden here. For not the moral reasons. Remember, these guys are immoral monsters, okay? They're war criminals. Please, make no mistake. These guys are monsters. They're war criminals. However, they still have a realpolitik attitude that they look at the situation in a rational manner. Okay? The idea that as far looking back at like prior administrations, any of the other Democratic administrations would be worse than Joe Biden on this issue alone. Everything else, Joe Biden is like relatively progressive, more progressive than they are, even though that doesn't mean much currently. We're talking about foreign policy. I do personally believe that the practical thing that I'm mentioning here, the pragmatic approach to the matter, makes it so that I think Joe Biden is a standalone individual and his administration is different than other Democratic administrations. And also, having said that, I would even go so far as to say prior Republican administration, with the exception of George W. Bush, of course, I think that they would also probably not engage in this militant of a fashion and put themselves out there in support of Israel. That's my approach to it. That's what I believe. And I believe that in all sincerity. I believe that as much as I believe that I forgot to run the top of the hour ad break at 1 p.m. and I'm running it 25 minutes into the hour and telling you that if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Feel like you never want to see the judges in the ICJ doing this while you testify? Oh, God. Anyway, you can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. They called for a 10-minute coffee break after that scene showed. Yeah, I assume this is from I assume this is from like did they show the video? Did they show the Hamas video or something? I did see the lawyer mess up his papers, yes. No, it was when one of the lawyers fucked up his papers and couldn't make a coherent argument. Oh. Would a verdict of genocide change anything or cause something to be implemented? there is very little enforcement mechanisms here. If Israel doesn't want to listen to it, they don't have to. The difference, however, is that a genocide conviction comes with an injunction and it applies additional pressure to the United States of America. It is all about taking away America's like influence. Okay? It's all about chipping away America's influence and separating the United States and other Western allies from Israel. That's the goal here. The goal is to incrementally make it as politically unfeasible as possible to unconditionally offer support to Israel as it engages in ethnic cleansing, as it maintains its apartheid regime. That's the goal. That is the slated goal. Because there's no real hard power counter to this. I mean, look at Yemen. They got nothing. What are you going to do? Go against America? You can't do anything. They'll wipe you out. So, yeah. The worst part about this is that if the ICJ rules in favor of Israel, then they get the permission to go buck wild, in my opinion. Then it's like really, really devastating.
Whatever you're doing with your Israeli allies. Today, the spokesperson for the United Nations Secretary General said Israel impeded the delivery of 18 shipments out of 21 to North Gaza since the beginning of the year, and it's basically crippling organizations, humanitarian organizations, to do their work in that area. The death toll continues to grow. Hospitals are being targeted. UN workers, journalists, more than 110 have been killed. Schools, civilian infrastructure. So what is it really that you're referring to in terms of Israel's right to defend itself? Are you in support of such actions?
Again, Fadi, no one's questioning the fact that it's a tragic situation across.
Is this how apartheid in South Africa was brought down? Apartheid in South Africa was brought down through direct and indirect pressure, yes. Economic pressure being the most important one. How did that pressure apply? Because there were plenty of people protesting against the apartheid regime in the Western world. Boycotts, divestments, and sanctions was incredibly successful in getting the American Congress and in the Western world, like all of the other parliaments and all of the other political systems to act against South Africa. It made it so that South Africa was a pariah, basically. And ultimately, what ended up happening was, like, even the South Africans themselves, the white population of South Africa, finally came to that same reasonable assessment that the apartheid could not continue if they wanted to maintain economic ties with the rest of the world. And Israel, at the time, was South Africa's ally. What Israel saw from that BDS measure was how effective it was in combating an apartheid regime. So, for the next 30 years, Israel fought tooth and nail to stop any kind of mention that Israel is an apartheid state, even though it was at the time and still is to this day, of course. And also stop dead in its tracks any kind of BDS measure happening globally. Okay? It's basic knowledge. People are just derailing. No, my friend, I'm not going to stop someone who's asking a very serious and normal question about how this worked in South Africa. That's really, it's one of my duties is to explain things such as this. It's like pretty basic concepts.
Across the board for multiple reasons. Again, Israel is a sovereign country that's going to make sovereign decisions about how best to defend themselves. What we've committed to is Israel's inherent right to self-defense, but we've also made it very clear that we expect them to conduct any operations in accordance with the law of armed conflict and also take into account the importance of ensuring that humanitarian aid and assistance can get into Gaza. I recognize that this is an incredibly complex situation and there are no simple solutions.
Yeah, it's not an incredibly complex situation, in my opinion. It's just not at all. Anyway, it's just... but this defense from the United States of America is really interesting as well. it's just like, it's like pretty obvious that as they're, I mean, it's pretty crazy that they're just like giving the go ahead, and so is Canada, and so is, I guess, Germany, and they're doing everything they can to reinforce Western dominance here, and it's a really interesting situation because the countries that are involved, or the country that's involved here, is Israel. It's a whole ass separate nation. But as I've said time and time again, Israel is America's military base. What America says goes. Okay? Here is a funny moment from the court, by the way.
This is particularly difficult in such an egregious matter as an allegation of genocide. Were understood by the, excuse me, right, I've lost a page.
I've lost a page. Must have been the wind. Oh, how embarrassing. Oh. I hope I was able to make this distinction between the moral argument, which of course does not favor Israel's actions at all, but also even the practical argument, a practical argument and a pragmatic approach to why America needs to separate itself from Israel and why the Western world needs to separate itself from Israel, causing Israel to stop doing its genocidal actions instantaneously. So, like, the moral argument and the pragmatic argument work side by side, certainly. But the thing is, there is a lot of distaste for endless war amongst the civilians everywhere, okay? Amongst the civilian population everywhere. To run this line that like Israel has a right to do small. Are you good? Okay. The idea that you are going to continue supporting Israel, even though it is cartoonishly villainous in the way that it is conducting itself, in the way that it is like engaging in acts of ethnic cleansing, is going to be a position that is not tenable in the Western world when younger demographics see the situation at hand and have a very different opinion than those who grew up with unconditional support to Israel. That's simply what I'm trying to say here. It shows the rest of the world, that America doesn't have the same juice, right? And the sauce. And it makes it a less favorable position to agree with unconditionally. There's always a bandwidth for how much genuine interest you have for engaging in even a proxy war, right? There's a time limit to how much direct war you can engage in. America has like a 20-year, as we've seen, a 20-year time frame on most of its like international conflicts, right? But as far as like proxy wars goes, there's a time frame. Like you can't do it forever. You can't do it permanently. There will always come a time and place where either cooler heads will prevail or the State Department will try a different approach. Like Tibet is a great example of this, where the CIA completely dropped Tibet. Completely. Like they put a little bit of money into it. They gave money to the Dalai Lama. And then after that, they were like, all right, no, never mind. In the Nixon administration, they realized like, all right, we're going to normalize relations with China. We're going to drop our prior approach saying that Taiwan is the real China. The Republic of China is the real China and the PRC is the fake China. They changed that. They changed that dynamic. And as a consequence, they basically said we're shuttering the Tibet division. Okay? They did that. That was deliberately done because they were like, we don't want to do it. We don't want to fucking consistently give money to this cause. Okay? The same goes for defending Israel. The same happened with Ukraine. Part of the reason why we're currently talking about Ukraine at all right now is for this specific reason. America does not have the same appetite for continuing the Ukrainian defense because now we got a different problem to worry about. Think about that. Here. But we're surely far more interwoven in these conflicts than Tibet, etc. No, absolutely. I mean, a better analog would be Taiwan, obviously, and not Tibet. I was just simply using Tibet as an example of like when America decides to no longer play with a toy that it has. Does that make sense? Because like there are many different reasons why America will drop a proxy. Kurds are a great example of this. Americans will literally go in, arm the Kurds, train them, and then sick the Turkish military on the Kurds immediately. They're like, all right, we're done. We used you guys up, and now it's time for Turkey to come in and you know, blow all of your positions up. They do that every time, right? The reason for why they do that is because the allegiance with Turkey is more important to them. Turkey's a NATO ally. Turkey has nuclear bases, American military bases that have nukes in them. So, of course, from the American position, the allegiance with Turkey is far more important than the allegiance with Kurdish militias. And as long as Kurds are stateless and they have militia forces, America can consistently use them as a weapon against whoever they want to as a destabilizing force in the region, right? So that's how this works. Ukraine, on the other hand, is a full nation state, obviously. And it's a full nation state that is fighting against another nation state that is a foreign adversary. So, like I'm trying to explain, there is a limit to how long America will always utilize you and continue helping facilitate like a proxy battle.
Prepared to consider not only the question of the plausibility of rights,
This happened again? Jesus Christ.
Someone has shuffled my papers.
He says, someone has shuffled my papers. Seems to me like Hamas was in the room, shuffling my papers. I do declare Hamas to be the responsible party in shuffling of thy papers, sir.
The question of the possible breach of such rights.
America likes proxy wars until accountability joins the chat. No, not even. It's not even accountability. No. I've said this before. Depending on what we're looking at, depending on what the conflict is, America will work with anyone and everyone. Please understand this. America will work with communists like it does in Rojava. Okay? It doesn't matter what your ideological background is. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and then sometimes the enemy of my enemy that is my friend will become my enemy down the line. It doesn't matter. What matters is the American bottom line. What matters is the military-industrial complex. What matters is American corporations being able to consistently extract natural resources. American corporations being able to consistently take advantage of a labor pool that is a permanent underclass, whether it be in Latin America, whether it be in Africa, no matter where it is. America cares about one thing and one thing only. At least European social democracies, to a certain degree, care about like maintaining a base level of material equality for their citizens. America doesn't even do that. America only cares about making sure that all of the bounties of imperialism go directly to the tippy top, and maybe a little bit of the crumb will fall down to the labor aristocracy. But overall, America cares about one thing and one thing only: corporate profits, the bottom line. That's it. They will align with anyone and everyone at the behest of that interest. That's all they care about. That is all they will pursue. That's it. I think that, albeit while reductive, I think it's a pretty good assessment to say America is like 4 companies in a trench coat. Okay, 4 corporations in a trench coat. Wait, can you say which Communist Party America's worked with again? I missed it. The YPJ is a socialist communist militia that the United States has worked with. Like, all of the Kurdish militias out there are a lot of them are communist. And America's worked with all of them. They don't care. Anyway. But, like I have mentioned, when I try to communicate with a 20K viewer, it's like playing the lottery. I shouldn't, but I'm incentivized to. I mean, I am probably one of the only streamers at the top of this the top of this platform that still consistently communicates with the 20K chatters, no matter what, unconditionally. Probably not a good thing. But yeah. Now, we're not done. We're not done with the Israel Palestine situation, of course, because there's more to talk about. Because America's actions in this ethnic cleansing campaign, in defense of the ethnic cleansers and not the victims of ethnic cleansing, has been interesting to say the least. And the reality is, it goes along with the argument that I made, the morality argument, and also the pragmatic argument. Remember what I said. Joe Biden ran on restoring order to the world. One of the most interesting foreign policy aspects of Brandon's election campaign was that he would put America back on top. That under the Trump administration, America had become a clown to the rest of the world. Under the Trump administration, America had cast aside a lot of international cooperation, had really shook things up. Joe Biden said that he was the sensible person that was going to restore stability, right? He's going to get us out of endless conflicts, and he was going to restore stability. Now, overall, I mean, he did some things. I guess like pulling out of Afghanistan was a good thing. News. What we did to Afghanistan afterwards was insane, right? Which I think is completely unacceptable. Refusing to allow any kind of NGOs to operate inside of Afghan borders. Okay. Allowing freezing the Afghan funds, saying that it's the Taliban's funds, so they can't get it back. To the tune of billions of dollars. Like, all of this stuff is completely unacceptable and has made the situation significantly worse for Afghans in general. Okay. I think that part of the Biden administration has been horrifying. Biden's involvement, or the Biden administration's involvement in Pakistan, has also been awful, but that's a totally separate story. Okay. But as far as restoring the rule-based international order, even if I don't agree with the methods or the overarching goals that America had for Ukraine, Russia's war in Ukraine was a moment of, from the perspective of American dominance, people that do want to go back to like America dominating the world, Russia's invasion of Ukraine was a gift to the Biden administration. A gift that inevitably turned into a major problem because it created a separate energy crisis. It also then started creating the same fissures, the same pressure points that the Israel-Palestine situation has created for European countries, a division in the interest between those who rule the Western worlds and those who actually are just the regular old citizens, right? Because when the economy takes a hit, there's instability. When there's instability, there's people that get angry and they point to the government and say, you're responsible for this, fix this right now. Right? However, this, in my opinion, is also bad, if not worse. Because at least there was a moral position that you could desperately grab onto with Ukraine, even if your goals in Ukraine were immoral, right? The continuation of empire and wanting to make as much money as possible and you know, take the Afghanistan budget and like reallocate it almost entirely to Ukraine. You could do it for something that was seemingly moral. You're defending a country, a sovereign state, from irredentist action from a foreign adversary. Right? From a Russian invasion. However, with Israel and Gaza, there is no such moral cause that you can grab onto. The ultimate material goals are kind of the same, right? For the United States of America, it's just like, you know, we're giving you all of our weapons, all of our dumb bombs. Go ahead, have fun with it. You know, that's coming out of the American budget. Okay? Having said that, however, there's a clear right and wrong here. There's a tremendous amount of regional instability. Okay? There is a direct division between the populations and the Gulf nation leaders that are trying to maintain this wishy-washy approach to Gaza, because simultaneously they want, you know, American weapons. They like all of that. They like contracts with the United States of America, but also that comes along with like unconditional support to Israel, and they can't do that because their populations will overthrow them. These are real rifts, okay? And similar rifts are also occurring in the Western world. So the correct way to approach the situation would be to immediately rein in Israel, to not cause further instability in the region, to not have that instability come back and bite you in the ass. But having said that, America very clearly, and I think this is due to the zealotry from those in power and those who Biden chooses to listen to in the State Department, has decided to go along with Israel's ethnic cleansing unconditionally. Okay? And what have they done as a consequence of this? Well, let me tell you. One of the regional countries is Yemen. Yemen was under a gruesome blockade and a genocide by an American proxy, Saudi Arabia. Okay? There is a Saudi-backed government in Aden, And then there are the Ansar Allah, the Houthis in Yemen, that seized control of the political divisions in the country. They took control of the country by taking advantage of the political divisions that were occurring. The Saudi proxy war that America funded and facilitated continued. It was devastating for Yemen. And then a ceasefire and a cessation of hostilities was put together by the Chinese government between Saudi Arabia and Iran, with the conditions that Saudi Arabia would no longer have Yemen under blockade. So the people in Yemen got out of that situation that even the Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International considered to be a genocide. Okay? They withstood this genocide. Okay? With Iran's help, for sure. That's why everybody always says Iranian-backed proxy Houthis. Absolutely. That much is true. Okay? And then they turned around and said, as long as Israel continues to pummel Gaza, we see ourselves united, and we will do everything in our power to stop. We will do everything in our power to hit Israel, which they did shortly thereafter with drones and rockets. Okay? The Ansar Allah communicated, yes, like you said, the bombs that fall on us now fall on the people of Gaza, and that's unacceptable. This is an American action in the region. And one of the actions that Ansar Allah took was to put forward a blockade of all shipment going into Israel and most of the shipment that passes through the Red Sea. And as far as I understand, it doesn't take much to actually completely halt commerce in the Red Sea as long as you take like 1 or 2 ships. And that's precisely what they did. And they said over and over again, they said over and over again, if you want this to end, there's one goal here. Stop the ethnic cleansing in Gaza. And yes, by the way, they didn't kill anyone as well. The only deaths in the Houthi Red Sea struggle was, of course, militants from Yemen. Okay? Militants from Yemen that America killed, 10 of them to be exact, and more now. Right? And they very successfully were able to stop the flow of shipments coming in through the Red Sea because a lot of these international shipping companies are very risk averse. Understandably, they have insurance. They have people that, want to stop 2 ships equals halting international trade. I mean, yeah, that's literally the truth. Now, the way that people covered this in the Western world, they made it seem as though the Houthis were doing this to take over largely empty shipping containers so that they could make a living or something, make a buck. That's not the case. They very openly stated what their goals were. Their goals were very clear from the start. They said, we're doing this because we want you to stop ethnically cleansing Palestinians in Gaza. Okay? That's it. But of course, you never heard that in American news. You never heard that in the Western media. The Western media covered it nonstop as though, no, these guys are just trying to make a buck. They're trying to do piracy. And for people who ask me, do you buy that entirely? I do. I do buy it. I do. Because I don't think they have a lot to gain beyond showing to the rest of the world or to the rest of the region that they are in this fight to defend Palestinians, which gives them a tremendous amount of political capital. If you go to the Arab world, if you go to the Muslim world, people talk about the Houthis in a very different way. Okay? It's great PR for them. Absolutely. So, as far as their secondary goals, I would say that is a major reason. Another goal, of course, is that there will be an inevitable blowback from the Western powers that will attack Yemen, which happened, which I'm going to talk about. That's why I'm setting this up right now. And that will galvanize the support of the entire population of Yemen. Yeah, the Yemenis are very proud people, and once they are attacked, they will inevitably come together. And that's precisely what happened, which we will talk about as well. It was a major misstep from America to do this, to attack Yemen in general. So, people throw aside even their sectarian conflicts when it comes down to America blowing their shit up. Okay? So, the Yemeni, not Yemenis, sorry. So, having said all of that, has Yemen already been attacked to this degree by America through Saudi Arabia, though? Yes. America doing it directly makes the Sunni leadership also change their tune, though. When the Saudi government is doing it, well, technically, you know, it's still a government that is like in line with like Sunni Arabs in general. But when America's doing it, now you have a Western Christian force coming in directly blowing you up. It's a little bit different. Anyway. So, important point that I'm trying to make here. So, the Houthis retaliated, Ansar Allah retaliated, and they were able to, because of the interest that shipping companies have in their own personal bottom line, they were able to basically stop the flow of traffic from the Red Sea almost entirely. Not because they were going to be able to take over every single ship, right? But because most shipping companies don't want to deal with that at all. Okay? And America was very frustrated. So they put up an operation. Operation Prosperity Guardian, they said. Now, instead of dealing with the situation by listening to the reasonable, in my opinion, demands that Yemen was making, okay? They chose to side with Israel. They chose to side with Israel and engaged in what they called yesterday a de-escalation, an act of de-escalation. How? By bombing Yemen proper. Okay? Yeah, they should have called it Operation Genocide Guardian. So let's take a look at how the media is covering that now.
Overnight, it's from the Middle East, a major escalation in the military response to attacks on ships in the Red Sea. U.S. and the U.K. carried out a wave of airstrikes against Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen.
Libs are saying the Houthis are hurting people in sub-Saharan Africa by not letting med and foods through. Yes, my friend. Liberals will always defend American violence. You have to remember. A Republican, a neocon, or a conservative will tell you, yeah, of course we're going to bomb them. They're brown. They suck. They're monkeys. They're barbarians. They deserve it. A liberal can't say it like that. So a liberal will often say they're not woke. They're homophobic. They're anti-Semitic. They're the worst of the worst. Like they don't align with our values. And it's like, you're not bombing Yemen because these guys are anti-Semitic. You're bombing Yemen because they're stopping commerce from flowing through. Now that is still a failure because just because you blew up parts of Yemen doesn't mean that shipping companies are now going to be like, okay, I guess the waterways are safe now. Let's flow commerce through, especially when Yemen turns around and goes, no, we're going to still keep it up. Okay? Those guys are still risk averse. You can't change the insurance company's attitude towards, rerouting shipments. There's also the other side of this. Bombing a country has never made that country more woke. You cannot blow up a country into being more woke. As a matter of fact, as evidence shows throughout history, bombing a country has made that country less woke. Okay? Interfering in the affairs of Iran with coups and instituting the Shah and many other things that America did in Iran is still part of the reason why Iran is as reactionary as it is. Okay? Japan pretty woke, not going to lie. First of all, if you think Japan is woke, I don't know what to tell you. Japan certainly is not woke at all. That's number one. And the reason why Japan is our ally, or Japan has favorable opinions of the United States of America, is not because we nuked it. It's because we paid it, okay, after nuking it. We turned it into an American client state. Also, they're so woke, they won't admit their war crimes, as a matter of fact, and even still celebrate it to this day. All right, where you going? Oh, nice. All right. Are you going to stream tonight? Okay, what time? Are you going to stream when you're back? Everything is good? What's wrong? What do you need? What else do you need? What is the camera's good? There's light in the there's a light in the thing as well. There's a light box in there as well with a whole arm and everything. You can put it up. Okay. All right. Japan is a shrine where they honor 14 convicted Class A war criminals. Yeah. So, one of the Houthi leaders said that the U.S. offered them to lie publicly about seizing ships crossing the Red without actually seizing them and letting the ships pass through. They refused the offer. Wait, what? I don't know if I believe that, but that's pretty funny. Where was I? Anyway, so let's continue with this.
We're supporting Hamas in this war with Israel. Now, the U.S. military says more than 60 targets were hit at 16 different
supporting the Iran-backed Houthi rebels are supporting Hamas in its war against Israel is certainly a take. The Iran-backed Houthi rebels, okay, right off the jump is like, you know, they're just Houthi, they're just some rebels, right? That's good framing. And they're Iran-backed. And then also, it's the Hamas attacking Israel, Hamas doing war against Israel. Brother, sister, Hamas is not doing currently, for the past 90 days, Hamas hasn't done war against Israel. Israel has done war against Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, and Hamas is on a defensive posture. Okay? Let's continue.
locations. Charlie Daggett is following all of this from Tel Aviv. Charlie, good morning. What can you tell us?
Well, good morning, Gail. This is exactly the kind of major escalation the United States has tried to avoid. A direct confrontation with Iranian-backed militias in this region.
They hate this kind of direct confrontation. They wanted to avoid it, but they just simply couldn't. It's like the top of the hour, you know what I mean? You want to avoid it, but it comes for you regardless, right? At the top of the hour, and there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, however, you don't have Hellfire missiles, but what you do have is a $5 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime. You know, That's right. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Biden is taking questions right now.
Not local. The federal government's paying for it. And guess what? It's changing the dynamic. And people find somebody here who thinks there shouldn't be a fire school here. Find somebody who thinks that doesn't make sense. And it's going to save money over.
All right, we'll get to it when he's like actually talking about Yemen at all. He does that classic old guy thing when he's like cracked out. He does the eye thing. It's like freaky, but that's when you know that's like he's doing the Mac attack. When his eyes are like wide open, that's good. That means you got a good Brandon, not a sleepy
Census? Well, I never thought it's going to take time. It's starting to sink into people what's happening. Same way with the healthcare piece. All of a sudden, people realize, my God, not only is insulin going down, we're going to have 15 more drugs where now they're going to be able to negotiate the price. Prices are going to come down dramatically. And if you have a prescription drug from an American company, you give me that drug, I'll go have it. You give me that prescription, I'll have it filled in Toronto or London or Brazil. Guess what? It costs a hell of a lot less. Same company, same outfit. And the last thing is, one of the things that's going to have an impact is...
All right, let's get back to it. What is this? If not rebels, how would you describe the governing relationship between the Houthis and Yemeni people? I don't know how to combat against that framing, similar to how I explained the PLA-Hamas relationship to Palestinians. Well, one thing you always have to remember is that the distinctive principle here is not about like the population's attitude. The distinctive principle is whether or not the Western forces considers them to be the governing, like the actual governing body. That's why, for example, the Palestinian Authority is seen as like the official organ of the Palestinian civil governance, when in fact they are deeply and undesirably unpopular. But it doesn't matter because like that's the Western guy, the Western-backed leadership.
We put together a group of nations that are going to say that if they continue to act and behave as they do, we'll respond.
What do you say? And a quick one on oil prices, sir. Oil hit $80 a barrel this morning after the strikes. How concerned are you about the impact the strikes will have on oil supply and prices?
I'm very concerned. That's why we got to stop it.
So, what do you say to members of your own party that believe you needed congressional authorization for last night's strike?
I'm sorry?
What do you say to members of your own party who are saying you needed congressional authorization for last night's strike?
Ooh, good
They're
question.
Wrong, and I sent up this morning when the strikes occurred exactly what happened.
Sir, how was your conversation with Speaker Johnson?
I'm sorry, what?
Sir, how was your conversation with Speaker Johnson?
I was pleased with my conversation with Speaker Johnson, and apparently today he said he's sticking by the deal.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, one question on Yemen and he pops out. Yeah, I saw the troll video from Trump's Insta. All right. You said Brandon was awake, man. What the hell is this? I mean, he was earlier. He was a second ago when he had the eyes open like this. You know what I mean?
Expanding the war beyond the battlefields of Gaza and drawing the United States deeper into this conflict.
Overnight and at sea, the U.S. military scrambled tactical support aircraft and F-18 fighter jets, spearheading a bombing campaign including U.S. warships and submarines, and British Royal Air Force Typhoons in refueling aircraft taking off from Cyprus. Cockpit footage is said to show strikes on Houthi targets in Yemen. U.S. military officials say more than 100 precision-guided munitions struck over 60 targets at 16 locations, including the capital Sana'a, command centers, missile and drone launch sites, and air defense systems. Eyewitness.
Yeah, this was presented as like an act of de-escalation, which I find very funny. I mean, it is like Israel learned everything it did from us straight up, okay? Israel can always say, we learned it from you, Dad, to the United States of America. Because they operate in the same exact way. I've never in my life thought about a bombing campaign to be de-escalation. Okay? How are we de-escalating? How is it a de-escalatory? Is that even a word? A bombing campaign. It's nuts. Those same Yemenis now in support of defending Palestine, 1,000%. They say at least better than the rest of the Arab leaders. Oh, 100%. Apparently, a second round of strikes occurred last night as well on 12 more targets. Thread here. Nice. The way they describe the strikes, almost all libs just reading the news assume the Houthis went on a sailor massacre. It's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, so here's what this round of bombing didn't do. Any of the goals it set out to achieve. If your goal was to create instability in Yemen, well, guess what? That's been tried and failed already. Okay? That was tried. What do you think the Saudis were doing for the past, 10 years? Since 2014, especially so. And it didn't work. And it was an abject failure from the start. And then, 9 years. And then beyond that, okay, if your goal was to make sure that commerce could flow through the Red Sea, well, they keep saying they're not going to stop. They're just going to retaliate extra hard. So the fact that the Ansar Allah communications from this process is like, no, we're just going to keep going at it. Fuck you. Well, then the shipping companies hear that. They're not going to go and say, all right, I guess we can now continue, putting our ships through the Red Sea. So you failed on that front. And the destabilization that is supposed to occur in this bombing campaign all of a sudden magically galvanized. And not magically, but of course, expectedly, understandably, galvanized the population to support whoever is going to defend them. They framed it as neutralizing the cruise missile and ballistic missile capabilities that threaten shipping. Time will tell whether the Houthis can conduct large-scale attacks now, like on January 9th. We'll see. And basically, I mean, this is a meme, but this is the most correct way of looking at the situation. I can excuse genocide, but I draw the line at delays the shipping. And by the way, they openly stated that too. Like, obviously, every kind of action that America engages in, such as this one, is at the behest of capital. But absolutely wild to openly state that the reason why we are bombing Yemen, a whole new country in this conflict, was because shipping times. There were shipping delays. To openly state that is crazy.
Video on the ground shows the impact from a series of explosions that struck in the early hours. The U.S.-led strikes came in response to dozens of attacks from Iranian-backed Houthi militants on Red Sea targets since October, including the largest and most brazen earlier this week. Undeterred by repeated U.S. warnings, they would bear full consequences. That marked a turning point, and last night's retaliation may carry its own consequences for this region.
And this morning, Houthi leaders said this aggression will not go unanswered, threatening to keep on attacking those ships that are passing through the Red Sea to Israel, with President Biden saying he will not hesitate to act further if that continues. Vlad?
Charlie D'Agata in Israel for us. Thank you, Charlie. We're joined by the Pentagon's press secretary, Major General Patrick Ryder. General Ryder, good morning. Good to see you.
Hey, good morning, Vlad. Thanks for having me.
So, General, as you know, these strikes were aimed at Houthi military targets, including facilities known to have radar and missiles. A couple of questions for you there. What's the extent of the damage? How long did the strikes last? And were
Yeah, love to have the guy from Arlington come and talk about how this is a de-escalatory measure. So we've been covering like Hamas's popularity increasing as a consequence of being like the sole defender of Palestinian people against Israeli aggression, which is an understandable thing that occurs when a violent foreign entity is like killing a population. Whoever is defending is going to be seen as the real emancipatory force that is profoundly popular. Something I literally talked about with respect to the Azov battalion in Ukraine and more nationalist elements within Ukraine becoming heroes, right? Going from a marginal group to becoming direct heroes for Ukrainians. And that literally happened. That it happened in Ukraine. Of course it's going to happen. Why wouldn't it? They are the guys who are defending Ukraine at that point. Okay? Same principle applies everywhere. Okay? Same principle applies everywhere. Same principle applies globally. You would not care if someone was blowing your house up and someone came to your defense with arms. It doesn't matter. Even if they were, the fat gravy seals type dudes who were like reactionary as hell. In that very moment, you would literally say, no, this is my guy. Thank you. Thank you for defending me. Okay. Not to like ideologically muddy the waters here. I'm not saying that at all. So, attacking the Houthis, attacking Yemen in general, was a gigantic misstep in my opinion. The appropriate way to deal with this was not to attack Yemen, but to try to de-escalate Israel. Try to get Israel to pull back. Okay? It's important to remind libs that the Houthis might be fundamentalists, etc., but they are still rational actors. They aren't just going to do piracy for shits and giggles. If libs want to dismiss their claims of doing it for Gaza, they need to explain an alternative motive for the Houthis doing it at this time. Makes sense, and they can't. They just say that the Houthis are doing it because they hate Jews or America, but why now, though, and not sooner? Well, they can't explain it, so they literally immediately jump a step and turn around and talk about now that one like Saudi article about how like the Houthis actually restored slavery or something in Yemen, or how they like fuck children there, or how they have child brides or something. It's like the poorest country on the planet. Okay. And they're like, why are you defending this, sweaty? As though like bombing them is going to somehow cease children being wed, or as though our other regional allies don't participate in the exact same thing. Ironic being a Saudi paper that writes about slavery when, what's going on in Saudi Arabia, dog? The hell do you mean? It has nothing to do with why America is bombing Yemen. America does not blow up countries because they have child brides. They blow up countries because it's impacting the Western bottom line. Okay? Ridiculous. Please, don't come in here with this silly ass attitude. Okay? We are not bombing Missouri because of their practices of child brides either, and we shouldn't. Nor should we blow up France for pedophilia. Okay? It's so silly that the liberals have the same exact playbook. Republicans look at the situation and go, they're monkeys and they deserve ethnic cleansing because I hate them and they suck. The liberal looks at the same situation and basically says the same thing, but with like more neutral, more liberal, more just like less spicy language. The liberal looks at the situation and says, well, we have to restore freedom of travel and commerce is really important. And also that, you know, I wouldn't say they're monkeys, but like they do barbaric things. They're savages. But the goal is still the same. The neocon and the neoliberal looks at it from the same exact perspective at the end of the day. They're not us. They're hurting our bottom lines. We have to do something militarily to deal with it.
Were there multiple rounds of strikes?
Well, sure. So right now, as you highlighted, we targeted specific facilities and capabilities intended to degrade and disrupt the Houthis' ability to conduct the kinds of attacks that we've been seeing. And so we're still conducting the battle damage assessment. Initial indications are that we had good effects. We'll continue to monitor that. So far, we have not seen any kind of retaliatory action on the part.
Commerce is important, though. That's the livelihood of many Americans. My friend, of course commerce is important. But there's always two ways to deal with a conflict. If one group is saying, as it pertains to our own personal maritime territory, as it pertains to like our borders in the Red Sea, we are not going to allow commerce to flow through until the Israel genocide in Palestine ends. If a country is making that argument, okay, the goal should not be to try and defeat them militarily somehow, because as we found out with respect to Israel and Palestine, you either got to go full genocide, no half measures, or you kind of get stopped every step of the way. And ironic because, like, with respect to Yemen, American proxies did try the whole full genocide situation, and it failed. It's so fucked how right you were about the reflexive rhetoric that instantly pops up about this. Yes, I of course I was right about the reflexive rhetoric that would instantly pop up about this. I've been in this game for a very long time. The U.S. gave them warnings, and they're not going to negotiate with their military alliances with people pirating ships. Yeah, people pirating ships. Well, what about when America pirates ships? Why is that appropriate when America takes over Venezuelan tankers, when America takes over Iranian tankers going to Syria? Who says no to that? Or when Israel destroys a Turkish humanitarian aid that cuts through the blockade that Israel has implemented in Gaza. I didn't see you in the fucking, I didn't see you out there applying the same principle, saying it's time to nuke Israel. I didn't see you applying the same principle, being like, we got to start blowing up American positions. The reality is, there is no reason for you to try and justify this with like an intellectual agenda. You can just be honest about it and be like, might is right. I'm American. I think America are the good guys, and I think everyone else is the bad guys. So whatever the American media tells me it's doing, I agree with. Some of you are not with it. Some of you talk about how you think what Israel's doing is so wrong. And you want BDS. You want some kind of boycotts on Israel to get Israel to stop. And then when someone's like, all right, this is our little way of doing that, you go, no, not like that. Not allowed.
Part of the Houthis, but we're, of course, prepared to respond appropriately. I think it's important to remember how we got here. 27 attacks against international commercial shipping and mariners since November 19th, multiple warnings to stop, and we said very loud and clear there would be consequences, and last night there were.
How long did those strikes last, General, and how many rounds were fired?
Well, I'm not going to go into the operational specifics other than to say that obviously 16 different locations, dozens and dozens of targets struck, again, intended to degrade and disrupt.
What is this? The Houthis should not be involved in this in the way that they are approaching it. South Africa is giving you a way to address the accusations of this nature. Brother, this all works hand in hand. Okay? It's just about additional pressure points. That's it. That's how this works. You have to analyze the situation from the framework of whether it's just or not. And yes, I think like trying to stop commerce from flowing and applying international pressure is a just cause in this circumstance because it is being done to end the genocide in Gaza. I don't have to agree with anything else that the Houthis believe or have done to say that. Okay?
Disrupt the capability of the Houthis to conduct these kinds of reckless and illegal attacks.
All right, so as you heard from our correspondent in the Middle East, the Houthis say that this will not go unanswered. You say that they have not yet retaliated. But for Americans that are concerned about a wider conflict, is this the opening salvo into another war for the United States in the Middle East?
Well, it's a really important question. And since the beginning of the Israel-Hamas conflict, we've been very focused on deterring and preventing this from becoming a wider conflict. And so it's important to differentiate between what's happening between Israel and Hamas and what's happening in the Red Sea. You have the Houthi rebels that are conducting indiscriminate attacks against international shipping. Over 50 countries have been affected by this, affecting the economic prosperity of multiple nations. So this is not part of the Israel-Hamas conflict. This is malign behavior by a group.
Yeah, they're trying to... Yeah, it's make no mistake. The military is, of course, immediately trying to do its very best by way of the State Department adjacent mainstream media to remove Palestine from the equation. Part of the reason, I mean, this is basically the best tacit endorsement that you will get. That one, that is precisely the real reason, and two, that what is going on in Gaza is actually unacceptable. This is a tacit admission that what is going on in Gaza is unacceptable, okay? Because if it was completely acceptable, he wouldn't try to separate the two. He would just simply say, no, what's going on, Israel has every right to defend itself, and that's precisely what they're doing, and anyone that tries to get in the way of that is actually immoral, and that's why we're bombing Yemen, because those guys are immoral. They're not saying that. They're simply trying to cut it and just say, no, that's a separate thing. What the Houthis are saying is it takes there's no importance to what they're saying, actually. It has nothing to do with Gaza. Please, let's isolate the Gaza thing in and of itself. Which, again, it goes to show that a lot of these guys that are talking about Israel-Palestine personally do recognize what Israel is doing is completely unacceptable. Just remember that.
Group that's disrupting international commercial shipping and putting the lives of mariners at risk. And so the international community answered that last night. The United States and the UK with support from Australia, Bahrain, Canada, and the Netherlands. And we'll be prepared to take further action should we need to.
And finally, General, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin gave the order for these strikes from his hospital bed. Can you tell us about his current condition?
Sure. So the secretary is doing well. He's recovering well. He's been actively engaged in the oversight and decision-making process related to these strikes. On Tuesday, when the Houthis conducted their complex attack, he was monitoring that with the chairman and the CENTCOM commander, and then had multiple discussions with the president, the national security advisor, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and the CENTCOM commander, and gave the order yesterday afternoon to execute these strikes. Once those strikes were complete, he had a phone call with the chairman, the CENTCOM commander, and the national security advisor to review the initial effects. And of course, he continues to monitor today.
All right, Major General Patrick Ryder, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
We're going to start.
Yemen. Why did the U.S. and the U.K. carry out strikes on the Houthis? From BBC News. Yeah, it's like at every step of the way, we have had both the moral choice and the pragmatic one right in front of us. And America just fucking slaps it away every time. It's awesome. It's just like at every step of the way, we have had the opportunity to just separate ourselves even a little bit from Israel, to get Israel to dial it back a little bit. And every step of the way, we're like, nope, I'm kicking the gas. Pedal to the metal, baby. Let's open up new fronts. And guess what? As far as, like I said, the actions, there was two reasons, right? It's like a deterrence measure for Yemen, both to cause instability against the Houthis, right? To get the people to rise up against the Houthis and say, you no longer rule Yemen, sir. And yet even the Saudi-backed government in Aden, the Sunni government that the Houthis overtook Yemen from, literally also stated that they are in support of, that they are all united. Now, their statements are, I'm always going to be a little bit more skeptical about what they're saying, right? I'm going to be a little bit more skeptical about what they're saying because, like, I know where their bread is buttered. However, the reason why they're saying it is because their population is saying it. So we saw images from Yemen immediately after these bombing campaigns with so many. No one is talking about regime change. The Houthis just don't stop ships. Brother, there is always, regime change is always in the back of the Western world's mind. I'm sorry. If you think that's a way to get bombed, I'm sorry, I don't support pirates. First of all, let me just say something about supporting pirates, okay? If you think, my friend, that this is an anti-pirate broadcast, well, you got another thing coming for you, okay? From East Blue all the way to the Red Line, let me tell you what's what. The one world government and the Navy police dogs that do the bidding of the celestial dragons will one day be taken out and taken down by the king of the pirates, Monkey D. Luffy. So if you think this is an anti-pirate stream, well, my friend, you are lost. Okay? We here put some respect on the name of Mugiwara. We here defend the Straw Hats. We here defend Monkey D. Houthi in its anti-imperialist action. Just remember that. Next time you come in here and you say, oh my God, oh, they're doing piracy. Oh, I hate piracy. Piracy is wrong. Piracy is good. Piracy is just. Rise up, pirates. Okay? Remember that. Take that shit to the bank with you. Okay. Yeah, from the Red Line to the Red Sea, baby. Okay. So is Yemen the Bartolomeo crew? What? Bartolomeo crew in this situation? Yeah. Yeah. Turns out Monkey D. Luffy is actually from Yemen and not Brazil, it seems. Okay. Online leftists want to be victims for libs and MAGAs forever. I don't know what that means, but anyway. Yeah. It's so funny when we literally got like, Akainu defenders in the chat. You're disgusting. I can't believe you'd make fun of something so serious like One Piece by comparing it to Yemen. Yeah. Look, here is one additional proof, okay, of what I had to say. There you go. A lot of you thought Zoro was actually Japanese. Turns out, Zoro also from Yemen. Iran. Zoro is Iranian. Yeah. He said the Shahada. Yeah, Roranora Zoroastrianism. Zoro is a Shia Muslim? Yeah, sure. Telling my Yemeni One Piece fan friend about this right now. This is gold. So, where was I? Oh, we were talking about how this has been a failure overall. Oil climbs 1% as tankers avoid Red Sea after strikes by Houthis, right? And this is today. And also another article from today. Tesla Volvo car pause output as Red Sea shipping crisis deepens. So, like, the issue is that America's strikes have not actually ended up restoring confidence in international shipping companies. Okay? International shipping companies. And instead, that instability is still there. Check this article about it instead. Tesla shutting down the Berlin factory for 2 weeks due to the Red Sea shipping attacks. Dude, they are doing so much. The Houthis are doing so much for the Americans, you know? It's like Americans are yelling at them. They want to bomb them. They're celebrating, blowing their country up and stuff. Meanwhile, look at how wonderful they are. All of the explosive cars that are in the continental United States are now staying on the assembly line. And you're out here talking shit. Messed up, dude. Okay. All jokes aside. All jokes aside. The thing that I was trying to mention here is that, like, it's been an abject failure, right? Regardless of the strikes, it's been an abject failure. And for that person who was talking about, like, instability, if it's a non-Western aligned government, is always the goal for the Western nations. It's always in the back of their minds every time they do things, like whether it be sanctions or whether it be direct bombing campaigns and whatnot. And it's a failure from that front because ultimately it galvanized the population into supporting the Ansar Allah administration. Aren't the Houthis operating within their territorial water? Why is no one talking about it? I mean, none of that matters, right? None of that really matters. The entire world is our oyster. We do whatever we want, wherever we want it. Hasan, what do you think when they say that Israel has not been directly involved in military conflict in Yemen? Israel and Yemen do not share direct geopolitical or military hostilities. That I say that is completely and utterly wrong, because who did the genocide in Yemen? Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is aligned with Israel in the Middle East. And also, Saudi Arabia is able to do this alongside the United States of America as an American proxy, who is what is Israel, but a state, an important state of the United States of America. So the idea that like the idea that Israel and Houthis have nothing like they have no hostilities is completely incorrect. Every country in the region sees Israel as a destabilizing force, understandably so, and an expression of American dominance, also understandably so. I heard Tarik brought his own monitor because you tried to set him up with 120 hertz. How dare you? Yeah, I'm trying to kneecap him. Anyway, that suit is slick. You got a date tonight? Yes, with your mom. Got him. Anyway, here we can watch a video on explaining the history of the Houthis by Middle East Eye. If you would like, a lot of the information is going to no matter what, because this is like a regional actor that we are not aligned with. A lot of the information is going to be full of inaccuracies, I would say, and they're not overwhelmingly good guys by any means. But when you have a group of individuals that are overtly bad, you sometimes have bad guys as well look like the good guys. And what I mean by that is, like, Iran is a great example of this. I talked about this quite extensively yesterday. The same dynamic always plays itself out in every country that the United States is interested in. Okay? You can always find a group of individuals that are going to say, no, actually, we want America to come and blow up our country. It's awesome. Right? We love that. Please, America, please. Bro, please glass Tehran, bro. America, we are waiting for you to blow up Tehran. You are the best. Restore the Shah, please. Is something that you hear from diaspora Iranians. Is something that you hear from the Shah writers. Okay? But like, it's ridiculous, okay? It's ridiculous. Ridiculous take. Many Iranians are not exactly fond of the current the Iranian government, okay? They're not. They understand it to be reactionary. They understand it to be repressive. They understand it to be authoritarian, oftentimes brutal. But if you are to make a choice, if you do not leave Iran to its own devices, these people are never going to be able to find the momentum to restore some semblance of a democratic process or basically change the political dynamic in their own country, because they're too busy trying to survive under crippling sanctions. America almost always makes the situation worse. The overwhelming majority of the population will always side, in the Middle East at least, will always side with whoever is their own citizens, whoever is seemingly interested in at least having autonomy over an American puppet. That's it. And the example I used was the coup that occurred in Turkey. As someone who is not fond of the Erdogan regime, as someone who has very real concerns about going back to Turkey as a consequence of the things that are written, the things that I've said about Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Okay? I am no fan of Recep Tayyip Erdogan, but I do, in a situation where I have to compare, or I have to pick a side between him and the American puppet Fethullah Gülen, I'm going to go with Recep Tayyip Erdogan. And many Turks did the exact same thing in the aftermath of this coup. Okay? That's it. That's the point. Absolutely nobody wants Fethullah Gülen. Enough people want Recep Tayyip Erdogan. And all you're doing when you try to implement a coup is solidify Erdogan's position amongst the population. And that's precisely what happened. Recep Tayyip Erdogan had martial law implemented in the country. And then there was a referendum, and he basically added at least another 15 years to his reign by changing the structure from a parliamentary structure to a presidential one with a referendum, meaning 50% plus voted to change the constitution of Turkey. That could not have happened without Fethullah Gülen's coup d'etat. Fethullah Gülen is a CIA asset. That's it. That ruined Turkey further. Not allegedly. Fethullah Gülen is a direct CIA asset, 100%. Amına kodumun oğlu ya, anlattın, sinirlendim yine abi. So you have to remember, like, you have to remember how this stuff is perceived in the population that it impacts, okay? And not from the lens of American politics, okay? That's what's really sad about the situation, is that, like, I, as an American political commentator, cannot get a broader, supposedly progressive American audience to listen to what I have to say about this issue, because many in the progressive American audience would much rather believe in lullabies, believe in lies being told by mainstream media, by the State Department, that, like, no, these guys are welcoming us as liberators. And the reality is, they hear that from a liberal perspective on MSNBC and CNN, just like the reactionaries hear that from a reactionary perspective on Fox News. But it's still the same coin. It's two sides of the same shit coin. And nobody wants to listen to the actual people on the ground. It's very strange. So remember that when you think about Iran. Remember that when you think about the Houthis or in Yemen. Remember that when you think about any country that America involves itself in.
This is the slogan of the Houthi movement, a small rebel army who now rule over 70% of Yemenis and are fighting a bitter war against Saudi Arabia and its allies. But how did...
Your U.S. politics are 3 billion worlds worse than Erdogan or anyone like him? I mean, brother, if you think that Erdogan is not a puppet to American and Western interests, I don't know what to tell you. You are just completely oblivious. You think... Anyway, whatever. Let's not even get into that. Part of the reason why I criticize Recep Tayyip Erdogan regularly is because he is an American puppet.
Did a group from the mountains in Yemen's far north take control? And what exactly do they want?
Can you please show evidence that he's a CIA puppet? Gülen sounds interesting. Okay, this has to be a Langley dude, right? Like, I'm assuming this dude is, like, logging on from Virginia, right? Like, there's... Can you please show evidence that he's a CIA puppet to Fethullah Gülen? Okay. Look up where he lives. Kesin FETÖ'cü yok abi. FETÖ'cü değil bu. Amerikalı bu. Bence. Ondan dedim, bunda Amerikan ajanı böyle bana diyor ki, Amerikan ajanı geliyor diyor ki, ne bu Fethullah Gülen kim ya? Çok hoşuma gitti aslında. Biraz anlatsana bana falan diyor. Ne demek CIA falan diyorsun Fethullah Gülen'le, ama hiç bence öyle değil herhalde falan. Demesinin sebebi şey, Türk olduğu için değil bu. %100 Türk FETÖ'cü değil, Amerikan FETÖ'cüsü. Just interested. Dude, relax. We don't know everything about everything. No, I know. I'm just making a joke about you being about you posting from Langley. Gülen sponsor for his residentship application was the CIA chief for the Middle East. What other proof do they need? Yeah. Oh, this is what I was gonna say. This is the aftermath of the bombing campaign in Yemen. Yeah. Yeni term Amerikan FETÖ'cüsü. Oğlum Amerikalıların hepsi FETÖ'cü ki. Bilmiyorlar ki. Amerikalıların büyük çoğunluğu Amerika ne diyorsa onu dinliyorlar abi. Ya bu şey gibi. Nasıl AKP'ciler var ya Türkiye'de salak. Anlamıyorlar geri zekalılar. Amerikalıların büyük çoğunluğu da aynen AKP'ci gibi aslında yani. Amerika'nın internasyonel politikasına baktığın zaman Amerika'nın büyük çoğunluğunun var ya AKP'cilerin hiçbir farkı yok yani. Ne duyuyorlarsa medyada diyorlar ki bu doğru abi. Bunu demeye çalışıyorum zaten. They're saying La Nubali, which literally means we don't care, we don't care. If Erdogan was already a puppet, why did we try to coup him? Just because one person is a puppet doesn't mean that you can't have a better puppet on board. What are you talking about? The problem with Erdogan was that even though he is consistently worked with Western interests at the end of the day, he's still a relatively destabilizing force because he's not as willing. And he is also oftentimes willing to say things that shake up that region regularly. He's very good at being unpredictable and working with both sides of every conflict. In Ukraine, he's supplying Ukraine with Bayraktar, UAWs, the drones, but then also simultaneously cutting energy deals with Russia. He's getting Russian anti-air defense systems while also simultaneously trying to get a contract for F-35s. Like, all of this stuff is instability for America. Why wouldn't you, if you're America and you have another religious cleric that lives in the fucking Poconos that has been able to, because they were raised side by side, Fethullah Gulen and Recep Tayyip Erdogan were basically under the same religious sect, like the same umbrella of like some level of like Islamist fundamentalism. Erdogan was seen as a more Western-facing Islamist fundamentalist early on, whereas like Fethullah Gulen was seen as a more he was more of a fundamentalist from the Turkish perspective, at least. But they grew side by side. They were able to, Fethullah Gulen was able to basically set up a parallel government. This is real, okay? Over the course of the many years that the Erdogan regime was in place, all the way from police forces to the military, like administrations, the generals, to the court system. Like, there was an entirely separate Fethullah Gulen adjacent, like it's like a cult, okay? There's an entirely separate parallel government. So when you see the instability, that Erdogan is causing, then yeah, you will turn around and try to activate your own personal guy who is going to be much better for you. Erdogan is also controllable by Western forces. How is Erdogan controllable? Let me explain to you. He's incredibly corrupt. That's it. Anytime Erdogan speaks out of turn, America goes, all right, the Southern District of New York is going to open up a new case against the Erdogan family. And then boom, he steps in line immediately. Okay? That's it. Erdogan is profoundly corrupt. And for that reason, he's endlessly controllable by Western interests. So anytime he's like getting a little too volatile for America's interests, they just go, all right, new court case opened up to one of your sons and their illicit dealings. Okay? Boom. It's over. What the hell is this? Yeah, the coup was also a great excuse for him to demolish the remaining democracy and opposition. Yes, Ergenekon was already in place, if I remember correctly, before the coup. Like there was already like a deep state battle in Turkey, and then the coup happened, and then it's a wrap. He had the broadest dictate, the broadest mandate. He could rule with martial law. And many Turks were not going to turn around and say, fuck no, when they saw it happen. They experienced it. The coup was also a great excuse for him to demolish the remaining democracy and opposition. The coup worked like a divine intervention for him to gain unchecked power. Exactly. So thank you to the United States of America once again. Dikkat et, Erdoğan Türkiye'ye sokmaz bu daha seni. Kardeş ben bunu yıllardır söylüyorum. Bu nedenden dolayı zaten anlatmaya çalışıyorum Amerikalılara. Erdoğan'ı sevmememe rağmen Fethullah Gülen'den daha iyi yine de yani. Bunu anlatmaya çalışıyorum işte. Bunu anlatmaya çalışıyorum Amerikalılara. Bu. Neden bu? Benim girme ihtimalim yok zaten. Bana girer. Silivri soğuktur. Anyway, let's continue. Yemen's Houthis explain.
The Houthis emerged in Yemen's northwestern Sada province in the 1990s, established by former MP and religious scholar Hussein al-Houthi. Al-Houthi said he wanted to protect and revive Zaydi Islam, a sect of Shiism that makes up 35%
34 MKD50, think of the 50 gifted subs.
of Yemen's population. Zaydis have a long and powerful history in Yemen and had ruled large parts of the country under an imamate since the year 897. When a civil war broke out in North Yemen in 1962, the last imam was overthrown. The Houthis say that this, along with the ensuing government policies, left many Zaydis feeling increasingly disenfranchised. When al-Houthi emerged, he began to rail against the influence of US imperialism and Saudi Salafism on Yemen's rulers, in particular on President Ali Abdullah Saleh, who himself was a Republican Zaydi. Al-Houthi's ideas appealed to many, but not all Zaydis supported him. His opponents accused him of pro-Iran links and a desire to reinstate the imamate, a theocratic system of rule led by a religious leader who must be a descendant of the Prophet Muhammad.
لسنا مستعدين أن نرى أنفسنا جنودا لأمريكا. لسنا مستعدين أن نرى اليهود يعبثون في البلاد الإسلامية هنا وهنا فنسكت. وثقوا لأنهم لم يسمعوا أحدا يتكلم.
The Houthis began gathering supporters, and in 2004 launched an armed rebellion against Saleh after he attempted to arrest Hussein al-Houthi. A few months later, al-Houthi was killed by Yemeni police, but his death only fueled what would become 6 years of fighting, known as the Sada Wars. By 2009, the Houthi insurgency had spread beyond Sada province and into Saudi territory, where a large number of Saudi's Shia population lived.
Yikes on the Jew statement there. Yes, brother. There is a lot of anti-Semitic sentiment. Yeah, like that much is 100%, 100 P. This is like looking at, yes, they are very anti-Semitic. This is like looking at, I mean, part of their credo is literally curse the Jews. Like they say Islam will prevail and curse the Jews is like right before that. So that's not what we're talking about here in this situation. What do you mean calls to genocide are yikes? That's nuclear grade yikes. Yeah. It's like, it's the same principle behind Hamas being like, oh my God, I can't believe these Hamas guys, like some of them are very fundamentalist. And it's like, yeah, they are. I know. That doesn't mean they deserve to be wiped out. Okay. From their perspective, though, they only know Israel. Like that's they only know Israel and America, basically. Yeah, they are still fighting wars, guys. Okay, anyway, let's continue.
Saudi intervened, pushing the Houthis back and helping Yemen's government regain control of its north. When the Arab Spring uprising spread to Yemen in 2011, the Houthis joined the protest movement that ultimately forced Saleh to step down after a 33-year rule. But Saleh didn't
I have the
go
same
quietly,
glasses as him.
and
It's
his
crazy.
fight with his replacement, Abdurrabbu Mansour Hadi, would destabilize the country, leading to an economic crisis in what was already the region's poorest country. The Houthis saw an opportunity and re-emerged, retaking control in parts of the north. Then, in an unexpected move, they allied with their former enemy Saleh.
Honestly, there's a really important and meaningful material distinction between a marginalized Middle Eastern people's hatred of Judaism as it relates to the state of Israel versus Nazis in the West, and liberals are absolutely allergic to that reality. I mean, it's a distinction, but ultimately it doesn't really matter. I guess it matters as it pertains to like Israel and its actions in the region, because like if Israel's actions in the region cease to be inherently hostile, the amount of people who demonstrate anti-Semitic tendencies is going to diminish, because it's not like a spiritual anti-Semitism that is out of nowhere claiming that like Jews are responsible for all of their fucking problems by virtue of being Jewish. But yes, there's still very real anti-Semitism in the region, and that is important to recognize as well. It's just funny to be like, well, they're being anti-Semitic, sweetie, as it pertains to like, what their actions have been in the genocide of Palestinians in Gaza. Can you explain how anti-Semitism looks like in Turkey, not anti-Zionism? I mean, anti-Semitism in Turkey, I guess is, I don't know. I didn't like grow up seeing that at all. It was not even a concept that I had ever thought about. Like it's not, I would say that it's not as broadly popular, I guess, but there is like cultural anti-Semitism that's like deeply embedded. Like there's an old school Turkish saying, okay? There's an old school Turkish saying, bundan bir Yahudi kızı ölmüş, which means a small Jewish girl died from this, which is supposed to say like, it's not a, like you say that when you get like a little boo-boo, like, and that is like grossly anti-Semitic thing to say. I don't know if you guys have ever heard that before, the Turks in the chat. And it's like a regional thing, I suspect. But that is very anti-Semitic. And I had never even thought about that as being anti-Semitic before. I'm a Turk and I've never heard of any of those sayings you always mention. Oh, yeah, ilk defa duydum. Many Turks have never even heard of it before. Pretty sure the Quran says that Muslims should respect Jews and Christians as brothers or something like that. The hatred isn't from religion. Yeah, I mean, the understanding of like other Abrahamic religions is that, does that mean that's a small injury or a big one? No, it means it's a small injury. I think it is imply lying. Dude, you picked it up immediately. Does it imply lying about an injury, aka Holocaust reference? I think so. But like, I think I would say that like calling someone, I think like it's not about like the anger in Turkey is more complicated. It's not about like Jewish people. It's not anti-Semitic tendencies towards Jewish people, other than, you know, when stuff pops off with Israel, of course, then it definitely escalates, just like it does in America. But it's more so about like Armenians. There's a lot of stuff that we say about Greek people, you know what I mean? Like there's also stuff about Kurdish people as well, but like mostly Greek and Armenians, I would say. Like the idea that like we'll push you into the sea, right? Like that's like very that's like a very common concept for Turks. Well, Iranians always rip on Turks, yeah. But there's Turkic people in Iran too, right? And I thought that was like Turk or something. Like I thought that was what it was about. Like Iranians regard Turkic Iranians as the Polish people of Iran, basically. In Turkey, we have our own version of that. They're from the Black Sea region. Karadeniz. Those Turks we regard as the Polish people of Turkey. Yeah, there's a huge Aussie community. I think and the insanely complicated racism. Yes. Yeah, like in Turkey, we regard those from the Karadeniz region, Black Sea, as like the Poles of Turkey. They're dumb and they have big noses. That's the whole point. And the big nose thing is not like anti-Semitic, by the way. The big nose is a signifier that you're from Karadeniz. Like it just means that you're a guy from the Black Sea region and you have a massive hook nose. But they're not. But that's not like Jewish at all. There has nothing to do with Judaism or Jewish people or anti-Semitism in general. It's just like it's entirely related to regional, like regional memes, I guess. Oh, there's also another thing. Given the Ottoman Empire's like safe haven status for Jews, there's plenty of Jewish people in Turkey as well, and plenty of Jewish people. Like there's a lot of Jewish people in Istanbul, and also beyond that, there is also the anger that a lot of Turks weirdly feel towards Arabs because they see both Palestinians and Arabs across the board in the MENA region as like traitors to the Ottoman Empire because they align with England and France in fighting against the Ottoman Empire at its weakest point. So then there's like a group of individuals in Turkey that will literally regard, because there's a lot of anti-Arab sentiment in Turkey historically and also especially now with a massive amount of refugees that came into Turkey, Arab refugees that came into Turkey with Erdogan. So then you have this other, you have this mentality that like the Palestinians backstabbed the Ottoman Empire, and that the Palestinians backstabbed the Ottoman Empire. They're dogs. They're Arab anyway. We don't like Arabs. We hate being compared to Arabs, and therefore we align with Israel, and we think Israel's doing the great thing, the right thing. So yeah. So, yeah, the idea that like the Ottoman Empire could have won if the Arabs didn't betray the empire, the Ottoman Empire. Why are we supporting them and destroying our relationship to the West? A pretty common sentiment. That too. So yeah, you know. It's definitely more complex than you would think. It's just like, it's hard to describe. It's hard to describe, especially to an American population. I don't know how to do a good job, a decent enough job explaining it, but there's many different layers to it. Because there's a lot of history to it. Anyway. So, let's continue.
And stormed the capital Sana'a in September 2014. With the former...
Let's dial it back a little bit too. Yeah, Middle Eastern conflict with Jews is totally not the same as European Nazism. Yeah, of course. Like, it's not. Americans won't understand living next to 18 countries you were at war with at some point in history. Yeah. My favorite Turkish saying is Arabada 5, evde 15. That's my life motto. That's crazy. Hoşuma giderse bendensin miydi? Why do you know that? Are you Turkish? I assume this guy's fucking Turkish, right? There's no way. Balkan baby. Oh my God. Why do you know? That's like an insane meme from like Arabada 5, evde 15 means 5 times in the car, but 15 times in the house. which is like about sex, about fucking, I think. And it's like it's about fucking, pompa, which means pump. And it's, oh my God. No, don't Google that. Okay, don't Google that. Also, top of the hour ad break. All right, we're moving away from that. All right, we're moving on from that and never talking about this again. Do not Google Ankara. Okay. All right, that's a name I haven't heard in a very long time. That is where that meme comes from. And we're going to move on. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. We're moving on to the 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, you can subscribe 34 MKD 50 with another 50 big ones. God damn. Allowing with another 50 again. 100 big ones. Allowing 100 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour.
In what was already the region's poorest country. The Houthis saw an opportunity and re-emerged, retaking control in parts of the north.
The more we talk about Turkish shit, the more 34 MKD 50 goes crazy, bro.
Then, in an unexpected move, they allied with their former enemy Saleh and stormed the capital Sana'a in September 2014. With the former president's system of patronage and corruption and his links within Yemen's divided army, the Houthis were met with little resistance.
أما هذه الخطوة التاريخية الحكيمة الرشيدة الصحيحة السليمة المسؤولة فهي لمصلحة هذا البلد لأن من مصلحة هذا البلد.
Damn, bro, that never happens. That's so crazy. I can't think of a single other instance where, like, I don't know, like a more reactionary Shia force was able to overtake and completely take control over, I don't know, another like regional government as a consequence of interference and instability. That's never happened, right? I mean, certainly. A country that we now, I mean, every time we talk about Yemen, we literally say the Iranian proxies of the Houthis. So, first time.
A new government was formed in Sana'a, and Houthi forces continued to expand their control rapidly, south to Ib province and west to Hodeidah. President Hadi fled the country and sought backup from Saudi Arabia, who was beginning to grow concerned about a Houthi re-emergence and what it could mean for Iran's influence on its...
By the way, this is why they say, like, the regional actors, the Gulf nations hate... The Gulf nations absolutely hate Shias more than anything else, okay? Like, you might say, like, oh, these guys are anti-Semitic, whatever, yada, yada. No. Okay? If Israel was a Shia nation, it would have been wiped out already, is the common meme.
Border. In March 2015, a coalition led by Saudi and the UAE...
Yes, absolutely more than Israel. We're talking about the regional leaders in general.
Stepped in and launched a campaign of heavy bombings across Houthi strongholds.
To save Yemen from a takeover by a radical militant group, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and its GCC allies, as well as its allies outside the GCC, have made a decision to respond to the legitimate request by the legitimate president of Yemen and to provide the assistance needed.
The intervention was spearheaded by Mohammed bin Salman, then Saudi's Minister of Defense, and dubbed Operation Decisive Storm. As the name suggests,
it was so decisive, and it definitely was a storm.
It was intended to be short and swift, reinstating Yemen's government in Sana'a and highlighting Salman's leadership potential ahead of his bid for Crown Prince.
By the way, I mean, you guys know who our allies are in this, right? You know who our allies are in this, right? Chat, remember, when a liberal tries to tell you, okay, like, oh, the Houthis are doing this, they're doing that, they're reactionary, blah, blah, blah. It's like, remember, okay, Who's our pony? Which pony are we backing in this conflict? What are their personal politics like? Can you explain that to me, please? Okay? Because, like, they never want to talk about that, okay? They never, ever, like, they're just like, no, you don't understand. Like, we're doing this in a woke way. The hilarity now is that Saudi Arabia just expressed deep concern about strikes on Yemen because they're worried about ruining the peace process of the Houthi attacks on their country starting again. Exactly. Which, you know, as another way to, I guess, limit the supply of oil. So, like, America backing Israel full tilt is literally ruining everything. Okay? Everything. It's fucking up its own bag, man. It's just so stupid. There is no discernible reason, which is why, and I keep driving home this point, and I hope you guys understand, this is precisely the reason why there is, for the first time at least that I've seen, so much instability within the State Department. You rarely ever, with the exception of leaks and like brave whistleblowers actually coming out and speaking out against American imperialism and American actions, you never see this level of like high-profile State Department people either anonymously leaking information to the media or directly coming out and being like, I'm resigning. Okay? It is genuinely wild. Not even under Trump did we see this level of anger. Because that's the most important part. America's foreign policy is united. It's bipartisan because guess what? It's always done at the behest of American corporations. It's always done for the American bottom line. So I've never actually seen a situation where like there's this level of instability in the American State Department where you have people going to the media and being like, Israel has no plan of action. What the hell's going on here? Why are we aligning with them this way? I'm telling you, this isn't just about a moral position. There are certainly younger people that are, you know, morally against, even though they ironically work at the State Department or whatever. There might be young people that are against Israel's genocidal actions, certainly. Okay? But for the most part, like the weapons dealer of the American State Department is not taking a moral stance against Israel. Okay? I refuse to believe that. That guy is mad because the situation is untenable and he sees the writing on the wall. He recognizes that America's unconditional support of Israel is going to cause instability and harm America's soft power globally. Something that the Biden administration promised it was going to restore. Do you understand? It's also additionally ironic because Biden is doing this for two allies that despise him. XY Geek is completely correct in this matter. It is in the best interest of Israel and Saudi Arabia to tank Biden's campaign, which they have openly stated they are interested in doing. They openly stated this. The Netanyahu administration does not like Biden, even though Biden is a rugged, diehard Zionist who has been in support of Israel every single time. When Republican presidents have said no to Israel, Biden has said, fuck you. When Democratic presidents have criticized Israel, Biden has said, fuck you. Unconditionally in support of Israel, and yet Netanyahu does not return the favor. Okay? They hate him, and it is in their best interest to ensure that he is no longer the president. Same with MBS. Both of these guys like Donald Trump a lot more. Okay? So Joe Biden is getting cucked in the funniest ways possible in this circumstance. And it's incredibly interesting seeing like the DNC mouthpieces on Twitter champion what Biden is saying and doing, even though it hurts Biden. This is why, beyond the moral argument, the pragmatic argument also supports reining Israel in. And yet, the Democratic Party mouthpieces on liberal Twitter that jerk off to images of aircraft carriers and whatnot cannot put it in their brains. They cannot comprehend a world where, like, you know, you got to pull back a little bit. This is hurting you. Oh, so stupid.
But the campaign failed to oust the Houthis, who strengthened their grip on power and continued to expand into government-held territories. A number of UN-led peace talks between both sides were attempted, including ceasefires and prisoner exchanges, but ultimately failed at stopping the conflict. Meanwhile, the humanitarian situation in Yemen became desperate, pushing the already impoverished people to the brink of famine. Human rights organizations accused both the Houthis and the Saudi-led coalition of crimes against humanity, including the targeting of civilian areas, hospitals, and schools. In December 2017, Ali Abdullah Saleh formally broke ties with the rebels in a televised speech.
For the record, for those of you who don't know, the Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International have done this exact same thing for the Israel and Hamas sides as well. So that's something to also remember always. Like, you don't really hear about it that much because, like, Israel's obviously responsible for the, you know, majority of the violence, the overwhelming majority of the violence. But they still have smoke for Hamas as well. They regularly condemn Hamas too. And it's the same principle here as well.
And announced he was open to dialogue with the Saudi-led coalition.
العظيم في كل المحافظات في كل المديريات في كل العزل في كل الأحياء في كل مكان
And everywhere in Yemen to rise as one man to defend the revolution,
للدفاع عن الثورة والجمهورية
the republic, unity and freedom against the Houthis.
The Houthis accused Saleh of treachery. 2 days later, the man who was once deemed invincible and survived numerous assassination attempts was killed by a Houthi sniper in Sana'a. The group began to root out all opposition in areas under their control, accused of detaining and torturing journalists, academics, students, and minorities, as well as recruiting child soldiers. Meanwhile, they continued to expand their territory, launching a series of reprisal attacks into Saudi Arabia. On the 14th of September 2019, Saudi's Aramco oil facilities were hit by drone strikes, shutting down 2 of its main facilities and taking out 5% of the global oil supply. The Houthis claimed the strike, citing it as a victory.
That's the most important part, is that they just rip with Iranian weapons. They rip through Saudi oil refineries and facilities. And they do it all the time. Like, the way they are dishing it out, the way they make a promise and dish it out towards Israel, they do the exact same thing to Saudi, or they were doing the exact same thing to Saudi Arabia. Funnily enough, this attack was done by Iran law. The Houthis claimed it to cover them. Well, I don't know if that was, I don't know if it's a Iranian attack or Houthi attack. Regardless, it's just, no matter what happens, like, they are directly willing and able to take it to the coffers, which is the most important part. Like, they 100% recognize, like, how to wage this kind of war. Once you start impacting dollars, then the situation becomes a problem. Killing soldiers is nothing, okay? Killing your enemy's soldiers is nothing. It's nothing. Your enemy will always have more soldiers. Okay, sure. You'll demoralize them a little bit, maybe, but it doesn't matter. Soldiers are expendable. Okay? Soldiers are replaceable. But when you actually go after the bottom line, then you're really arriving at a problem. Then you've really created a problem.
Victory against their adversary. But Saudi and the US blamed Iran, accusing them of using the Houthis as cover to launch their...
It's also hard because so Saudi Arabia has an interest in whitewashing and sports washing. So when they're doing Formula One weekend, a massive deal for Saudi Arabia is like way of trying to reach out to the Western world and show a different face. And you know, there's explosions during Formula One weekend. All of a sudden, everyone in the Western world is reminded, oh crap, these guys are actually still waging war. That's a huge deal. That's part of the reason why Saudi Arabia doesn't want to reignite a war with the Houthis at all, specifically because, you know, they got the UFC, you know what I mean? Like, they got Formula One, they got the UFC, they got their golf tournaments and shit. So when you're having a golf tournament and the Houthis are dropping drone strikes on oil refineries and shit, all of a sudden, nobody's going to want to come to the golf tournament. Protect Cristiano Ronaldo is what the Western world is going to say. So, yeah.
Own attacks on the Gulf. Iran denied playing a role in the attack, as well as repeated accusations that it funded and armed the Shia rebels since the beginning of the war. 6 years on, the Houthis look closer than ever to seizing total control of Yemen, confident they can hold out longer than the Saudis and the Yemeni government. Nearly 6 decades.
Yeah, man, it's always the case. Dude, listen. Once you've lost control of the public, it doesn't matter if you're a figurehead. If you are seen as someone who is being led by an outside party, in which case, you know, Saudi Arabia, which is, of course, as everybody correctly understands, is a proxy for America, okay, it's over. It's Jover. These guys are tunneled in because they live there. And the more they blow it up from the outside, the more they're going to get galvanized.
It's after the Imam.
Odd how Middle Eastern Eye skipped 5 years involved in the most brutal blockade in modern memory before Gaza. Well, I don't know. Middle East Eye is, what are they? They're like, are they Qatari? I suspect that they have, I suspect that they have their own personal motivations. The thing is, Qatar and none of the Gulf states actually like Iran. They don't like Iran at all. You know, they are ultimately, even if they don't like Israel and criticize Israel and are very good at their coverage on Palestine, they still are not like fond of Iran either. So that's why Middle East Eye is like very good when it comes to its coverage in Palestine. But when it comes to any kind of other proxy beyond that, it's still going to be a little bit it's going to be a little bit different. Oh yeah, let's finish this.
Mate was overthrown. What will happen if the Houthis win the war?
Yeah, this is also from 2021, which, because they did win, is actually London based. Yeah. So now they did, and they have. Here is a Vox video about how the U.S. may be aiding war crimes in Yemen. Maybe.
One of the Middle East's bloodiest conflicts is also one of its most overlooked. It's not Syria or Iraq. It's in a different place entirely, Yemen. The 20-month-old civil war there has killed more than 10,000 people and triggered a massive humanitarian crisis. But press coverage has been minimal, overshadowed by the fight against ISIS in Syria and in Iraq. In Yemen, one side has Houthi rebels, backed by Iran.
This is from 2016, by the way. The U.S. is helping Saudi Arabia bomb Yemen, and it's a disaster. Is this a Johnny Harris video? I mean, he was, back then, he was there. Is there TOS in this?
On the other, you have the former Yemeni
I gotta
government
pee.
of Abdrabbu Mansour al-Hadi, backed by a coalition of 10 countries led by neighboring Saudi Arabia, who is ultimately also backed by the US. The civil war there erupted in 2015 when the Houthis, a Shiite group who received money and weapons from Iran, took up arms to overthrow Yemen's government, which is Sunni and backed by Saudi Arabia. The Houthis complain that the government discriminated against them for years, mistreating them on a large scale, and that their fight is a fight to be treated fairly. Many in the region, by contrast, see it very differently. They think it's the latest front in a shadow war between Saudi Arabia and Iran for control over the entire region. In March of 2015, Saudi Arabia began bombing Houthi-held territory across Yemen, causing mass civilian casualties. They've destroyed targets ranging from marketplaces to hospitals, from schools, and even to a funeral recently where 140 people were killed in a single strike. In August, the Saudis bombed the vital port of Hodeidah, severely damaging a main source of Yemen's food and humanitarian aid shipments, and increasing the chances of mass starvation in what is already an impoverished country. The indiscriminate bombing has prompted investigations by the UN for possible war crimes. But while the Saudis are leading this bloody campaign, the blame also spreads to a great power whose support is directly contributing to the carnage, to the United States.
No
The US
way.
has supported
No,
Saudi
stop.
Arabia militarily since World War II, selling arms, providing military aid, and training the Saudi military on how to use US manufacturing.
Including literally Al-Qaeda, by the way. If you remember the famous America deserved 9/11 quote from a particular political commentator, if you remember the entire context of that situation, at that time, I was specifically talking about a certain veteran representative, okay, who had actually blocked a measure to stop giving arms to Saudi Arabia. Okay? And I was actually criticizing him for blocking the measure to stop giving arms to Saudi Arabia, to continue giving arms to Saudi Arabia, while simultaneously talking about 9/11, about how, like, oh, they hate us because they ain't us. They hate us because they hate us. Those arms were ending up in the hands of Al-Qaeda, okay? American arms were being given to Al-Qaeda to be used in Yemen. Just something to remember. Okay? Just something to remember. These are things that I've been talking about for years. So whenever people come to this broadcast and say, Hasan, you've changed your perspective, it's because they didn't understand my perspective at all, or rather, they thought, like, you know, Saudi Arabia is a good person, or is a good country to criticize, but America is not a good country to criticize, right? Like, I mean, just remember that. A throwback. If you have a problem supporting terrorists and those who fund terrorists, why did you vote against stopping our arms sales to Saudi Arabia 4 times? Those weapons are now literally in the hands of Al-Qaeda. Precisely the point I made in the video that cuts off right before. Obviously, I don't support terrorism. After all, I'm criticizing the American government for supporting terrorism, both leading up to and post 9/11. I realize I use imprecise language that got easily weaponized by the right, but spare me your moral grandstanding. As far as the brave Mujahideen joke goes, it was direct reference to Reagan arming and commanding the Mujahideen, you know, since we consider them our allies when we armed them. How many identical foreign policy blunders will it take for the U.S. to stop repeating the same mistakes? Damn, dog. That's crazy. That's crazy. A lot of people say, Hasan, you've changed. To them, I say, you've changed. You have. Or rather, you never understood my argument at all. You never internalized it. You never understood it. You thought we were in the same fight because you were like, oh, well, he's shitting on Saudi Arabia. I don't like those guys either. They're Muslim. They're weird. So funny. Damn, that guy was cooking. Get him on stream. Yeah. Just saying, man. Many people turn around and say, Hasan, you were base when you said America deserved 9/11, but now I'm mad at you. And it's like, no, dude, nothing changed. Nothing changed on my end. Something changed on yours. Okay? Where you decided, because your only understanding of politics revolves around petty drama from online political commentators and what they are telling you is the truth, that usually often aligns with American foreign policy, that your perspective shifted. And now you think anybody that criticizes American foreign policy is just simply saying, America bad, with nothing else to back it up with. You became less intellectually curious. Okay? That's what happened to you. I didn't change. I'm still the same guy. It's you who shut off any kind of dissent. It's you who refuse to see a different perspective completely. I feel you say that too, the Muslim bad part. Man, shut up, Sufi Masoodi. You didn't even know about circumcision, okay? Don't come at me with this shit. I don't want to hear from you ever again about Islam. Don't make me pull out the receipts and make fun of you, okay?
Manufactured planes, tanks, and other weapons. In recent years, Saudi Arabia has bought more weapons from the US than any other country in the world. Just since March of 2015, the US has authorized $22
They show empty grave digging. I don't think that's TOS. No, that's good. That's fine.
$1 billion worth of weapon sales to Saudi Arabia. The most recent deal includes 20 Abrams tanks listed as battle damage replacements. The battle, of course, is Yemen. The weapons the US sells also include cluster bombs, banned by most of the international community, and F-15 fighter planes, which is making up the vast bulk of what the Saudi Air Force is currently using as it bombs Yemen. But America's aid to Saudi Arabia goes way beyond weapon sales, and it's directly contributing to the current fight. That's because Washington is literally helping to refuel Saudi planes while they strike targets across Yemen. When the Saudis asked the US to refuel one of their planes, giant American tankers like the KC-135 Stratotanker take off from the Incirlik Air Base in Turkey or from US carriers in the Arabian Sea. They then link up with Saudi F-15s in international airspace. These airborne refuels give the Saudi planes...
They literally did that. By the way, the Incirlik thing is significant because like that base was also used to refuel the F-16s that were bombing Turkish cities in the coup d'etat that happened. So just remember that. Remember the Incirlik base, okay? It's got nukes in it too.
A much
American
longer
nukes.
range, and allows Saudi's air campaign to become more lethal because the planes can stay in the air longer and hit targets much more frequently. As of late November, the US had flown more than 1,600 refueling missions to over 6,300 aircraft in the skies bombing Yemen. That's an average of 2 a day. So why is the US so supportive of this bloody campaign? The most important reason is the Iran nuclear deal. In 2015, the Obama administration offered to drop its crippling economic sanctions on Iran in exchange for Iran limiting its nuclear.
A phenomenal, genuinely good Obama-era foreign policy deal that Donald Trump ripped apart because Israel did not like it. Straight up. Okay? 1,000%. You know who hated the Iran denuclearization deal? Israel. That's it. Everybody else was on board. It took so many years of negotiations to finally get to that. It was a multilateral, like so many countries involved. And just, it cast it aside.
Program. Without those sanctions, Iran's political and economic power has significantly increased, making Saudi Arabia nervous that their enemy will gain new influence in the region, in countries from Iraq to Lebanon, and from Syria to Yemen.
I don't know about that, man. Trump said that shit on the campaign trail from the get-go. No, his reactionary approach to the Iran denuclearization deal comes from him reading the room correctly. But the idea of like hating the Iran denuclearization deal was Israel's biggest gripe with the Obama administration. Part of the reason why Obama is a hated politician in Israel in general is, despite the fact that Obama on his way out gave Benjamin Netanyahu a gift of $38 billion over the course of 10 years, is because of the Iran denuclearization deal. It's the major source of conflict. Like that is definitely one of the biggest problems, because it meant normalizing relations with Iran.
Now that Iranian influence is in Saudi Arabia's backyard.
I've heard America say that the Iran nuclear deal had no guarantees of oversight of Iran nuclear development. Is it true? No, it's a 100% a lie. It is literally the funniest, stupidest lie of all time. That's precisely the reason why that's not even what the Trump administration said. They said Iran is still arming proxies in the region and doing terrorism, so we're throwing the Iran denuclearization deal, even though UN envoys went in, weapons inspectors went into Iran and said Iran literally was following through on the denuclearization deal after Trump had cast it aside. And then Donald Trump, after throwing the deal aside, added additional sanctions. That wasn't even a part of the deal, the whole proxies and funding proxies or whatever. Okay? I'm telling you, one of the gravest, it was just one of the worst things that the Trump administration did as it pertains to foreign policy. Remember, Donald Trump is such a dove, right?
The Saudis fear that Houthi rebels loyal to Iran will now be literally on the footsteps of their country. They want U.S. help beating them back. Secondly, the intervention in Yemen is also a part of
the IAEA literally had cameras throughout the nuclear facilities. The criticism was the lack of sanctions was allowing the Iranians to fund its proxies like Hezbollah. Exactly. That's it. That's why. The deal was not cut on the proxies being funded. The deal was cut on the basis of Iran denuclearizing, which was good. That was a good thing. And because it was a good thing only because it allowed the normalization of relations with Iran, diminishing sanctions, things of that nature. It was a good deal. Anyway. What's your proof that Saudi did fund Al-Qaeda? What's my proof that Saudi Arabia funded Al-Qaeda? What? Hello? Are you asking like 9/11 style, or are you asking currently American arms reaching Saudi Arabia, Al-Qaeda? I mean, just look up the Saudi royal family. I don't know if you know about a little known man who probably should have joined the NBA instead of, trying to dunk on the Twin Towers. Okay? His name was Osama bin Laden. I don't know if you know about him. Maybe you saw him. He's popping off on TikTok recently. He was 6'7". He was tall as hell. Yeah. All right, let's continue.
The U.S.'s broader counter-terror strategy for the Middle East.
The goal of U.S. policy in Yemen is to make sure that Yemen cannot be a safe haven that extremists can use to attack the West and to attack the United States.
Yemen is home to the most active and dangerous branch of Al-Qaeda. The U.S. has a major interest in preventing this terror.
Yeah, who were they being funded by?
From taking advantage of the power vacuum in Yemen to plot new attacks. Finally, the U.S. is honoring one of its longest-standing and most important allies. Since World War II, Saudi Arabia has been a vital partner against communism and now terrorism. The Yemen campaign is a high priority for Saudi Arabia. and that makes it a priority for the United States. But as the war devolves into a bloody stalemate, the administration is increasingly...
He was 6'4", 6'5", bro. He was literally your height. I thought he was like 6'7". People used to say he's 6'7".
worried about being complicit in potential war crimes. In State Department documents obtained by Reuters, a meeting agenda from January of 2016 talks about limiting exposure to LOAC, which means the law of armed conflict. Some in the White House worry that the U.S. was potentially violating that law because of its assistance to Saudi Arabia. In those documents, State Department officials also discuss the implications of a 2013 International Court decision implying that if the U.S. were to provide practical assistance, encouragement, or moral support to the Saudis, the U.S. could be charged with war crimes itself. In an effort to avoid this, the U.S. issued a no-strike list to the Saudis to try to mitigate civilian casualties.
It's so funny that, like, our other regional ally, rather regional proxy, identical situation. It's like our unconditional support for Israel, just like our unconditional support to Saudi Arabia, on identical terms, is putting us liable legally for crimes of genocide. But of course, it doesn't matter what happened with the Saudi situation. Nothing. What will happen with the Israel situation? Most likely the same. Okay?
It included things like known hospitals, universities, schools, cemeteries. The Saudis appear to be ignoring it.
They appear to be ignoring it. The laser guidance that we gave the Saudis guided those missiles that we gave to the Saudis. Like, in the rubble, I remember covering the school bus that... I remember covering the school bus that blew up. Okay? And it was like, there was literally a piece of there was a piece of the munitions used inside of in the rubble. The school bus that was blown up. And I think it was Raytheon, wasn't it? One of the military-industrial complex beneficiaries.
The UN estimates 10,000 people have died in the fighting, that 370,000 children are malnourished, and that 10,000 other children have already died.
Shredded backpacks with like melted child skin on it, next to the remaining the remains of a Raytheon missile. Just great advertisement. So here is what by 2020 by 2020 in 4 years after this, that number had skyrocketed. What is the overall like total? Here, let's look at the Wikipedia. No. It was Raytheon. My man said, when is the next 9/11 gonna drop? Oh, it wasn't Raytheon, it was Lockheed Martin. Damn, sorry. Bomb that killed 40 children in Yemen was supplied by the US. Oh, it was an MK-82. Nice. I mean, they all create some of the best child killers. Like, they're just so good. America's best export. Like, we make the best child killer bombs. It's so good. Shit. The other. All right, never mind. Let's continue.
From preventable disease. Nearly 3 million people have been pushed out of their homes in the last year of fighting alone. Truces have come and gone, while hopes for peace talks falter. The Houthis continue to run the government in the capital of Sana'a, raising questions about what Saudi Arabia has actually accomplished, and whether any of it could possibly be worth the cost.
By the way, this is why the same dynamic for liberals, when they heard about the genocide in Yemen, heard that like Saudi Arabia was doing it. So they were like, oh, okay, that's a permissible thing to criticize, right? Now, though, when America is bombing Yemen directly, okay, at the behest of America's ally Israel, now they're going to be like, dude, so worth it. Actually, the Houthis are the real bad guys in every situation, probably the worst guys. Remember, the very same people, I told you this yesterday, when America first blew up positions in Yemen, I told you that they were going to, you could key search, if they haven't already deleted their older tweets, you could probably key search like people condemning Saudi Arabia for the genocide in Yemen back in like 2016, 2017, 2018. And then those very same liberals now being like, actually, the genocide wasn't really a genocide. It was a double genocide. It was the Houthis that were doing the genocide.
Here at home, in Congress, some lawmakers from both parties have talked about stopping weapons sales to Saudi Arabia until it does more to keep the air-worn Yemen from causing massive human rights abuses. Others argue that America's relationship with Saudi Arabia is so important that the U.S. needs to keep selling weapons despite the carnage in Yemen. The Obama administration,
especially after Khashoggi, when Saudi Arabia chopped up Jamal Khashoggi, whatever, right? And Donald Trump was asked, like, what's up? You're going to keep giving them $10 billion in weapons, worth of weapons? And Trump straight up said, what are you going to do? Like, who's going to buy the weapons? Somebody has to buy the weapons. If they don't buy it from us, they're going to buy it from Russia. And every liberal united in collectively saying, how dare you, sir? How dare you? How dare you say such things? Those very same liberals are now totally on board with bombing Yemen.
For its part, has repeatedly urged.
You were so goddamn right about the 40-year-old IT guys with DemSoc, BLM in their profiles, but totally cape for the U.S. bombing the shit out of Yemen. I encountered one this morning on Blue Sky. Oh, I'm telling you, it's the most predictable group of morons, okay?
The Saudis to do more to avoid accidentally hitting targets like schools and like hospitals. The White House has also condemned individual attacks. But the reality is that the U.S. finds itself increasingly complicit with the actions of a coalition led by Saudi Arabia. That means President Obama will leave office with America helping an ally fight a bloody war, causing mass civilian suffering that shows no signs of ending. And that is not a legacy to be proud of.
Yeah. Watch Vox make a new video about like how it's totally sick to blow up Yemen now. Why is killing Islamic jihadists bad? Great question, Saint Matriarch. First and foremost, I don't think we should be killing Islamic jihadists, okay? Especially because what you consider to be an Islamic jihadist is obviously most likely guided by white supremacist opinions. Secondly, this conflict, the closest thing that you associate to Islamic jihadists would be what? Salafists, right? I assume like the Al-Qaedas of the world or maybe the ISIS, right? The irony here is that it was the Al-Qaedas of the world that were that the Houthis were fighting against. So America is now aligning with was aligning with the jihadists in that circumstance, or whatever you consider to be a jihadist. I personally don't think that we should be doing genocide, ethnic cleansing, bombing campaigns using cluster bombs against any kind of religious group of individuals because we've decided that they're fundamentalists. And that extends even to Nazis in America. Okay? That's just me. I think that there are better solutions, like, fixing the underlying material inequalities and dealing with people like they are real human beings. Okay? That's what I think. This was one of the saddest and funniest clips of the entire relationship between Trump and MBS. He literally had a catalog of weapons. Dude, also MBS loves him, though.
Over a fairly short period of time. I was in Saudi Arabia in May.
He loves MBS.
And we are bringing back hundreds of billions of dollars into the United States, and we understand that. And
how then do you determine who is fundamentalist, jihadist? Genuine question. You don't. That's the whole point. And that's precisely the reason why it's a stupid idea, especially when you are super far removed from what's going on there. That's my point. You don't. There is no Islamist jihadist that you're blowing up in that situation. You're just blowing up Arabs. You're blowing up Muslims. You're blowing up brown people. And then you leave the rest in rubble. And then those that survive the bombing campaign become the next line of what you consider to be a jihadist or whatever the fuck.
They understand that some of the things that have been approved and are currently under construction and will be delivered to Saudi Arabia very soon, and that's for their protection. But if you look in terms of dollars, $3 billion, $533 million, $525 million, that's peanuts for you.
That's so sad. It is peanuts. Oh, this was the best. This was the best. The orb. Remember this? God, Trump was such content. I mean, he was such an awful monster. But like, there is definitely an art to his approach. Like, what a silly guy. I wish I had known about you on TYT during the Trump era. Oh, dude, I was having a fun time. I was definitely at TYT. My commentary was still like, you know, definitely very spicy regularly, but I did dial back the way I spoke about things quite a bit, I would say. Are you sure MBS aren't already an atheist at this point? What difference does it make, man? These guys are like judging them on their real, genuine interest in religion is so silly. Yeah, libs have all conveniently forgotten about this. Trump vetoes measure to end U.S. involvement in Yemen war. Yeah. Every single liberal that engaged in like commentary on Yemen that is now being like, well, now that Biden is on board with bombing Yemen, we're on board too. Just remember that. What is this? This is a non-starter for Palestinians. Exclusive Biden aide Brett McGurk. Brett McGurk's 90-day plan for Gaza focus on a Saudi-Israel deal, sidelining Palestine and arming U.S. officials. That's great. Yeah, let's keep doing the exact same thing that sidestep Palestinians. That's a good and smart thing to do. McGurk envisions a Jerusalem-Jeddah pact and a victory tour. Blinken raised one aspect to top Palestinians and was rebuffed. McGurk's proposal is a top-secret document per a U.S. official. It ties dollars for Gaza to Palestinian acceptance of a Saudi-Isser bargain. One official said the approach misses the point and risks instability for years to come. Another linked its delusionally optimistic tack to Yemen. Yeah, something so weird too is when Trump supporters say Trump was the only president to not start a new war in office. Like, okay, but he sure as hell didn't do anything to end the ones he inherited. What a peaceful dove he is. Yeah, he also did a lot in his power to open up a new war, and the restraint wasn't on his end. The restraint was on those who received the incredibly violent escalations and didn't do anything about it. So the idea that like Trump did not start any new wars doesn't change the reality that he assassinated Qasem Soleimani, which was ridiculous. I mean, you could argue that Ukraine wouldn't have happened without Trump beefing up Putin's ego. No. If anything, I think beefing up Putin's ego would have been a more stabilizing force, potentially. Trump's like fake anti-NATO sentiment was like liberals were the ones who were who kept saying that you know, Trump's anti-NATO sentiment is done at the behest of Putin. Anyway. All right, this is a ridiculous deal. Charles Lister says, first off, this is a non-starter for Palestinians. And second, this is just a trumped-up, pun-intended version of the deal being pursued before October 7th, which itself is a near carbon copy of the Trump admin's original goal. Has nothing been learned, just baffling. Yeah. This is Abraham Accords Redux. Awesome. So, what does the BBC have to say about why did the US and UK carry out strikes on the Houthis?
In the Red Sea and Yemen. This is American and British air.
If war broke out between the USA and his allies and Iran and his allies, where would you move to? Beijing. White monkey time. Straight up. I would be like, you know, the guy who's like the son of Hamas that always goes on like Western media and is like, Hamas is ISIS. My father is ISIS. Like, you know, that guy? I would be that guy in China for America. Okay? I'd be like, I would be that guy, but against America in China.
Airstrikes on Houthi targets.
I'd be the Yami Park. Yeah, I'd be the Yami Park of America, but in China.
In Yemen. Houthis say UK and US would pay a heavy price for these attacks. Attacks also being criticised by Russia, Turkey and Iran. Well, this footage that we're going to look at now is from one of the UK RAF strikes from the air that you can see there. 4 Royal Air Force Typhoon fighter jets took part in the raids, along with US Navy jets. The British Prime Minister called the strikes necessary and proportionate.
So you wouldn't be lying? So it's not really the same? No, I would lie. I'd be like, in America, they eat babies. They do abortions. And that's like, and then they eat the babies. And then the president eats the spinal fluid of the baby. And then the baby says, don't eat me. And if the baby actually pushes back during the abortion process, like, then it's a more powerful spinal fluid. Like, stuff like, I would be Yami Park. Like, I would greatly exaggerate things that are going on. You know? Yeah, I'd just be QAnon. I'd be doing QAnon stuff.
And the US says Houthi command and control centres, munitions depots, launching systems, production facilities and air defence.
Channel 4's report on all this is better than anyone else's, in my opinion. Well, Channel 4 is always better than everybody else's reporting in the UK. They're single-handedly carrying journalism in the UK, it seems, aside from like Novara Media and shit. Lie to them and tell Americans don't have health care. Oh, wait, that's true? Yeah. I mean, if I wasn't going to lie and I was going to do a Yami Park describing, like, America, I would tell them that, like, in America, the government cares less about genocide and more about shipping delays. So sometimes when America is helping do a genocide in another country, and another country, it says, no, don't do that genocide. We have to stop you. And they engage in shipping delays, America goes and helps do more genocide in the country that's trying to stop the genocide. I'd be like, Americans have so much reverence for their dear leader. They're so stupid that they sometimes will celebrate not being able to have health care that the rest of the world has by pointing to why they don't have health care. All of the guns that go and kill people overseas. Americans are so stupid that they say no to concepts like, cheap public transit or public schooling in general. Americans are so dumb, they hate school. They hate school so much that they literally want to abolish schooling in general. Is that literally what libs do? I can't? What do you mean? Yeah, I mean, these aren't lies. I'm saying, like, I could describe positions that are happening in America about, yeah, sometimes when there's shipping delays, we have to push the ships. Yeah. Do politicians defund schools? What? That's not true. 60 to 70% of Americans want social programs. I don't know.
Necessary and proportionate. Significant, but targeted. That's how the UK and US have described these missile strikes on Yemen. While at pains to emphasize, this is action, but not escalation.
I think the whole line of we are going to show them why we don't have health care is just a pathetic attempt at dark humor while still criticizing. No, that's what it started off as. It was literally a way to joke about how, like, America cares more about, like, aircraft carriers than health care for its own citizens. That's how it started. Now people are unironically riding for it. The amount of unironic videos of aircraft carriers with, like, music playing in the background of, like, Yemen gonna learn today is so sad. So many of the NATO Andes are the exact same as the neocon hogs of the past. Straight up. Straight up. They're like, dude, fuck around and find out. And it's like, what do you think? Like, do you think the people of Yemen don't realize that the largest military superpower on the planet has the capacity to kill a shit ton of their people? Like, what do you think was happening in Yemen until, like, a couple years ago? Like, the idea that it's a fuck around and find out situation is so stupid. It's like, it's the same principle behind Palestinians and Hamas. You know what I mean? Like, you think the Palestinians don't know? Do you think the people living in Gaza don't know what Israel's gonna do? It's so stupid. You have to be a total idiot. I mean, you also have to just completely have no moral framework. You have to just banish yourself. You have to cast aside any morality to look at a situation like this and be like, that's right, baby. Stars and bars. We're wiping out that godless Muslim country. Sick.
For weeks now, Houthi rebels have targeted container ships in the Red Sea. Last night came the response. A US-led and coordinated mission. Dozens of American jets, more than 60 targets struck in 16 locations. Houthi command centers, munitions depots, and air defense systems in Yemen, says the US government.
This white monkey dude does what you say. I timestamped the part where he describes America with scary music.
4 British Typhoons.
Love that.
We carried out a series of strikes together with allies.
You have to have fully dedicated yourself to white supremacy. No, these goons don't even realize American chauvinism is obviously inherently white supremacist, but they don't recognize that. A lot of liberals don't recognize that they are absolutely engaging in the same exact white supremacist narratives, okay, that Republicans engage in when it comes to foreign policy, okay? They're just blinded by it. They're blinded by it. Like they're blinded by the top of the Arab rate. Like they don't know what's happening. What? Some spam I got from Hyundai is the MLK24 coupon code. That's awesome. That's great. Anyway, here's a 3-minute ad break now, boys. Get it while it's hot. Get those subscriptions.
Radar.
Wrong one.
Which will, we believe, degrade and disrupt the capability. The types of things that we've targeted are launch sites for missiles and for drones. Initial indications are that those strikes have been successful. We'll continue to monitor the situation, but it's clear that this type of behavior can't be met without a response. We need to send a strong signal that this breach of international law is wrong. People can't act like this with impunity, and that's why, together with allies, we've decided to take this action.
Yemen is not the conflict Rishi Sunak intended talking about today. The Prime Minister landed in Kyiv this morning to announce £2.5 billion of funding. But before heading to Ukraine,
so cooked.
Airstrikes.
So cooked. Bro, Zelensky is so cucked, dude. Utterly, unimaginably cucked. God damn, son. Imagine thinking that you have full-blown, unconditional support of the West with unlimited funding. Okay? Dumb bombs, smart bombs, all of it. Okay? They keep telling you over and over again, dog, you are going to purge the Russians, okay? Oh, my God. Keep doing it. Keep doing it, King. There's a moment in time when you're like, okay, we push back a little bit, okay? Maybe we sit at the ceasefire negotiations process. Maybe we try to figure some shit out. America's like, no, dog, you don't have to do that. We got endless money for you, homie. We have the money faucet. Keep giving you all the guns. We keep giving you all the weapons. Also, privatize, all the remaining state institutions for me, please. Okay, pretty cool. All right, that's great too. But also remember, we got you. We got you, homie. We got you. Please keep it going. We're with you all the way. Oh, do you want a no-fly zone over Ukraine? We can't do that. Obviously, that'd be World War III. Come on. That's not going to happen. But we got you. Keep fighting. Keep throwing more human beings in the fucking grinder. Okay? And now, all of a sudden, Israel, which ironically has been a, fair weather fan anyway of Ukraine from the jump, turns around and does his own little ethnic cleansing campaign, and the rest of the world forgets about Ukraine. Like Rishi Sunak is supposed to be doing this Ukraine tour, and he's still talking about Israel. If I'm Zelensky, I'm so mad. I'm so mad. Putin gets to dance around like he's like some wonderful peace-loving dove. This is a lot of speculation. Wait, what? Speculation? What did I just speculate on? What did I speculate on? I didn't say anything about I didn't speculate on anything. I'm talking about specifically what's going on with the Western world leaving Ukraine behind. Which is real. That's what's happening. Shout out about to cut 3-4 hours videos on your life.
Since November, Houthi rebels in Yemen have launched 27 attacks on commercial ships travelling through the Red Sea. This is a vital artery for global trade. Nearly 15% of all seaborne trade passes through here and onto the Suez Canal. These attacks have forced ships to reroute all the way around southern Africa, adding 2 weeks to journey times and $1 million to the cost. These audacious attacks have grown in number and scale since November. And this is believed to be the tipping point. A Royal Navy ship shooting down 7 drones overnight on Tuesday. But while the US and UK talk only of trade, for the Iranian-backed Houthis, what ends in the Red Sea begins in Gaza. These attacks on Yemen were part of the American-British support for the continuation of the Israeli crime in Gaza, says a Houthi military spokesman, adding, it will not go unanswered or unpunished.
is so...
For the man who used to advise prime ministers in times like...
Something that a chatter brought up was very interesting to me, and was actually a really good take, is that, like, everybody that says, like, oh, dude, these guys are doing piracy, how dare you defend pirates? Not realizing my position on piracy in general because I love One Piece. Like, they have no alternative as to why the Houthi actions started in the Red Sea to begin with. Like, what is it? You think it's you think they're making out like bandits here? Taking over a couple, like, mostly empty container ships? Like, what, are they making money? Where are they fencing it off to? Like, what is the real reason then? They're just doing it because they hate Jewish people. That's why they're doing it.
Like this, the airstrikes were inevitable.
I think anything less than this would have been seen as a pinprick and would have been shrugged off. It had to be quite large and quite widespread for the Houthis to get the message, this is serious. It isn't just a gesture.
But is there not a risk of escalation now?
I do not think it's going to bring Iran in. Iran does not want a direct confrontation with the Americans. They're happy their proxies should be poking up the West and burnishing their credentials. So I don't think that this is we're not on the verge of a wider war in my view.
The Houthis say 5 of their fighters were killed last night and 6 wounded. The US President Joe Biden says he will not hesitate to direct further measures to protect his people and the free flow of international commerce as necessary. Look, no Prime Minister takes action like this lightly. And of course, this is Rishi Sunak's first time that he's authorised military intervention since becoming Prime Minister. And he's done it without talking to Parliament first. There is a precedent for that. Theresa May did the same before airstrikes.
Why did the UK join in? Wouldn't it just be the most advantageous to pin the blame on action on USA? What do you mean? Who's the horniest little lapdog for American imperialism out there? Like, it's not just Israel. UK's the worst, bro.
In Syria, but he has been criticised by other parliamentary parties, the SNP, the Liberal Democrats, all saying they want Parliament to have their say. There are even calls at one point for possibly a retrospective vote. That's not going to happen. And the one person who has given Rishi Sunak his full-throated support is Keir Starmer, the Labour leader, saying that this was right and proportionate. He did say, though, they would like to hear from...
So messed up that UK Labour is identical. They used to call Tony Blair America's poodle. UK Labour is identical to the Democratic Party. Just so bad. So bad. The UK is completely captured.
The Prime Minister at the earliest opportunity. I've been told by the Prime Minister's spokesperson that should happen on Monday. But ultimately, the Prime Minister says, look, this was limited, necessary and proportionate action in self-defence.
But are they suggesting this was a one-off, or could there be more?
Well, the government certainly hopes this will be a one-off. The one factor in that could be a decider is what the Houthis do now. But all in, what you've seen today is pretty much all the UK and the US can do. There is no appetite for boots on the ground. So if more attacks continue, we can expect more airstrikes. But there's no appetite for boots on the ground, especially not in an election year for both.
Wow. Oh, thank God, dude. They're so restrained. They're so restrained that they're not, like, violently invading Yemen.
The US and the UK. And just give us some idea of the costs involved with this. That attack that we showed you from Tuesday, those Shahed drones that are donated by Iran are worth $20,000. The missiles that shot them out of the sky are worth more than £1 million. Lengthy wars are expensive.
Paul McNamara in Downing Street. Well, the Houthi rebels weren't exactly
phenomenal ROI
outside the region before all this. When it comes to concerns about an escalation of the Gaza war, much of the focus has been on Hezbollah in Lebanon, or indeed Iran itself, which backs both groups and leads the so-called axis of resistance, an anti-Western coalition. One Houthi leader claimed today all this heralds a long-term battle that will change the direction of the region and of the world. Here's our foreign affairs correspondent, Sikandar Kamani.
Anger and defiance on the streets of Sana'a today. A huge crowd of Houthi supporters burn an American.
I think the Axis is not a wrong term here. Like, people get caught up in that, but no, the axis of resistance is like perfectly valid.
An Israeli flag. Many here are uncowed by the airstrikes overnight.
Guys, they have First Amendment laws out there.
And want to see their own forces respond.
Yeah, they do. They do call them.
They come to our seas to strike us because we stood with Gaza. The sea is our sea and the land is our land, says this man. The Houthis released this footage late last year of their fighters seizing control of a commercial ship linked to an Israeli businessman. Other missile and drone attacks in the Red Sea.
Remember when you said 3 months ago that if China really wanted to be belligerent, they would retake Taiwan right now? How interesting that you mentioned that. Right at the eve of the Taiwanese election. That's crazy. Now, I think, look, I'll say this much. Like, Iran behaving a bit like a paper tiger in this situation, but as far as like who stands to gain the most and is not doing anything about it is China. Not with respect to Taiwan, but in general. China is applying what I've talked about before, like the sit back, crack your knuckles and watch approach. Because ultimately that shows restraint. It's like America is doing the classic reactionary nonsense that has been doing for so long, blowing itself up. That's it.
Have targeted ships apparently unconnected to Israel. The Houthis are keen to flaunt their solidarity with Gaza. After the ship was brought to port, Yemeni social media influencers were filmed dancing on the deck. A Yemeni comedian filmed another video on board. The Houthis' position as the wildcats at the vanguard of the Iran-backed axis of resistance has played well at home and in the region.
In Yemen, it's played very strongly for them. So they were having governance issues before.
The thing I'm actually unironically upset about with America's bombing campaign, beyond the human toll and how ridiculous it is that I really hope that one F5 from like 1958 or whatever is still around, because like it would make me very sad if the one goddamn airplane that they have blew up in the airstrikes. Because it was so cute and it was so fire, and then the guy who's like 60 years old was just like flying the shit out of that. And I really hope that they didn't blow that one up. Oh, you saw the memes law? Yeah, I think it survived, but I could be wrong. Wait, 100%. I saw, yeah, the guy who, remember when they flew the thing, like the one guy, the one pilot? I covered it on the broadcast. Hasan, can we cover this? Can we compare this to the Israeli social media just real quick? Yeah, exactly. No violence. As far as like their treatment of the hostages, they gave them what is it called, cot or whatever, like their a little bit of drugs for funsies. There was like a lot of videos that came out of them being like, "Listen, we do not want to kill you. We love you. We have no problem with you. It's Israel." That kind of stuff. They're treating him like guests.
before the October 7th attack by Hamas.
They gave him the drug that makes you dap people up.
Some protests against them. All of that has been forgotten, and it's really been a rallying cry.
The Houthis, members of the Shia minority who had long waged a low-level insurgency, swept into the Yemeni capital Sana'a in 2014, following the political tumult of the Arab Spring, which ousted an unpopular government. Western-backed political leaders sought to regain control with a vicious campaign of aerial bombardment led by neighbouring Saudi Arabia. Close to 400,000 people were killed directly or indirectly during the war, many of them children. A tense ceasefire has left the Houthis in control of most of the country, a weak internationally backed government and separatist forces in power elsewhere. Yemen is desperately poor. It was described as the worst humanitarian crisis in the world.
Liberals are trying to claim that the Houthis are being disingenuous when they claim they're doing it for Gaza, so why the fuck are they doing it? They haven't provided any logical explanation other than they crazy, they pirates, they hate Jews. Like, that's not rational at all. Yeah, but you have to remember, if you are a neoliberal supporter of American empire, a big part of being a supporter of American empire revolves around not affording any rationality to your enemies. Yeah, I mean, that's the whole principle behind, like, Israel being like, oh, yeah, the Hamas is ISIS, they barbarian. Like, that's all good. That's the same thing. That comes from the same place.
Before Israel's assault on Gaza. But the Houthis are no longer a ragtag army. They possess cruise and ballistic missiles. They've already fired some towards southern Israel in recent months, and they proved themselves more willing to up the ante militarily than Iranian-backed groups in Iraq or Hezbollah in Lebanon. Iranian support is key for the Houthis, but they're not beholden to them.
History tells us that when the Houthis took the capital Sana'a at the beginning of the civil war in Yemen back in September 2014, so nearly 10 years ago now, the message was from Iran for them not to do that. And they went ahead and did it anyways. They've been bombed for 7 years by the Saudi-led coalition as part of the civil war in Yemen. They've been blockaded. They've been sanctioned and repeatedly sanctioned by the US to little, if any, effect on them. So no, I don't think for them escalation is a fear that they really hold.
The Houthis show no sign of backing down. Tonight, their forces nearly mistakenly hit a tanker carrying Russian oil in the Red Sea. The airstrikes targeting them haven't been enough to deter them. How far are America and Britain willing to go
flags,
in order to try and do so?
This is another question I have. Like, I know we talked about this yesterday with, like, PSL making, like, these crazy, like, quickly and efficiently making what is it called, pancards in America. Pankart is what we say in Turkish. What is it called? Is placards? No, not placards. Like those signs. They make the signs, right? But these flags are massive, dude. Like, how do you find a massive Hezbollah flag? Like, how did you do that?
So, how nearly mistakenly hit a tanker carrying Russian oil in the Red Sea.
Like, that's a crazy large flag, dude. You need a flag guy? I'm just saying, like, that's big as hell.
The airstrikes targeting them haven't been enough to deter them. How far are America and Britain willing to go in order to try and do so?
Iran produces a shit ton of the stuff. They have a strong industry. Yeah, I don't think you can buy a Hezbollah flag on Amazon. Right? Like I don't think that you can. I'll get you in touch with my flag guy, Timu.
Well, we're joined now by Kurt Volker, a former US ambassador to NATO. Thank you for joining us. Given the Houthis withstood years of bombing by the Saudi-led coalition, would you expect one night of airstrikes to put an end to these attacks on shipping in the Red Sea?
No, not at all. I think that this was the right thing to do, but I think we have to be prepared for a lot more. This didn't start with the US and UK launching this campaign. It started with months worth now of attacks by the Houthis on US forces, on Israel, on shipping in the region. And it is all...
You don't understand. They attacked shipping. Chat. They attacked shipping. Think about that. They caused delays in shipping. You think that's all right? I can't think of anything worse than causing delays in shipping. Like what Israel is doing in Gaza pales in comparison.
Based on Iranian support. So Iran has given them the training, the weapons, the financing, and Iran is doing this on purpose to try to go after Israel and the West. So we need to understand what's happening, and we need to be prepared to continue to go after this. It is important that we do enough that Iran starts to feel that it has a stake in ending it.
If you assume that Iran is in control, I mean, to what extent is this, in their terms, a trap, drawing in Western nations into the Middle East conflict?
Well, actually, I think it is, I wouldn't characterize it as a trap. I'd say it's a different strategy from Iran. They believe that the US and the West desperately want to avoid a wider Middle East war, something I think they're right about. And so they feel they can get away with launching these proxy attacks.
Yeah, no, totally. The US has shown its willingness to try and avoid a larger conflict over and over again.
Attacks by Hezbollah or by Hamas or by the Houthis with impunity. And so we need to show that we are not so deterred and that we are able to hit back, including possibly even Iran itself.
Thank God. Thank God America showed Iran America's willingness to blow up Middle Eastern countries. Famously, absolutely nobody in the Middle East thought that America was willing and able to blow up any of the MENA nations. Famously. Everyone was totally oblivious to this. They were all like, I mean, if there's one thing, if there is one thing I know, it is America never wants to blow up the Middle East, is what people were saying. Like, that's what they say all the time.
In order for Iran to realize that this is not a cost-free strategy.
Sorry, just be clear, you think the US should consider striking Iran over this?
I think we have to look at Iran's interest directly. It's not only the Houthis, but it is the fact that Iran is providing the weapons, the training, the support, the intelligence, everything around this. So we should be looking at Iranian oil or gas facilities. We should be looking at Iranian military forces in the region, where they are present in many, many places, in order to show that there is a cost to Iran for doing this.
Well, I mean, but if we followed that route, that would be a wider Middle East war, wouldn't it?
I think it would actually cause Iran to step back. Right now, this is...
What? Bro, he literally... What? I'm losing my mind. Big bro, what are you saying? Bro, these guys are so insane, okay? They're so nuts. He's like, no, I'm telling you, like, the greatest de-escalation is by blowing up oil facilities of Iran. This would literally be ballistic missiles raining from the sky. There would literally be ballistic missiles raining from the sky. Yeah, it's just like what a psychotic take. I think one of the worst things that could have happened is that the global hegemonic superpower is so goddamn far removed from the rest of the world and has been able to isolate itself, or has been isolated geopolitically. It's just like, you can't have this approach if you're in the middle of Europe. You know what I mean? Because even if you're in the middle of Europe, you know, like, the destabilization inevitably is going to come knocking down your door. Like, you're going to have refugees to deal with, things of that nature, right? Like, America can just act like it's totally fine to do all of this nutty shit because they just don't have any, you just don't have any proximity to the conflict at all. It's crazy. Question mark, if USA is the middle of Europe, USA would have taken over the entirety of the Middle East just like we're doing it from afar. I think America's actions in Latin America in comparison to the Middle East should show you what I mean by that. No, you say South America. Yeah, great example. Exactly. Look at the way it deals with South America versus the way it deals with the Middle East. Last time we got close to dealing with some country that was our immediate neighbor was, I guess, Cuba. In the same way that we deal with Middle Eastern countries. We are, I think, way looser in our indiscriminate bombing campaigns of Middle Eastern nations than Latin American countries. The Great Sioux Nation has some issues with that, Lamau. Okay, well, that's not what I'm talking about. Obviously. Yeah, okay, Grenada. Great example. A country with a population size of like 8. There you go. Like, come on, dude. Panama, another one. Like, our actions that are, like, you cannot compare Grenada or Panama to what happens on a week. Like, what you're describing is literally a weekend in a weekend in Iraq. Okay? Like, not even. Is it maybe because Latin America isn't as tribal, what, per se, as the Arabs are? To be honest, I don't know much about Latin American unity with things like Bolsonaro and Argentina. Wait, what do you mean tribal? No, dog, is proximity. You think Arabs are tribal? What the fuck are you talking about? Bro, Arabs haven't been tribal since Islam, okay? Since the invention of Islam. That chatter is not aware of how racist he sounds, okay? Calm down, everybody. It's just Orientalism. He does not know. That's it. That's it. That's it. And the answer to that is not to point to, like, you know, Brazilian favelas like some other chatter was saying, to be like, look, they're tribal too. Like, no.
Escalating because we are not pushing back. And so Iran feels it can continue these attacks and others with relative impunity.
It's an election year in the United States. To what extent does this complicate matters, given Donald Trump put the Houthis, or classified them as terrorists, effectively, and Joe Biden undid that because of the effect it was having on the civilian population in Yemen, who were literally starving to death?
Yeah. Well, what's interesting is that the Biden administration is exercising considerable restraint in order to avoid escalation.
What?
While Republicans are calling for a return to a policy of maximum pressure on Iran and willing to support attacks such as this, these airstrikes such as this, that the Biden administration has done. So I actually think politically there's a lot of running room for the Biden administration to continue this and to keep going. And they are the ones that are showing more caution and trying to avoid escalation.
Do you think it's been a strategic error to allow the Houthis to stay in place? I mean, the war had gone on for years, and it's...
Yeah, okay, bro. Liberal guy talks about striking Iran, says it's de-escalation if you do strike Iran eventually. Says Biden has actually demonstrated restraint in Israel. and is using the term restraint while talking about bombing Yemen. Is so cooked. I don't know what to say. I mean, he's saying everything.
It effectively come to an end during 2023, or a sort of a stalemate, leaving the Houthis in position.
Is this guy's perspective actually common? His perspective is probably the most restrained perspective as it pertains to America's State Department policy. The worst aspect of that is the John Boltons of the world, who literally will tell you, like, if we don't nuke Iran tomorrow, I'm going to kill myself. Like, the John Boltons of the world are even worse than this guy.
Yeah, I don't know that we would be in a position to determine whether the Houthis stay in place or not, but we can set the conditions for regional security. And these sorts of attacks against our forces, against international shipping, are unacceptable. And they were launched after Israel, the Hamas attacks against Israel, and then Israel's response to that. And then they were allowed to continue. And so that is the cost.
John Manila, thank you for the 5. Get the subs.
Of inaction at the time to try to prevent these sorts of outbreaks of violence.
It's so crazy how often you have to logically defend / explain empathy these days. Yeah. Well, it's because all of the logic seekers have completely taken on the horse blinders position. They are so chauvinistic. So many supposedly like intellectuals are trying to intellectually defend America's endless war and bloodshed and also continuation of Israel's genocide. So in that situation, I have to do everything I can to appeal to the empathetic nature that people have that remains.
That it can continue this strategy because no one is pushing back on Iran directly.
Kurt Volker, thank you very much.
Well, a short time ago, I spoke to Hussein al-Bukaiti, who's a pro-Houthi commentator based in the Yemeni capital, Sana'a. I began by asking whether the strikes would have any impact on the Houthis.
I don't think they have caused any significant damage to Yemeni army capability, because we remember in the last 9 years, Saudi has conducted tens of thousands of airstrike. But what was the result? The Yemeni army here in Sana'a has become much stronger, and they have actually defeated Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates.
So what you're saying, just to be clear, is that there will be a military response from the Houthi forces against the Americans and the Brits in the Red Sea?
Yes, of course, because the leader of Ansarullah, as they call the Houthi, he have warned yesterday, before the attack, if United States will take any step to target Yemen, there will be a huge and a big attack against their battleship or against any area that was used to launch those attacks.
Ships that had been targeted by the Houthis, not one of them was heading for an Israeli port, not one. So it was the Houthis who were targeting innocent, unarmed international ships, tankers, container ships.
If the target were all international ships, non-Israeli, why the Egypt and as well the Suez Canal have announced that the Suez Canal was not affected? This means only a handful of ships, and they refuse to answer Yemeni army if they were not actually linked to Israel, or they were not hidden to any port in Israel. They will respond.
Like if America did a blockade, they would do the exact same thing. That's it. Actually, no, I take it back. If America were to do a blockade, they would blow up the ship, like actually kill everyone on it. He's like, yeah, it's our sea line. I ask you where you're headed. Okay, I ask you where you're headed. You don't tell me. I'm going to come and take it over. They didn't send their best guy, though, to be fair. What, this guy? I think this guy's great. I don't have an issue with what he's saying.
And they will not, or they can actually turn around and not use the Red Sea.
To what extent are the Houthis...
By the way, America doesn't even do it for, like, an honorable political purpose. They just do it because they can. How many Iranian tankers have America overtaken? How many Venezuelan tankers have America overtaken? They do it because they can. They do it direct. They do when America does the piracy, it's like chill and totally fine and awesome and hell yeah, baby. When the Houthis do it, it's like, whoa, whoa, chill, dog. What do you mean? Bros, this is the one thing I disagree with you, man. If Biden had done that was a good thing, you give no credit to the guy. Biden did remove the terrorist label, man. Wait, what? What do you mean? Oh, you're talking about the Houthis? The U.S. gave them many warnings. Come on, Haas. 27 is a lot, man. Brother, I don't think you understand. He is right, by the way. The terrorist designation being taken out. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. He's not wrong about the terrorism designation. But as far as like what the Houthis are doing, what the Houthis are doing is what I expect America to do. I want America to do that. You know what I mean? I want the United States of America to implement some level of boycotts, a blockade, if you will, some sanctions on the state of Israel if it continues its occupation, if it continues its ethnic cleansing campaign. So I'm not going to sit here and be like, man, these other guys are doing it, and I hate it when they're doing it. Also, they took away the terrorism designation and then, bombed them. So what are we talking about?
Acting of their own accord, or are they being encouraged by Tehran, by Iran to do this?
No, I mean, when they take this decision, they are not encouraged by anyway, because I don't think that someone will actually put his country at risk of a war with the United Kingdom and United States to do Iran a favor. Of course, Yemen and Iran and Lebanon and Syria and Iraq, they have a coalition which called the Axis of Resistance. I mean, it's the same if someone has given Israel, United Kingdom and US the right to fully.
Like, here, I'll give you another example. Right now in Ukraine, at the Polish-Ukrainian border, there's a strike happening. Okay? At the Polish-Ukrainian border, there's a literal strike happening because the Polish truck drivers are frustrated that Ukrainian truck drivers that are Ukrainian truck drivers that now do not need additional, do not have additional restrictions to ship inside of Europe. It's a right-wing movement, though. I know. Listen to me. Listen. I don't care about like their political opinions. I'm simply drawing an analog for you to help you understand. Polish truck drivers are doing a strike. They're not letting Ukrainian truck drivers enter in or out of the EU, right? And I think that they solved it already. But like when they were doing it, they were refusing to allow Ukrainian truck drivers to come in. They were frustrated because they were saying that it's like impacting their own commerce, and that was delaying shipping in a situation where like Ukraine desperately needs aid, right? Do we bomb Poland? That's not what we did, right? I'm just saying, like, you don't do that. That's not how you deal with shit. But when it's... You keep saying, I don't care about their political opinions, when I think the idea you want to convey is, I know their political opinion is bad, but it's currently irrelevant. I mean, but also I genuinely don't care. I don't care about Hamas's own personal political motivations either. I don't. They have nothing. People have nothing. And I also am honest about it in the way that like liberals don't want to be honest about their lack of interest in the real politics of the people on the ground. If they did, they would have never forgiven Hillary Clinton for what America did to Libya. Like, people talk about open air slave markets and whatever, and there is no evidence for this happening in Yemen other than like one Saudi newspaper that said that like there's slavery going on, and I'm sure there is. like obviously economic coercion. This is a very poor country, right? But like we have literally done this. We have destroyed entire nations and reinstituted slavery. The idea that like we have to bomb Yemen because like they have slavery happening in Yemen is so stupid. Not real. Nobody cares. That's why liberals are perfectly in line, in lockstep with, what's up? Can I unscrew that? I think so. Let me see. Wait, this? Bro, I have like 8 of these, by the way, if you want. Like, we can just like, I can just give you another one. Just take that third mic over there. Yeah. Put it out. You don't have to put it back on. It's just... There you go.
Supporting Israel.
But do the Houthis want to spread this conflict to the rest of the Middle East? Because it certainly put them on the map. I mean, many people around the world didn't have a clue who the Houthis were until now.
Yemen, when it was under attack and blockade for 9 years, and 18,000 Yemeni civilians, most of them women and children, were killed. About 500 Yemeni have died because of preventable diseases. According to UNICEF, 1 child dies every 10 minutes, or the international community has kept a blind eye. That's why Yemen, when they have decided.
So this is where rightfully talking about genocides. Why don't we talk about the numerous ethnic cleansings Turkey committed and still commits? It's so funny. I did earlier today, as a matter of fact, as a direct analog, a direct parallel to what I was talking about with Israel. Where is it? Where is it? Where was the other thing? Someone brought up a good Chomsky point, and I'm trying to find it. Oh, brings it back to the classic Chomsky clip of every liberal in this country loves to defend bombing these other nations, but cannot say countries like Cuba, Nicaragua, and any other country we destroyed have the right to bomb us. Yeah, exactly. But isn't the Houthis' mission bigger than this one blockade? I mean, isn't their slogan "Death to America, the Jews in Israel"? And they're backed by Iran. I'm generally not pro-American intervention, but is this intervention really the worst thing possible? Yes. Yes. Your chat is so hostile. Wait, yeah, they're hostile to that one chatter who came in, not this chatter, but that one chatter that came in and literally was, you know, trying to be like, let's talk about the Turkish genocides that I'm willing to bet you're avoiding talking about. You know what I mean? The only thing we avoid is the top of the hour ad break out here, which comes at the top of the hour. Oh, they mean hostile to me? Yeah. No, if you're against American intervention, old dirty bitch, that's the username, don't get mad at me, then ask yourself why you're against it. Okay? What are the basics? Go back to the fundamentals. If you are truly against it, then you can recognize, you know, why you're against it and then apply why you're against it into this situation. American intervention, especially bombing, has never yielded positive results for the people that we're bombing. There's no way to blow up a country and have them be better off as a consequence of that. Does that make sense? I don't know a lot about the Kurds in Turkey, but I can tell these Westerners who keep using Kurds like a toy to throw any criticism you make about the USA that they don't actually give a fuck about the genocide. Yes, 100%. I literally talked about Kurds earlier. There was a Turkish chatter in here that was very mad. He's literally saying it because you're Turkish. There's no other relevance law. Exactly. It's so funny. Like, I was earlier making parallels to, like, the Kurdish mistreatment by America and the allowance that America gives to Turkey and, like, blowing them up. And And it's pretty funny that, like, the chatter came in here and was like, let's talk about the genocides. It's like, you don't care. You don't care about that at all. And you don't even care about my position either. You just came in here to say that because you're racist. Anyway. Oh my God, is that going to be the new thing? New thing, my friend, that has been the old thing. People have been saying that I deny the Armenian genocide literally in perpetuity. I never have, and they still say it anyway. Your haters are the literal worst people? Yes. If there's one thing that unites a lot of people, in their hatred of me, it's that they're just genuinely relentless scumbags usually. They're either misguided and have been, like, blinded by real, genuine scumbags into thinking blindly that I'm, like, a bad person, or they're straight up the slimiest, greasiest, worst motherfucker you've ever met in your entire life. Like, straight up, just like fucking Nazis, people that like Nazis and align with them, just the worst opportunistic scumbags you've ever seen. And even if they're not personally Nazis themselves, they will, you know, they don't have a problem with the Nazis, but more so have a problem with not being able to, you know, claw enough clout for themselves.
To do this action is because they don't want what happened to Gaza is to be repeated as what happened to Yemen, and they want to be clear that Yemen will stand with Palestine, and they will not stop their attack unless the Palestinian is given the right to live.
Finally, is it possible for the Americans, together with their allies, to militarily neutralize the Houthi threat in the Red Sea?
Yemeni here and Yemeni forces have sent a clear warning to all countries around Yemen who have bases of Britain and United States. If those countries will allow United States to use their bases, this means Yemeni will declare war. And they said, one of the officials have said that every single oil field and gas field in those countries, every single port and airport will be set on fire, and anything linked to those countries will become under target. Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates, they actually know what the capability of Yemeni army. That's why I think this latest attack by United States and UK, just they want to save, as we say, their strength.
Hussein Al-Bukaiti, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Well, in Washington, President Biden said he would not hesitate.
Nah, dude, I'm telling you, I've never met a group of motherfuckers as crazy as the Yemeni people. I've never seen consistently the nuttiest motherfuckers of all time. No, they're literally like, I mean, it is suicidal, like always. There is a genuinely very different energy. It's crazy, bro. I mean, they got fucking bombed, like, they got bombed yesterday. And then you have, I mean, you saw the protests, like, they were going crazy. They got bombed yesterday, and they were like, hell yeah, dude. Come on, give us more. We love it. It's pretty wild. Yemen's "We Do Not Care" chant from today is a refrain of a popular folkloric war song mocking all of Yemen's enemies. Some have requested it. Here's the entire thing with English subtitles.
اسأل أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي واسألوا عن الحشود العسكري يوم سيطرنا على الخوبة بآلي ما نبالي بالهمر والمدفعية ما نبالي واجعلوها حرب كبرى عالمية.
Okay, the other thing that they I mean, things that I've learned about Yemen that I did not know prior to this is things that What? You are right. I was really immature of me. I had a bad day and didn't think before I wrote. Didn't want to sound hostile, but I did apologize. I am mad that countries are playing politics on people's backs in misery. I misworded my statement really bad. I sincerely apologize about that. All right, it's all good, brother. The thing I was going to say is that, like, you know, a couple things I did not know about Yemen and the population is that, one, it don't matter if they have like sticks or stones, that they will use it. If they make a promise, they're going to fulfill it. And the other thing is, they love like musical theater. They love musical theater. It's kind of crazy. They do so much musical theater surrounding their like disses. It's crazy.
مساكنا لحد مسكح البرية ما نبالي بالصواريخ الثقالي والقنابل ذي سموها ذكية ما نبالي وجعلوها حرب كبرى على.
These dudes are hungrier for war than the US, and you're like, but they're the good guys? Wait, what? Hungrier for war than the US? Brother, who are they warring with? I don't know if you know this, but this song is about them being fucking genocided by the American proxies of Saudi Arabia. Some of you guys literally see brown dudes with guns and go, these guys sure like war a lot. They're saying, go ahead, kill us as hard as you want to kill us in the midst of their ongoing genocide. And saying, like, we'll still recover, we'll still survive, we'll bring it to the heart. Dude is too horny to be racist to read lyrics? Yeah, they're saying, like, we got nothing to lose. Go ahead, blow us up. I like that you kind of could grasp what literally one of the poorest countries on the planet is saying, their people are saying here. And yet you don't think about, like, who's doing the bombing. Like, who are they egging on? Go ahead, bomb us further. Like, man, it sure is messed up that they're begging America to continue bombing them and Saudi Arabia to continue bombing them. I mean, who's at fault here then? I guess not Saudi Arabia. Like, what do you want them to do? Be crying on their hands and knees?
حن قلبي للجرم والأواني والله إن العيش ذا يحرم عليا لم تصيبه دفه رس الجبالي بالأسد حربنا كانت ظبية ما يجربها سوى الناس الذلالي ألف طيارة تواجه مدفعية ما نبالي وجعلوها حرب كبرى عالمية.
They also love dancing on the American and Israeli flag too. That's another thing. War is not a camel race or a match between Al Nasser and Al Qadisiyah. We are people of war and the people of battle. We are the ones firmly rooted atop the high mountain. Oh, by the way, one thing I guarantee you, you'll see in like the next couple of months or so, they'll probably change their banner too to no longer incorporate "Curse the Jews" in it. Because one thing, like, I mean, yesterday's guerrillas are always today's governance, okay? This is like another common principle. Like, once they take the balaclavas off, once they take the keffiyeh off, well, not keffiyeh they wear permanently usually, but like they will try to, in an effort to normalize relations, they will do PR. Just like Hamas did in 2017, as we've talked about before. Like, they will change their charters and stuff like that. So 100%, I'm telling you, they will do some DEI, some woke DEI shit and take out the, like, curse the Jew stuff, because someone's going to be like, dog, that shit's not going to fly. You know what I mean? That looks anti-Semitic. You're not going to get a lot of support from the West. Watch out to normalize relations where people still bomb them? No, that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about at all. I'm talking eventually when it, you know, when the rubble clears.
من جهنا شافنا عند القتال فلنا ما عاش مجهول الهوية في سبيل الله دقنا المر حالي مرحبا بالموت حيا بالمنية ماني بالي واجعلوها حرب كبرى عالمية حن قلبي للجرم والأواني والله إن العيش لا يحرم عليا وطمسنا حلم سلمان الخيالي والتحالي.
Every time I see one of these music videos, like, look, I know they don't got the best ideas, okay? But every time I see one of these music videos, now I understand why Scahill said the Yemeni people are some of his favorite people on the planet. I mean, and he's been there. So, been there quite a bit.
والإمارات الدنية تحمي الأمة صناديد الرجال ليش تحمي هالجيوش الأجنبية
أجنبي
ماني بالي واجعلوها حرب كبرى عالمية حن قلبي للجرم والأواني والله إن العيش لا يحرم عليا.
Yeah. New chopper came with the beam. There are reports of explosions in Sana'a right now. There's no confirmation as of videos or officials saying it. Okay. My ID in English says, correspondent, initial information indicates that airstrikes targeted the Sana'a airport and its surroundings. Thank you so much for making this happen. Accept the compliment, coward. Oh, Ben Shapiro has made it. That's nice. Congratulations to everybody involved. More honest promotional material than U.S. Army ads? Yeah. Do you not remember how you made fun of a lady siding with ISIS to prove Israel is right? By doing this, it's the same thing, but you're making excuses with the same side as that lady? Wait, the same... No. I don't think you understand. And maybe this comes from, like, racism or something. But, like, when I talk about ISIS, like, my hatred of ISIS isn't because they're, like, ooh, scary Muslim guys, okay? My hatred of ISIS stems from what they do. Okay, like what their goals are, what they do, who they're funded by. Like, that is where my anger for ISIS comes from. Okay, what their aspirations are. So when you try to make that same comparison to the Houthis, you fail to understand that there are very different aspirations at play. Like you have this. It's very odd that you have this very weird perspective on the matter where you look at it and it's like brown guy engaging in militancy. Okay, they must all be the same. Yeah, Ansar Allah is a nationalist resistance group. ISIS is a genocidal expansionist Salafi jihadist group, which, by the way, Ansar Allah in many ways, maybe not to the same degree, but like is no different than any other nationalist resistance group. Like very different goals there. I don't think that they're like overtaking Oman or overtaking parts of Saudi Arabia in an effort to colonize different aspects of Saudi Arabia or some shit. Can you explain why most of the Arab region dislikes Yemen? As an Egyptian, I can only understand a few words from this song. Can you explain why most of the Arab region dislikes Yemen? What do these guys do regularly? But right now they are on your side. It has nothing to do with race. Wait, what? I mean, they fought ISIS and Al-Qaeda, so they did that. Which I feel like you have a problem with. I do feel like you take issue with that. I mean, they resisted genocide. That was another thing.
To order further military.
The reason why Arabs don't like not the Yemeni people, but like Houthis specifically, is because they're Shia, and Sunnis don't like Shia people in this region.
Reaction if the Houthis continue to attack vessels in the Red Sea, as other countries warned against the risk of widening the conflict. Russia.
Monkey D. Houthi fought Al-Qaeda. Okay, brother, I'm not talking about everyone. He asked me a broad question, and I gave him a broad answer. And Hamas are Sunni as well. And so is Algeria, but they're aligned alongside Iran, and so is Hamas. Hamas is being funded by Iran, and yet they are Sunni as well. Is there a major difference between the Shia and the rest? Not really, but if you ask them, they do. If you ask them, there's a big difference, but it's like, I think it stems from like who takes the lineage of the prophet. It's like who, which second cousin or whatever the fuck is like directly lined up with the prophet's bloodline or some shit. I mean, that's where the major distinction comes from. And then beyond that, I would say it's like whether or not you can have a caliphate alongside whatever kind of governance you have versus you directly can only be governed by the religious leadership. Are you Sunni or Shia? I'm Sunni. Please stop. You are so wrong. Shut up. You didn't know circumcision was a part of Islam. I'm going to always say that. Every time you come in here, I'm going to cook you on the fact that you didn't know what circumcision was. More strikes on Yemen, says a U.S. official, more to follow. All right, let's finish this up.
Russia requested an emergency UN Security Council meeting to discuss the strikes. Turkey accused the US and Britain of trying to turn the Red Sea into a sea of blood. Our Washington correspondent, Siobhan Kennedy, is at the White House. Siobhan.
Well, the White House here says it is aware that it has ruffled feathers in the Middle East, particularly in Saudi Arabia, as it...
I don't have a child. Wait, what? So? That has nothing to... Wait, what do you mean? Wait, is this where I find out that Sufi Masoodi is a woman? Because I thought you were a dude this whole time. That's crazy. I literally thought I was duking it out with a Muslim dude.
nurses that fragile peace in Yemen, but it says that it had no choice, that it has been warning the Houthis for the past 3 months to cease, to stop these attacks in the Red Sea, and that they simply have not listened. And then Tuesday happened, which seemingly was the straw that broke the camel's back for President Biden. A blatant attack, the White House says, on a US commercial ship and a Navy vessel in the Red Sea, after which the White House says it had no choice but to act. But they still insist that they are just as worried as everybody else about this becoming a wider conflict, which is why they say, precisely why they took the action that they took with the UK last night. Well, earlier I caught up with the National Security Council spokesperson here at the White House, John Kirby.
Absolutely
and I started by asking him
eviscerating
precisely that, the obvious.
Yemeni
would these
positions.
strikes last night inevitably lead
Many are saying fuck around and find out, yeah.
to an escalation in the conflict?
Don't you dare come after our trading routes over the Red Sea, yeah. It's called piracy and it's not allowed.
Not at all. In fact, targets that we hit were deliberately designed to degrade and disrupt the Houthi capability to continue these reckless attacks in the Red Sea. So we're going to do the assessment here today. And
God, I fucking hate this piece of shit so much, dude. Oh my God.
in the coming hours, we'll have a better sense of exactly what the impact of these strikes were. But everything that they were designed to do was to take the tensions down.
But the Houthis have said that they will retaliate.
The Houthis have a choice to make. They had choices to make over the previous month or so, chose to escalate. Now they have another choice to make, and they need to make the right one.
But if they do choose to escalate, which is what they're saying that they will do, retaliate, what does America do then? Where does this go? Surely the conflict will then potentially spiral out of control. And we have that situation that Joe Biden sought desperately not to have.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's see what the reaction is. I've heard what they've said. We'll watch very, very closely. And if we have to take further action, we will.
Is there a risk that America loses friends in the region at precisely the wrong time?
We certainly understand that countries in the region are concerned about these strikes last night. Heck, we're concerned about making sure that things don't escalate. So we hit radar sites so they couldn't guide those missiles. We hit launcher sites so they couldn't launch those missiles. We hit storage sites so they couldn't keep those missiles. I mean, that's
so
what
you can't
that's
rule
what it
out
was
that you
designed.
haven't hit civilians.
I don't have a full damage assessment right now. We've seen some reports that there may have been some casualties. I would tell you that each of these targets were military targets.
The Houthis say they're doing this for the Palestinians, for what's happening in
that's,
Gaza.
That's not true. That's just not true.
But is it not the case that had the US been firmer, tougher with Israel about limiting civilian casualties, that we wouldn't be where we are today?
The argument, I'm just going to have to challenge the premise of the question. It's not like we haven't been talking to the Israelis since the very early ongoing of this war.
But being tougher.
We have been very consistent about the need for them to reduce civilian casualties and to be more precise, to be more careful, to be more deliberate. Now they're talking about transitioning to a new phase of warfare that's lower intensity at our urging and at our encouragement.
23,000 deaths later.
Too many people have been killed and wounded in this conflict. And we know many thousands in Gaza have been affected by that. Many more thousands wounded, hundreds of thousands displaced. We all want this war to end, but let's not forget how it started, by wanton slaughter of innocent Israeli civilians and the hostage taking of a couple of hundred or more of their family members. That's what started this war. Israel has every right to defend itself.
Well, the price of oil initially jumped by over 3.5%, and so did gold, as the markets fear the inflationary impact of a wider war. Here, the government said that the need to protect international trade was a key justification for the attacks. So how could the confrontation affect the British economy? Our economics reporter, Neil MacDonald, is here. What's the big risk then for us?
Well, look, the UK imports £64 billion a year of stuff from China.
I know they're bombing Yemen's capital again right now as we speak.
China, plenty more from other Asian economies, of course. And most of that is coming on containers and it's coming through the Red Sea.
I love the people that were yesterday coming in to be like, I love the people that were coming in here yesterday to be like, why aren't the people of Yemen like spending all their money recovering themselves and instead like, fighting, instead of like attacking ships, attacking commerce in the region. And it's like people have no way of ever thinking about anyone but themselves personally. That's it. So they can't comprehend a world in which like they consider what is going on in Gaza to be identical to what happened to Yemen.
And the problem is that there has been a spectacular drop-off in the number of containers making that journey through to Europe. So back in November, there were about 500,000 containers a day, and now that has dropped down to about 200,000. So that is a spectacular shift.
Yeah.
And it matters a lot to us, to Germany, to China, to every big trading nation. And I can show you what this is doing to the cost of sending a container from Shanghai to Europe. In one moment, you'll see that back in November, it was about $750 per container, and it's now quadrupled to over 3,000.
We had some good news just in the last few weeks about inflation. Is this bad news?
Well, I think the first effect we'll probably see is around shortages. I mean, companies like Next are talking about possibly some products starting to disappear from shelves in the next couple of weeks. In Germany, Tesla is pausing its production this month, actually, because it's finding it hard to get the components through.
Shia believe the blood of the prophet should rule the ummah, Sunni don't. Bitch, I said the same thing. I just said Shia believe that a direct descendant of the prophet should be the ruler, whereas the Sunni are fine with a caliphate. That's what I said. You're repeating what I said while simultaneously yelling at me. Also, now I'm a man, I'm 20 years old, I don't know everything. Okay, you're a man. You have a penis. Okay, you should have known about circumcision. Don't come at me with your knowledge over Islam. When as a man, you should have a circumcised penis then. Okay, did you not look down at your penis when talking about circumcision? You didn't know that. Also, you're 20 years old. I don't want to dunk on you that much. Okay, I'm messing with you. Okay, I'm joking, and chat shouldn't yell at him either. Okay, he's a little baby. He's 20 years old. To be fair, my parents never told me what circumcised stuff was at all. I only learned how to watch and everything late to middle school. Please don't make another hater. You know what? You're not wrong. I feel like I'm too harsh on Sufi Masoodi. I enjoy his takes in the chat. I also think it's funny when he constantly tells me how little I know about Islam.
The longer term...
You got to look at Hinkle's latest tweet? Absolutely not.
Danger, though, is, of course, if these companies decide they've got to try and get back some of these higher costs.
Bro, you're changing my light source, too. No, it's all good. I got scared. I was like, what the fuck? Wait, are you changing yours, too? Okay, well, yeah, keep it... maybe lighten it up a little bit more. All right, it's good now. We have the same light, so they're using the same controls.
Costs by putting up their prices, and then, of course, inflation takes hold. But one piece of optimism possibly on that, if we take our graph and zoom it all the way back to the year 2000, you can see that actually, after COVID and the lockdowns, container prices were even higher than they are now. There are some economists who say, yeah, it's bad right now, but at least we're not back to the sort of levels that triggered the huge wave of inflation that we've all just come through, and perhaps we're hoping we've finally got through.
A glimmer of optimism. Neil, thanks very much.
The Houthis are causing inflation in the UK, which is why we should probably not listen to what they have to say about how to stop the blockade in the Red Sea, and instead continue going as hard as we did. We should be going as hard as we have been in our defense of Israel, and also go extra hard in pulling Israel on Yemen. Pull a Gaza on Yemen. Georgia Red with a modest proposal on Yemen. I have what some may consider a dumb idea, but here it is. Stop the bombing of Gaza, then the attacks on commercial shipping will end. Why not try that approach? That's disgusting. That's a disgusting thing to say. I'm so mad about this suggestion. Why is the U.S. attacking Yemen? Because we're fucking horny, dude. There's literally nothing else.
Donald Trump's challengers for the Republican nomination are campaigning in Iowa today. Tony's there, too. It's just 3 days and counting ahead of the Iowa caucus. Tony, good morning to you. How's it going?
I didn't want to start the show like this.
Good morning, Gail. Well, it's cold. It's good to hear your voice. What we knew was going to be a big political story turned into a big weather story overnight. The National Weather Service is calling this a very dangerous winter storm and saying the wind chill could drop down to -45. And here's the big thing. That's going to last through the weekend and through Monday's caucus. But the Iowa GOP is saying there is no plan B. This will go on. And so the candidates, they are pressing on, and the voters are as well. I got a great chance to talk to them over the course of the last week, and I've learned at least two things. One, if you panic in severe winter weather, you must be new to Iowa. And two, if you don't participate in the caucus, you are missing one of the great traditions in American politics. Ed O'Keefe is also here. He's been talking to voters. What are you hearing, Ed?
Well, Tony, it is cold. They're telling us to toughen up and deal with it. We should point out this is actually part of a massive cold system across the entire Midwest and going all the way down to the south. It's not unique to Iowa. But here in the Hawkeye State, in the final hours, candidates are adapting their plans given today's snow and the record cold temperatures through the weekend. And at least one contender is now raising fresh concerns about how former President Donald Trump's legal status could affect the entire GOP.
I got more reinforcements with layers of clothes on the way.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says he's not concerned about the weather Monday for the Iowa caucuses, but he is concerned about frontrunner Donald Trump with his legal troubles and promises to go from courtroom to courtroom. You must have a thought on whether or not that's a good idea.
I want to focus on what can we do so that hardworking people can get ahead again instead of falling behind. None of that will happen in this election if Trump is the nominee. Iowans have a chance to weigh in on this.
DeSantis and former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley.
God, he's just so gross. It's actually, I don't know. It's got to be hard. It's got to be real hard going out in like 0 degree Fahrenheit weather just to go out and like caucus for Ron DeSantis. No shot, right? I'd do it for Mommy Haley any time of the week. Any day of the week. Mama Haley asked me to go caucus. I'm caucusing. I'm caucusing so hard. Okay. Ron DeSantis, ew, gross. Not happening.
Are scheduled to crisscross the state through the weekend, trying to win over the last remaining undecided Republicans.
You set the tone for the country. It's a pretty cool thing.
Haley is drawing larger crowds intrigued by a series of polls suggesting she'd defeat President Biden if she's the nominee.
Do you know what that means? That's
Slay
bigger
mama.
than the presidency. That's governorships, that's House, that's Senate, that's all the way down to the school
Slay
board.
mama.
With fresh data showing inflation creeped up last
She's
month,
so mother.
the voters are most concerned.
She's so mother
with rising
cunt.
prices.
I'm in shock. I just told my husband the other day, do you know how much that orange juice cost? I mean, I am seeing it, and I'm not liking it. And it does change my buying a little bit.
And with immigration.
Our country is immigrants, and I think we need to welcome them. We need them, that's who we are, but not in a chaotic way that we're doing now.
One big unknown, since Republicans can only vote during caucuses at 7 p.m. Monday night, how will the record low temperatures affect turnout?
I don't think the weather's going to be that bad. You know, I'm here at -2, maybe a little colder.
He said -2, maybe a little colder, is not that bad. Are you out of your mind, dog? What's wrong with people in Iowa, bro? Their brains are frozen.
-2 may be optimistic, and that guy, nice guy, not a meteorologist. We'll listen to the experts on that. Already, we've learned today Nikki Haley had to cancel 3 events that were scheduled across the state because of the snow and the cold temperatures. She instead plans to talk to her supporters in telephone town halls. But it's a reminder that you can do all this planning and spend hundreds of millions of dollars to find votes, and then it snows and the temperatures plummet, and you've got to adapt, and that's what they're trying to do here in the closing
Yeah, you
days.
can't control the weather. Nice coverage.
What is this? Wow, Dems won't support a leftist. They instead push fucking Republicans. Yeah, that's me. You're describing me right now. I am pushing. That's why I think Nikki Haley for president, okay? Reach across the aisle means directly reach across the aisle and look at the ballot on the other side of the ballot, on the other column of the ballot, whatever you want to call it, and vote for the Republican. I am the greatest Democrat of all time. I'm such a good Democrat. I'm literally voting for a Republican. There's nothing more Democrat than voting for a Republican, guys, okay? That's right, bitch. Not Trump, though. Anybody but Trump. I don't like Trump for some weird reason, but I like all of the other Republicans because they're not Trump. And I also don't even like the Democrats at that point. I just like Republicans. Unless the Democrat is behaving exactly like a Republican, in which case then I'm very happy about it.
This hour with the first test of the Republican.
Nikki al-Houthi is enforcing a mother blockade to stop the cunticide. It's done. We're done. It's over. No, it's like, I don't want to hear it no more. I don't want to hear it no more. Y'all are done. How about a Democrat that acts like a Republican but wears wild outfits? Oh my God. Especially if they are like, I don't know, bisexual or something. Then, and then maybe if they inevitably turn into an independent, like that would be my peak. That would be my favorite candidate.
Presidential primary, the Iowa caucus, which is now just 3 days away and counting. The latest polling in that state shows former President Trump with a roughly 36-point lead. He is followed
17.2, baby. Nikki Haley, the Haley-maniacs, dude. Oh my God, mother cunt. That's right. The mother is mothering. God, Ron DeSantis is such a bitch. I'm unironically on board with Nikki Haley because she's not Ron DeSantis. Did you see the latest clip of Rhonda being gross? Oh yeah, I did. This is old. He's trying to eat the pastrami sandwich.
You guys, so you do pastrami, corned beef, turkey, well.
Pastrami. Yeah.
Wow. Wait, I'm confused. Why is 17% good? That means she's polling 2% above this fucking dipshit. That's it. I mean, she's cooked. She's done. There's nobody's winning except for Donald Trump. Look at this. Look at these poll results, dude.
Followed by Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis, and Vivek Ramaswamy. He's in fourth place with just under 7% of the projected vote. So Tony caught up with Mr. Ramaswamy as a businessman made his final appeal to potential voters in the state.
I've quite literally never had a thought about Jill Stein. Like before 2016, after 2016, Jill Stein has never occupied my brain, even for a fraction of a second, because I'm not a Hillary Clinton Democrat or a crank. So that's it. There's like, no.
Joins us once again from Des Moines, Iowa. Tony, it's good to see you. Yesterday, I saw you on the 3 o'clock meeting call that we have every day, and Tony told everybody on the call.
-2 degrees Celsius. I wasn't talking about -2 degrees Celsius. I'm talking about -2 degrees Fahrenheit. I mean, -2 degrees Celsius is not a cold. It's pleasant. It's still ridiculous, obviously. It's below freezing. But -2 degrees Fahrenheit. For you to understand, 32 degrees Fahrenheit is 0 in like normal temperature. Okay? -2 degrees Fahrenheit is like -20 Celsius. How crazy is that? It's not that bad. Where are you, Alaska? What other part of the planet where that's fine? Minus 19 degrees Celsius is not good anywhere. It's objectively bad. Okay? Like, you're crazy. Are you a polar bear? Did you figure out how to type as a polar bear? What do you mean? Minus 39 Celsius for me right now. Where are you typing from? Dude, is there anywhere on the planet it's like that right now? Siberia? Canada, Alberta? Oh, God. Oh, God, that is gross, dude. He said Alberta. Cold brew.
You'll probably see me wear a hat for the first time on broadcast television because I know it's going to be cold. And there you are, Mr. Snow Bunny. Hello.
Hello, good morning. Yeah, mark your calendars. This is the first time in television history I'm covering my locks with a knit cap, but I need it. It is cold. This caucus is still going on, though, and Vivek Ramaswamy, he's probably one of the brasher candidates in the field. He recently said if you can't handle weather like this, you can't handle Xi Jinping. He's also definitely, for sure, the busiest candidate out here. He's the first in the history of the Iowa caucus to visit all 99 counties twice. It's a feat known as the double full Grassley after the senior senator here, Chuck Grassley, who makes a point of visiting every county. As you pointed out, so far his poll numbers are roughly in line with the temperatures here, single digits. But when we recently caught up with him in eastern Iowa, he was still very excited about his policy ideas and his chances.
I think the polls are drastically off. Absolutely. I think we have a good shot at winning the Iowa caucus.
Let's talk about Donald Trump. He has the lion's share of the support here. What's your pitch specifically to Trump voters?
I think we need somebody with fresh legs. Somebody who can reach and lead the next generation of Americans. In many cases, I'm going far further than Donald Trump.
Do you think Joe Biden loves this country?
Well, I can't.
Bro, fun fact. Xi did study abroad in Iowa. Yes, I did learn that. That is a fun fact. The real president, Xi Jinping, has deep ties to Iowa. 100%. That's not even a joke. I thought it was a joke when I first found out. It's awesome. And Iowa has deep ties to Xi Jinping. So I think Vivek Ramaswamy's anti-Xi Jinping narrative, not going to fly in Iowa, baby.
I can't speak for his mindset, but what I can say is Joe Biden has utterly failed in his mission to unite this country. We require a president who thinks independently with a spine. And that's a big part of why I think it's going to take a business.
In San Francisco. But you know that being president is not the same as being CEO of America.
That's correct, because I swear an oath to the Constitution and I keep it. We have to have a vision of what this country stands for. But I think skills as having a CEO are going to be helpful right now. And I do think that starting with zero-based budgeting.
God, he annoys me so much. There's another fucking gremlin that I just, like, despise. Like, here's another guy who, like, every time he talks, I just cringe. Very similar to Little Rhonda, where he's just such, like, he is the most Reddit-ass, school shooter-ass candidate after Blake Masters. Like, makes me sick. Every time he talks, it sounds like he wants to debate age of consent laws or something. Ugh. Here's what we're supposed to do, all right? What we're supposed to do is we're going to take Russia and we're going to say, Russia, you're no longer aligned with China, okay? We're going to take Russia and we're going to nuke China. Day one, we're nuking China and we're using, that's right, Russian nukes. Russia is saying to us, all right, как дела, привет, we're doing как ты без зовут, we're going to be nuking China for you, okay? Day one. He has the voice. He has a Shabibo voice. Yeah. Okay, that's a 15-head play. Brother, that's like not that far removed from his insane, almost indecipherable political ideas, right? First, we're going to tell China, there's more. We're going to tell China, no more. Hands off Taiwan. We're not touching Taiwan. Hands off Taiwan means we're no longer arming Taiwan, except we're building the National Rifle Association of Taiwan. We're arming every single Taiwanese patriot with an AR-15 that we're selling directly from American deposits. That's right. We're giving every Taiwanese person an AR-15. Why? Because they need to have school shootings too. Guess what? Some of the victims of said school shootings are going to be Chinese sympathizers. I've heard that the KMT party is kind of on board with normalizing relationships with China. Guess who's going to die in those school shootings? Some of them are going to be KMT supporters. This is how we eliminate any kind of sympathy with normalizing with Beijing. None of that's happening. Day one, everyone in Taiwan is armed with China. Next step, Mongolia is overtaken by the Republic of China. That's right. I've seen those maps. So have you. Okay? First, they're going to take over the entire People's Republic, and then they're going to take over Mongolia. Okay? That's another thing that you think I'm joking about, but that is unironically kind of his foreign policy opinion approach to China. Saying it's Hasan take, that is literally what he has suggested. He thinks that, we shouldn't arm Taiwan, but then also we should give guns to every Taiwanese person and that they can defend themselves. You should get this worked up on someone else's? What do you mean?
That's how I've run my businesses. I am going to bring that to the federal government. Yeah. So I think there are skills a CEO can bring. This is a big one for me. Yeah. I know that if somebody works for you and you can't fire them, that means they don't work for you.
You're talking about
you
civil
work for
service.
them. I'm talking about civil
You're
service.
Talking about
We're going to fire 75% of the federal bureaucrats. That's how you drain the swamp.
There are a lot of people who would say you can't do that.
Yeah.
There are laws protecting civil servants.
Right.
So you'd have to work with Congress to get something
I disagree
changed.
with you respectfully, actually. Those civil service protections only protect against individual employee firings. They do not apply to mass firings, mass layoffs. And mass firings are absolutely what I am bringing to the D.C.
Yo, he's a Javier Milei-ass candidate, 100%. 100% inflation. That's right. Argentina's inflation is not going to be outpacing ours, okay? When I'm done with the economy, 100% inflation is going to look wonderful, okay? I'm talking egg prices are $150 per egg. I'm not talking the dozen. I'm talking one egg. Okay, now I understand why Squeaks has so much fun playing this fucking role, because honestly, it's such a stupid character. God, he's so stupid. He straight up went, no, the law says unemployee. We want to fire more than one. Yeah. What? That's actually a reasonable strategy, similar to the defense strategy employed by the Swiss. Arming every Taiwanese citizen would damage China's ability to invade and hold Taiwan. Oh my God. Are you high, says C-SPAN Stan. And Rem Infected says, it literally is a legitimate strategy. Read a book. Brother, you're so right. Yes. Arm every Taiwanese person so China never wants to take over Taiwan because they're too busy killing themselves like it's an American school, okay? Here's the best way to deal with China, okay? Make Chinese Taipei into no pay, okay? There is no more China and no more Taiwan. They're killing each other nonstop like crazy. Every child in Taiwan has an AR-15. They're shooting themselves. They're shooting their parents. And they're certainly shooting at everybody else. That's right. All of a sudden, China no longer interested in Chinese Taipei at all because there's no Chinese Taipei to remain. It's just Everybody's shooting. Drastic measures are necessary when a country's existence is at stake. Oh, that's awesome. That's so sick. This guy is so gung-ho about, like, this inevitable Chinese invasion that's coming for Taiwan. And that, like, dude, that's awesome. Like, we have Americans who are literally, like, every Taiwanese person should be armed with an AR-15 because China is going to invade. And, like, you know, their existence is, like, the Taiwanese existence is under threat. Like, so what is it? So you believe that like America is the reason why America hasn't been invaded by a foreign nation is not because of its geopolitical conditions, positioning, but instead because like every American has a gun. We have like guns for our guns. Apologies to chatter, my B. Hi, chatters, my B. Of course not. This isn't about America. Wait. So the ready... Okay, hold on. So if you personally... Hold on. If you personally think, oh, this is the Houthis are hungrier for war than the U.S., but they're the good guys, guy. I love you. Chatter, you've given me 2 different points of content, so thank you. You will survive the onslaught, okay? You are not getting banned. So, okay, so a quick question for you. If you live in the United States of America, do you think the availability of guns has been a good thing for America or a bad thing for America? And if your answer is, no, it's been a bad thing for America, why do you think arming every Taiwanese person is going to be a good thing for Taiwan, but you don't think it's a good thing for America? Do you think that there is something that's different about like the inherent cranial structure of the Taiwanese or something? Like the mind of a Han Chinese is incomprehensible with our white monkey American brains. Okay? There is something inherently different with the phrenology of the Taiwanese skull. Okay? You don't understand. When they, in their hands, an AR-15 turns into a magical weapon of liberation, they will inevitably not shoot one another in the same way that we're shooting each other. What did he say? Every country has to tailor their defense to their unique demographics and geopolitical conditions. America has no territorial threats. Therefore, arming every citizen does not make sense. That's awesome. That's sick. I have no notes. You're right. We should arm every Taiwanese person. Dude, such a nothing burger answer. I mean, it's fine. I think it's really funny that he legitimately thinks we have to arm every single Taiwanese citizen. Like, he legitimately thinks that this is a good idea. It's like what we must do is ensure, okay, that Taiwan is inhabitable. Okay? They just kill each other before the People's Republic get there, okay?
The same issue, if
Okay,
I may.
I'm coming to you next on Taiwan. You said if you want to stop Xi from invading Taiwan, quote, let's...
By the way, I wasn't joking about the Ramaswamy arming every Taiwanese person meme.
...open a branch of the NRA in Taiwan and put an AR-15 in the hands of every family and train them how to use it. That will give Xi a taste of American exceptionalism. And
yes.
dude. That's so sick. That's awesome, dude. Okay, he's so serious. Like, yes.
Quote. The National Police in Taiwan announced a zero-gun policy last year. Is this...
That's right. They're pussies. All right? Day one, abolishing the Taiwanese police. Okay? We need private militias. We need private militias guarding, holding it down. Day one, no more Taiwanese police, only private militias. Private militias that have a right to bear arms, just like the rest of the Taiwanese population. This will surely be a good idea.
This is a serious policy proposal.
The bit about giving Xi a taste of American exceptionalism is the funniest. Yeah. He really does have the coolest foreign policy takes. I agree. I think like at least he's got some interesting ass takes.
Proposal, and if it isn't,
annoys
why
me.
do you
He's
keep
just
repeating
so fucking
it?
annoying.
Well, it's part of a broader deterrence strategy. And so I think I'm going to respectfully disagree with Ron here. I think the next U.S. president needs to be crystal clear that at least for the foreseeable future, the U.S. will absolutely defend Taiwan. And it is with that clarity that we actually achieve deterrence. But I have a broader strategy than that. We need to get on side in our relationship with India, take it to the next level. India has to be able to block the Andaman Sea, which is where China gets most of its Middle Eastern oil supplies. That's critical. I also do believe the Second Amendment is a critical way of preventing foreign autocrats from being able to. It's worked in America. Why wouldn't it work in Taiwan? So it is part of a broader strategy. But I do think that we need to be specific about our deterrence strategy, or else Xi Jinping is just encroaching by the day. And the reason why we're not doing it for China, I want to be crystal clear, is because we're scared. Why are we scared? Because we depend on them for our modern way of life. Why do we depend on them for our modern way of life? It's because Nikki Haley's latest friends like Larry Fink have created commingled economies with BlackRock telling Exxon and Chevron they can't drill here, while being a shareholder of PetroChina, not applying those same constraints in China. So it is our economic dependence on China that makes us scared. If that were a Russian spy balloon, we'd have shot it down in an instant. If that were a Russian spy base in Cuba, we'd be actually going hard on them instead of turning the other way as we are with China. So it comes back down to that economic dependence. We cannot depend on them for our pharmaceuticals, our semiconductors, and people have been lied to for a long time.
Is he like fifth column for India or something? Like, not to get, I mean, I don't mean that in like a racist way at all. So please don't misunderstand me. But like, he does every now and then sneak in some of the very weirdest things about like Indian policy, where it's like, no more dependence on China. India only. That's going to be the manufacturing hub. No more Chinese manufacturing. Also, India should be able to block all trade from going into China. What we should do, give them more nukes.
Our own military, the F-35 jets that we make in this country.
There's definitely a pro-Indian current in Anglo right-wing circles. Oh no, it goes beyond that. Neoliberals love India too. Like there's definitely like a weird allegiance. Like No Opinion constantly talks about how like Modi's not a fascist or whatever, and it's like always so odd. I'm like, what are you saying? They view India as the Chinese buffer. I don't understand why anyone that wants to defend the principles of capitalism and free market competition. A lot of recent polls shown that Indian populace views China as more of a geopolitical threat than even Pakistan, which is nuts. So a lot of right-wingers are looking to include India in the bloc against China. Yeah, but like in America, it's always strange to me when like American neoliberals want to show like unfettered, unrestricted capitalism as a major benefit. And then they look at China and then they look at India and make that comparison themselves when that comparison does not favor their perspective or worldview at all. Like, you have to quite literally avoid like a shit ton. First of all, they're both Asian. So in the minds of Americans, they're both barbarians to begin with, okay? Every inbred hick literally sees no distinction. They look at China, they're like, they're Asian, I don't understand. They look at India, they're like, they're brown, they're Asian, and also maybe terrorist, I don't understand. So like, they don't care, but like, it's not necessarily like they have Hasan hates Indian chatters confirmed. He hates us, yeah, famously. It just doesn't make sense to me that like you would you would look at that situation and be like, this is a good one. This is a good comparison. And not one that immediately shows like how devastating free market and like weird, unfettered, unrestricted capitalism has been. Day one. India is America and China is Hamas.
Depend on China. And it's going to take an outsider
India lying too, sir. I mean, never
to fix
forget.
that broken establishment.
Thank you, Mr. Ramaswamy. Ambassador Haley.
India lion also, sir. It's a measure of last resort. Building up conventional capabilities and preventing an invasion should be the first priority. Funny you say that because China is building up their nuclear arsenal at a rate not seen since the 60s. At a rate not seen since the 60s is a funny time frame. Yes, China is building its nuclear capabilities. One of the major conversation points, literally, with Xi's last visit was that China wanted to de-escalate its nuclear or dial back its nuclear program, with the hopes that America would also no longer arm all of the surrounding nations around China. China was the one who, I mean, even then, China has a second strike policy and has like effectively zero nukes compared to the US and Russia. Yes. Yeah. Anyway. I'm honestly not even convinced that it is in China's immediate interest to forcefully invade Taiwan anytime soon. I don't understand why liberals are so obsessed with this. Xi is not as idiotic as Putin. He knows that invading is a bad idea. Highly doubt an invasion will happen in the way liberals think it will. It's not 1950 anymore. Yeah, I mean, you would ruin any chances of like peaceful reunification if that is your overarching goal. If you were to go in and like try to fucking invade. If you were to go and try to invade Taiwan. Just like China has deep economic ties with the United States of America, there are genuine ties between Taiwan and China as well. Although, like I said, this is the best time for them to invade.
In July, a story began to circulate of a top-secret meeting between Taiwan and the U.S. A newspaper had published a summary from a secret meeting in the South China Sea. At the meeting, U.S. officials had reportedly asked Taiwan to research and develop biological weapons in a high-security laboratory at the National Defense Medical Center in Taipei.
I do love when they're like, I can't believe China's doing fake news in Taiwan. And it's like, and then the source of it will sometimes be like Epoch Times or source Radio Free Asia.
The report began to spread across local media in Taiwan.
Damn, that's crazy.
The State Department has denied a report.
I can't believe they're doing that. That's so not like a regional power to do that sort of thing, I say, as I cash my Voice of America check.
Saying that the U.S. asked Taiwan to develop biological weapons.
Develop bioweapons.
The only problem? None of it was true. It was part of what analysts and Taiwanese government officials say was a Chinese disinformation campaign. Ahead of Taiwan's presidential elections, there's been a striking increase in disinformation attacks targeting the island, which the government and analysts attribute to China.
Taiwan's government says Beijing wants to influence the elections because whomever next occupies the presidential palace here is going to dictate Taiwan's relationship with China.
Yeah, the KMT boys, as far as I understand, are actually more in support of like continuing a relationship with Beijing, whereas the other guy is like super anti China and like wants to not completely cut ties, but he's like running on a deal with America more than China strategy.
We have seen the Chinese cognitive warfare and disinformation campaign, and I think they have sharpened.
Oh my God, is this the guy who was eating all the freedom snacks?
Their tools in this regard.
Every day we have hundreds of battlefields about misleading information on the social media.
China's communist government has never ruled Taiwan, but it claims it as part of its territory. In recent years, China has stepped up military exercises around the self-ruled island of 24 million people. Now Taiwan is going to the polls to vote for its next president. The two main parties are the ruling Democratic Progressive Party, which has forged tighter ties with the US under President Tsai Ing-wen, and the opposition Kuomintang, which favors friendlier relations with China.
Damn, KMT is so crazy. What a change of pace. KMT is pro-reunification. Many view themselves as Chinese and think a united China is more important than continuing Civil War era grievances. Yeah, I mean, that's like, it's just like weird to think about because, you know, it's the KMT. Like they did a complete flip. There's no way KMT's pro-reunification. They're not. I don't know if they're like complete reunification, but they are definitely more favorable towards normalizing relations with China, keeping a decent relationship with China than the Progressive Party is. But thinking about their origins is like KMT lost to the communists when they had the biggest advantage, and then they lost to the US-backed DPP in Taiwan. Could you explain China's motivations in capturing Taiwan and neighboring islands in the South China Sea? What's the context here? Historical shit? Oh my God. I don't know where to begin. The example I've used in the past is if Texas was able to forcibly secede, you're spreading misinformation. No Taiwan party is pro-reunification. No, I corrected myself. I didn't say they're pro-reunification. I read the chatter, and then I said I wouldn't say pro-reunification. But instead, they have a more favorable opinion of Beijing than the other party does, which is true, which is really interesting considering what its approach used to be. What is this? The Economist: China v. Taiwan is age restricted. Why?
If countries were people, the relationship between China, America, and Taiwan would be a love triangle like no.
Like Hawaii to the USA? No, not even. It's like if Texas used to, like, the Confederate States used to rule America, okay, and they were pretty fucking brutal. And then there was like a Union Revolution, okay, and then also a massive war on top of that, and massive massive war crimes that were occurring, and then the Confederate States of America just basically seceded and were able to have their own thing separately, and they still laid ownership. They still originally laid claim to the entirety of America. And the Union kept growing and growing as a superpower around the planet. And then inevitably, all of the other countries that were primed against the United States of America decided, actually, okay, never mind. We are no longer acknowledging that, like, the Confederate States is the real America. We're now acknowledging, and Texas being like the remainder Confederate state that, like, lost the war, basically was able to secede regardless, but was still laying claim to the entirety of America and maybe even fucking Canada, okay? And then all of America's enemies around the world were saying that, no, that's actually the real America. Texas is the real America. And then inevitably, they were like, all right, never mind. We're reversing that. The Union is the real America. Texas is not the real America. But we're still going to keep giving Texas as many weapons as possible so they can maintain the Confederacy as like a stronghold against Union America, the United States of America, and constantly have that as a cudgel, constantly have that as wield the existence of the Confederate States, or the existence of Texas as a Confederate state to the existence of the United States of America. Texas is its own country, and almost every Texan's head, Hasan, you can't get through to them. But would you admit that despite Texas's horrible past in this hypothetical, they've normalized and aren't crazy anymore? Oh, absolutely. So the other part of this is also that Texas originally is like very fascist, okay? Texas is a Confederate state, is originally like insanely fascist, really fucked up, really bad. And then somewhere along the line, they decide, okay, we gotta like be better, okay? They do democratic elections, and they slowly but surely, have like a normal process and become like a real country, rather than like the ridiculous like military dictatorship that it used to be, like a fascist dictatorship it used to be. That's it. In the eyes of the United States of America, at that point, Texas is seen as a threat to its existence. And like every single person in Texas is pretty much like literally this. You wouldn't think that like right now, in the way that you view America, you wouldn't think that like people in Texas are something different. You would say that they're American. And ethnically they are American, but they are a separate state. That's it. Jank's going off. Love how he's doing this debate right now. What debate?
No other. China claims Taiwan as its own. But with America's support, Taiwan has been able to fend off the mainland's advances.
I miss you.
China! No! Say yes to Taiwan!
We are an independent country. We have the military and we have elections.
But as China becomes stronger, it's also becoming more impatient. If China tries to take Taiwan by force, it could lead to war with America.
These are two nuclear-armed countries. It's kind of an unimaginable horror, but it is a risk. And, maybe sooner than we think.
Taiwan is located just 100 miles off the Chinese coast. But it's not just the Taiwan Strait that separates them. The island's officials...
I want to run that back one more time so people understand, because maybe some people forget this, but like technically the water rights...
Taiwan is located just 100 miles off the Chinese coast.
However, the closest point between Taiwan and China is literally a mile. 1 mile. Therefore, the airspace is intertwined. Okay? So just something to consider whenever you're talking about like China's entering Taiwanese airspace, because they do military operations. But like I was listening to, I think it might have been the NPR this morning, and they were talking about the top of the hour ad break and how people in Taiwan don't see it, but people in China do, and that people in Taiwan should actually subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. They no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Yeah. Of course, like I said, you can also always get gifted a sub if you're lucky. That's another way to avoid the top of the hour ad break too. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. No, I'm pro-China, but they do fly around and towards the island. They map courses are pretty telling. No, for sure. I'm saying I agree with you. But one of the other things that happens, for example, is like they launch like a satellite. They launched a satellite the other day, China did, and it still triggers Taiwanese air defense alarms, apparently. And the reason for why things like that happen is because like their airspaces are basically intertwined. Anyway, let's continue.
But it's not just the Taiwan Strait that separates them. The island's official status is a hotly contested issue.
For people in Taiwan and for most of the world, Taiwan is an independent country. But as far as the Chinese government is concerned, Taiwan is a renegade province which must be reunified with China.
For the past 70 years, the threat of American military intervention has ensured that didn't happen.
There has been a long-standing agreement.
China has claimed that the United States is destabilizing.
I don't know why they never talk about, like, okay, when Maoist third worldists Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger normalized relations with China because they wanted to do permanent first world genocide, okay, they said that China, the People's Republic of China, and not ROC, the Republic of China, Taiwan, was the real China. Leading up to that, prior to that normalization, Taiwan, by American standards, despite being the group of individuals that were pushed into Taiwan, the island, and was like the last bastion of the fascist nationalist, the fascist nationalist Chinese party, were recognized formally as China. And at that time, and still, it's more of a meme now, but still to this day, the Republic of China is all of China, including Taiwan and even Mongolia. Okay? Like, if you ask the Taiwanese, like, old school motherfuckers in Taiwan, they believe they own the entirety of China. Okay? I mean, situation is complicated by the fact that Han Chinese aren't native to Taiwan. There are Taiwanese indigenous who are Austronesian Han Chinese, Ben Shengren, who arrived centuries ago, and the Han Chinese Y Shengren, who moved there along with the KMT after World War II. It is to some extent a settler colony. Barely any countries think Taiwan is on its own. Yes, America doesn't think Taiwan is an independent nation. America acts like Taiwan is an independent nation, but technically that normalization agreement meant that Taiwan was actually Chinese Taipei, was a part of China, mainland China, okay? But America, however, turned around and did something that they call strategic ambiguity. To the layman, strategic ambiguity is just lying, okay? That's it. I mean, there's no, I'm sorry, it's just lying. Like, it's telling China that you are actually, you know, respecting their sovereignty and saying that, yeah, Taiwan is actually Chinese Taipei, but then also consistently giving Taiwan weapons and propping Taiwan up and saying that Taiwan is independent on the side. It is technically just lying and not following on the agreements. But the official position of the American government, make no mistake, and that's precisely why, like, Anthony Blinken will every now and then come out and be like, it's one China, is that Taiwan is a part of China. Okay? Wink. That's it. That's why so many neoliberals who don't understand this for some reason, but are like primed into hating China, will oftentimes get mad even at Anthony Blinken when he comes out and says something along the lines of, we believe that Taiwan is a part of China, is one country. Okay? Is one country, wink. And they get so mad. They're like, tanky Anthony Blinken? What the hell? What the hell is this? Why is he a tanky? Does he know about Xinjiang? What's happening? Anyway, There's something to consider, which they didn't mention here in this situation.
Realizing peace in the Taiwan Strait.
The expectation is that America is at a minimum the security guarantor, that if China invaded, they should expect the US 7th Fleet to turn up very soon, and that could be a war.
This precarious standoff is a consequence of the unique role Taiwan has played in China's divided history. At the end of the Second World War, the defeated Japanese, who had occupied Taiwan for 50 years, were forced to give up control. Taiwan was handed back to the Republic of China, then a military dictatorship led by Chiang Kai-shek's Chinese Nationalist Party. But it was a short-lived union. Within months, China's civil war, which had been fought intermittently since 1927, ignited once more.
Communist Chinese armies fighting the nationalist forces.
By the way, the U.S. ambassador to Taiwan is technically not a civil servant, but on leave from the State Department and vacationing in Taiwan. That's funny. Thinking that the U.S. would come to Taiwan's aid if China invaded is so laughable. I don't know what the United States would do in that situation. I think that you know, it's good to have Taiwan as a thorn on China's side, but like there's a reason why we arm every single country in the region. You know what I mean?
Of Chiang Kai-shek.
By 1949, Mao's Red Army had swept to victory, deposing Chiang Kai-shek's military dictatorship.
We'd fund Taiwanese paramilitary groups, also bolster relationships with Vietnam, Philippines, Japan, and other countries that dislike China in the region and send nukes there. Yeah.
And
we'd bring Susan Collins' level of concern and action. No, we would literally fucking send every country in that region into the slaughterhouse. It would be a Ukraine situation, 100%. And every step of the way, America would be championing Taiwanese independence and how gay Taiwan is and how not gay China is. And like, it would be a proxy war, 100%. They'd be like, look at how gay Taiwan is. China wants to take over Taiwan because they're gay and progressive. And China hates how progressive Taiwan is. They hate it, okay? And then yeah, they already have literally fucking weapons lined up pointing at China around this entire area. We have a new nuclear submarine program with Australia. Like, we recently brought back the Philippines military bases. Like,
forcing the former leader and around 1.2 million of his anti-communist supporters to retreat to Taiwan.
To the kind of...
Okay, this part is actually pretty cool. Let me run that back again. Sorry. What happened there?
Former leading Chiang Kai-shek's military to victory.
So in October 1949, military dictator Chiang Kai-shek is defeated by Mao's Red Army in the Chinese Civil War and then retreats to Taiwan. Okay.
Deposing Chiang Kai-shek's military dictatorship and forcing the former leader and around 1.2 million of his anti-communist supporters to retreat to Taiwan.
To the kind of...
So what do they do in Taiwan when they retreat there? Is there like any information on that? Like what comes after they retreat to Taiwan?
Grand gentry and aristocracy of mainland China, Taiwan was not somewhere...
So do you support the Houthis even though they literally reinstated chattel slavery in Yemen? That's why I support the Houthis, dog. I'm such a... Dude, you don't understand. That's my shit, dude. 50-month subscriber. Lord Ahsika. That's my, yeah. No, I think the greatest way to deal with slavery allegations is by actually nuking it. We should nuke Yemen. That way, no slaves. 50-month subscriber. There's no better way. There's no better way to end slavery than nuking the entire area. And then, I don't know, maybe you could do NEOM 2 there. You know what I mean? Bring the Saudi developers in there. Build a second NEOM, right? That's pretty fire. Luckily, the Saudis don't have any slaves. So it's my conscience is clear when I make that genocide work. Famously, I love nuking places for democracy, or at least like doing a proxy genocide with a definitely not slave labor utilizing state like Saudi Arabia. Which is suspiciously the only source I've seen thus far about the whole slavery thing that's going on in Yemen. Crazy thing about Chiang Kai-shek, I literally learned that Chiang Kai-shek was the good guy because he was capitalist and Mao was communist. Only learned later in life that he was a homicidal maniac and he definitely wasn't one of the good guys. Don't know how many other Americans in the chat learned, but I suspect it's similar. I don't think most Americans don't even know who the fuck that is. They just automatically assume like who is aligned with America. I'm sure whoever that guy is, I'm on board with, is what most people's approach to foreign policy is. Look, see, this guy goes, Mao was way, way worse. Mao was worse than... No, man. Like, no. No. That's crazy. Chiang didn't famine all 1.2 million of his followers. All right, we're moving on.
Where they respected or liked to talk.
Guys. Chiang flooded entire villages and killed untold numbers of people just to slow Japanese advance. Guys, you don't understand. Like Hitler killed a lot of communists, okay? So technically, maybe he's not worse than Stalin. Have you thought about that? Is kind of the argument you're making in this situation. You know that, right? Like that's literally your argument. Stalin, after all, did famines. So maybe he's worse than Hitler is the argument that you're making in this situation. It's such a ridiculous fucking argument, dude. You must think that as well, right? Hitler did kill a shit ton of communists, brother. Mao personally went door to door and ate everyone's food. So like when you see the entire Chinese population in the People's Republic in mainland China like celebrate Mao as a founding father akin to like how we do here in America with our founding fathers, like do you think they're all brainwashed? Or do you think that they still consider him to be an important figure? Like, or do you think that like the famines, like that he deliberately did to kill his followers, they just simply didn't recognize it? Like they don't understand that. Like, what do you think is going on there? Like, why do you think they like him? Like they were the victims. Yes, they think they're brainwashed / and or more stupid. Yeah, that's true. They are not white after all. North Koreans consider Kim Il-sung to be a god. Doesn't make him a good guy. First of all, that's not true either. Like, the idea that North Koreans genuinely think he's a god is ridiculous. Like, you just fucking read a BBC article. What are you talking about? No, I'm of the mindset that most people are very much familiar with, like, what is going on in their conditions. They have nothing to compare their conditions to, though. Okay. That chatter is popping off today. Let's continue.
It is a backwater. And yet,
also the comparison that like the Chinese population right now with like full-blown access to the internet, okay, where they meet like Americans on a regular basis, for example, and like consistently collaborate with the rest of the world. The comparison between them not personally recognizing, Mao's failures, or even the Chinese government that has openly stated, historically, some of the failures overall of the revolution, and comparing that to the North Korean population's what you consider reverence and assumption that like their founding father is a god, is additionally ridiculous. Like, if you think that Chinese people are just like North Korean people with the relationship they have with the rest of the world, you're just a racist person who thinks, well, they look kind of similar, so they must have the same brain. Like, there's no way to square that hole other than you're just a fucking ginormous racist.
because the nationalist regime under Chiang Kai-shek had to go somewhere, the last place that they could go to was Taiwan.
Mao.
You think Chinese government is going to let them migrate easily? I've had international students talk their parents' companies having tough restrictions because of the government. Are we now saying that Chinese people can't Chinese government doesn't let Chinese people immigrate to the United States? Really? This is the argument that we're at now? I'm going to lose my mind. Open your fucking eyes. Which one is it? Do we have Confucius Institutes and Chinatowns in every fucking city, and China is slowly taking over our real estate market? Or is the Chinese government really restrictive about immigration and are actually super secretive and holding back? Which one is it? Because, like, reactionary minds hold on to both of these ideas at the same time, which don't make sense. Like, there is no logic there. Yeah, there's CCP police stations. Apparently, in Chinese academic circles at the moment, there's a pretty serious debate on Mao and the Cultural Revolution and whether or not the results were worth it. Makes sense.
Mao was preparing to invade Taiwan and crush the deposed leader.
Wait, I mean, we got stun locked. I want to see this.
Taiwan.
So we retreated
to the kind of
Taiwan.
grand gentry and aristocracy of mainland China, Taiwan was not somewhere they respected or liked at all. It is a backwater. And yet, because the nationalist regime under Chiang Kai-shek had to go somewhere, the last place that they could go to was Taiwan.
Mao was preparing to invade Taiwan and crush the deposed leader once and for all. But then war broke out on the Korean peninsula.
The communists had finally launched their undeclared all-out war of conquest.
With the Pacific now the new front in the fight against communism, America formed an alliance with Chiang Kai-shek's regime. and forced Mao to give up his plans for a Taiwan takeover.
And they were the good guys. I mean, they are still the good guys. America, the good guys in every story. Definitely this one. Definitely across the board.
From Formosa, Chiang carries on his long and valiant effort to defeat the forces of communism.
Emboldened by America's support, Chiang Kai-shek declared Taiwan as the one true Republic of China and vowed to return to retake the mainland.
This is a really unusual situation. Everyone on both sides agreed that there was only one country called China. They just disagreed what it was. Was it a right-wing country called the Republic of China or a communist country called the People's Republic of China?
The 1938 Yellow River flood was a man-made flood from June 1938 to January 1947 created by the Chinese National Army's intentional destruction of dikes, levees, on the Yellow River. The first wave of floods hit the Jiangmu County on the 13th of June 1938. The flood acted as a scorched earth defensive line in the Second Sino-Japanese War. There were three long-term strategic intents. Firstly, the flood of the Henan safeguarded the Shanxi section of the Longhai Railway, the major northwest traffic where the Soviet Union sent their military spies to the Chinese National Army. That was crazy. Tarik just yelled so hard. Secondly, the inundated land and railway made it difficult for the Japanese army to mobilize in the Shanxi, thereby preventing them from entering the Sichuan Basin, where the wartime capital, I don't know. Tarik was yelling so hard. And the southwestern home front was located. Thirdly, the floods in Henan and Anhui crushed the tracks and bridges in the Beijing-Wuhan Railway, Tianjin-Pukou Railway, and Longhai Railway. The flood achieved the above strategic intent. In particular, the Japanese Operation 5 never captured any of the places. Many of the officers in the Chinese National Army were familiar with the use of floods as the warlord Wu Peifu used it against them. What's the meaning of dikes in this sense? It's levees that stop. It's levees that operate as like natural dams in controlling. The flooding. Levee, not levee. Sorry. The immediate drowning deaths were estimated to range 30,000 to 89,000. Estimates of total deaths resulting from floods, famine, plague varied wildly. Two professional sources put it between 400 and 500,000. Much higher estimate. And the researchers' second historical archives of China, respectively, a much higher estimate of 893,000. Deaths given by the national government's relief statistics in 1948 was discredited for its unspecified methodology. The nationalist government's relief statistics were even higher than the two early communist estimates in the 1950s, which put the total deaths at 407,000 and 500,000, respectively. However, subsequent communist sources generally upheld the 893,000 figure that portrayed the nationalist government as inhumane, as opposed to the 470,000, which would make the nationalist government not as inhumane. The figures of inundated land were exploited by nationalist propaganda. Initially, the nationalist government falsely claimed that the flood was caused by Japanese aerial bombing. Hence, the nationalists initially claimed 12 million peasants living on inundated land to boost anti-Japanese public sentiment. B. Chun-Fu estimated that 5 million peasants were living on inundated land. B's figure was echoed by two early communist estimates in the 1950s, which estimated 6.1 million and 5 million, respectively.
Although no longer fighting face-to-face, Mao and Chiang Kai-shek were now in a battle for international recognition and legitimacy. Initially, Chiang Kai-shek's government held China's seat on the UN.
Okay, even hearing it from The Economist probably helps you understand what I said, though, about like a Confederate state of Texas still maintaining that they own the entirety of the United States of America, right? Like, do you get what I mean by the nationalist government led by Chiang Kai-shek thinking that they still maintain ownership over the entirety of China, even though they were pushed into and lost and pushed into Taiwan at that point?
Security Council and was
it would be like the Confederates running away to PR. Yes, it would be more akin to Confederates running away to PR and like purging most of the people living in PR, and even the other people, like the other non-Puerto Rican but like otherwise American ethnicity people that were of communist mindset were also murdered ruthlessly. On top of that, in order to create a hegemonic Confederate attitude in Puerto Rico. And then Russia and China in this story are consistently funding the Puerto Rican Confederate state as like the real America.
Recognized by many Western countries as the only Chinese government.
Our great socialist fatherland is in a bright and splendid morning.
But as Mao's China became of increasing strategic importance to America during the US-Soviet Cold War, Chiang Kai-shek's influence diminished.
That's why we were laughing about how it's so incredibly cucked for Taiwan to be celebrating Henry Kissinger and saying he's like an incredibly important American diplomat, because like that's the one group of people, like the Chinese government is the only people that are able to say, you know, not so bad, Henry Kissinger, thank you. Because like really big game changer moment for China, you know, old Henry and Nixon.
In 1971, America allowed a UN resolution to recognize Mao's People's Republic as the one and only China. And after years of secret talks, in 1979, Washington shifted diplomatic recognition from Taiwan's capital, Taipei, to Beijing.
The mainland would not allow two Chinas or one China and one Taiwan. They insisted on having one China.
No, that's what I was talking about. Mainland China likes Kissinger for this reason. Taiwan has to like Kissinger because they're cucked to America. But that's why mainland China likes Henry Kissinger. I'm saying it's really funny that like Taiwan also has to act like they hold him to a high regard, even though he fucked them.
One China principle became a bedrock of the communist regime. And most of the world no longer recognized Chiang Kai-shek.
Also, I love dummies. This guy's back. He says Henry Kissinger was based. He maintained U.S. hegemony for decades. If only we had a mind like that in power today. Yeah, dude, totally. Henry Kissinger of any other country would be laughed out of every room. There is no Henry Kissinger being held up in high regard in any other country. It's just might is right. That's it. KMT leader tweeting out the condolences were peak cuck behavior. That's what I'm saying. It's like, imagine losing your status as the real China to this guy and then being like, so sick, thank you.
Government. Unofficially, however, there was still strong sympathy in the West for Taiwan, not least from its ex-partner, America. But it was no longer quite so outspoken about its affection.
The Taiwan's Relations Act is both the strongest promise that America still makes to Taiwan, but also it falls a long way short of a full defense treaty and a full promise that America will definitely protect Taiwan no matter what.
America's lack of commitment led Taiwan to find another way to stand on its own 2 feet, through economic growth. Taiwan's small agricultural economy had already undergone rapid industrialization. In the 1980s, its exports boomed. As economic growth surged on both sides of the Taiwan Strait, Taiwan and China let down their barriers. Initially, Taiwanese businesses set up factories on the mainland, reaping huge rewards. But as China's economy began to catch up, leaders in Beijing realized they'd found one way to break down Taiwan's resistance to merging with the mainland. It was the start of a long-term policy.
Yeah, it's really, really fucked up how they did that through trade.
To woo Taiwan through economic influence.
I hate when China is doing trade with Taiwan and breaking down the boundaries of resistance to reunification. It's so much better when they're not unified. You know what I mean? Just like the DPRK and South Korea. You know what I mean? I would hate it if there was any economic cooperation and that there was some kind of reunified Korea, because that would be bad. I would hate that. Why would I hate that? Don't ask me that question, okay? You don't understand. It's just that would suck in general, okay? Yes, I do live in Iowa. Yes, I think that reunification for Korea and reunification for China would be bad. Don't ask me why. Shut the fuck up, okay? Shut up. I have an opinion on this. And because I'm an American living in Iowa, my opinion on this stands. Okay?
The Chinese government saw that this is a phenomenally...
Meanwhile, do not tell me that the Dakotas need to reunify, because I will fucking fight tooth and nail. That is not... I am just in it because I don't like unification. You don't understand. At first, you thought it was a strategic interest. Now you're realizing that I just hate reunification. I'm a big Balkanizer, okay? Balkanize China further, as a matter of fact, okay? Xinjiang, separate. East Turkestan, boom, okay? Tibet, free Tibet. Back to the Dalai Lama, boom. Russia should be also ripped into shreds. Balkanize everybody else.
Useful opportunity to make the two economy so integrated that it will be economically suicidal for any government in Taiwan to try to come into a kind of confrontation with China, which will therefore require the government in Taiwan to accept some form of unification with China.
And so the Chinese Communist Party suddenly started to drop its kind of implacable hostility to everything to do with Taiwan. You saw direct flights, direct ferries, direct shipping, and a huge interconnection.
But while economic ties tightened, cultural divisions between Taiwan and the mainland deepened. Political reforms in the 1980s led to the birth of the opposition party, the Democratic Progressive Party, or DPP, who supported an independent Taiwan. Just 2 years later, progressive Lee Teng-hui, or Mr. Democracy as he would come to be called, became the island's first Taiwanese-born leader. National Assembly elections in 1991 were hailed as Taiwan's first true democratic elections.
Within a decade, Taiwan became a full-blown true democracy. And people in Taiwan are extremely proud of their democracy, and that is something which helped to define their sense of identity.
Say no to China!
Alongside democratization came a growing desire for a separate identity, much to the dismay of leaders in Beijing. In 1996, China used its military might to threaten Taiwan.
And so famously in 1996, they launched these missile tests off the coast of Taiwan to try and
Lee Teng-hui was a huge Japan simp. There is like a very weird, I guess it's not so weird because they're like literally it's an American vassal state, but I feel like Taiwan is in a permacucked position because, like, I do find it rather strange to so openly be a colony and, like, defend Japan, like, in its current state. Both because America wants that, and because I guess you're just cucked. I don't know. My Chinese friends actually all really respect Taiwan. Some of them have visited Taiwan and actually really appreciate the culture, but they all feel as if Taiwan is just an extension of China, but separate. Yeah. Taiwan was treated relatively better by Japan than other colonies during the World War II model colony. I don't know how people can pretend they're like different people now. They're all Han Chinese. No. Yeah, when you say that, though, people will turn around and go, that's blood and soil politics. Like you're doing blood and soil politics. Like that's fascism or something. I don't know. Yeah, even South Korea, which is also practically a U.S. vassal state, has the dignity not to suck up to Japan. South Koreans, but South Korean governments, I think that's a little bit different. South Koreans, yes. South Korean governments, not so much. But if there's one group of people that despise the Japanese, I would say it's the Chinese for sure.
Frighten the Taiwanese people into not voting for Lee Teng-hui.
Wait, what did he say? Okay, so they did the...
In 1996, they launched these missile tests.
Hey, is Turkey a vassal state as well since 1947? I mean, yeah. Turkey is in many ways, yes. Like, as every NATO country is, yeah. What do you think? You think I'm going to say no to that?
Off the coast of Taiwan to try and frighten the Taiwanese people into not voting for Lee Teng-hui, who was, in their view, too much of a kind of pro-Taiwanese figure.
I think it is a very bad mistake on their part to put the impact area so near to Taiwan. I deplore that decision on their part.
America responded with the biggest display of military might in Asia since the Vietnam War. This made China aware of how difficult it would be to stop American forces assisting Taiwan. But China's attempts to meddle in Taiwanese affairs continued. Despite claims it wanted a peaceful reunification with Taiwan, in 2005 China passed an anti-secession law authorizing the use of force should Taiwan formally declare independence.
从而也是我们坚定的反对台独分裂的这样一种立场上升为国家的意志。
That was meant to kind of intimidate the Taiwanese people, but it does intimidate some people, but it also makes the idea of unification with China all the more unattractive and just kind of plain weird to younger Taiwanese people.
With the younger generation increasingly alienated from China, more recent attempts by Taiwan's government even to just forge closer economic ties have met with opposition. In 2014, the Sunflower Movement occupied parliament to protest against a free trade deal with China.
Well, for most people in Taiwan, they think that China has every right to have a one China principle. It just cannot include us, and they simply will not accept the prospect of being part of a very hard authoritarian Leninist political system, whatever the economic benefits. So up to this point, the Chinese approach of using economic integrations to achieve political unification has failed.
Since the 1990s, a growing proportion of people...
In terms of Taiwanese identity, I do think these recent figures are fairly interesting. Today, less than 3% of Taiwanese people identify as only Chinese, while about 30% identify as both Chinese and Taiwanese. More than 60% say they're only Taiwanese. As far as I understand, the younger generations in Taiwan are less, they're more independent and want to be not a part of China at all versus the like the opinion of an older generation that focuses on stability. but also don't want conflict. The young generation wishes the status quo would last forever. Yes, the prevailing attitude, the prevailing attitude always is don't rock the boat. Like, it's definitely more so like the majority still want, if given the possibility, an opportunity for independence. However, the overwhelming majority beyond that, no matter what, is interested in maintaining the current relations. Isn't this more about nationality identification than ethnicity of racial? I'm sure they still think that their ethnicity is Han Chinese, even though they think their nationality is Taiwanese. Yes. Is there some basic pros, cons of Taiwan just being independent? I don't know. I mean, I guess like what is this? Kai Cenat going to Taiwan end of this month to see Ray. Hit up Daff or Joey Chaotic for a tour. Pog. What? Kai Cenat is about to skibbity riz Taiwan into reunification with China. That's crazy. Is Kai Cenat about the phantom tax Taiwan to ensure that the status quo becomes permanent with reunification? Kai is the red line. Mainland will invade to stop How show of support. No, Nancy Pelosi going to Taiwan is one thing, but Kai Cenat going to Taiwan, that is a red line. As a young person in Taiwan, what I currently observe is that every political party is averse to being ruled by China. The difference lies in whether or not to cooperate with China. The Democratic Progressive Party tends to align more closely with the United States and Japan, while the Kuomintang leans towards seeking trade relations with China. Yes, this is what I have read as well, as far as I understand. Which is weird to think about when you think about the Kuomintang, but Kai Cenat's coming to Taiwan. It's Kaiwan now? What do you think about that? Taiwanese chatter? Yeah, it's Kaiwan now. But the W pronounced. Could Kai rizz up Xi to stabilize relations? Maybe. Yeah. Kai Cenat is going to re-skivitify Gyatwan and the People's Republic of Ohio with a Sigma Riz. He's going to Taiwan. He has a friend there. The People's Republic of Taiwan. Kai Cenat says Lil Nas X can't come to Taiwan. Kai Cenat doesn't realize how gay Taiwan is, dude. Taiwan is the Lil Nas X of nations. Okay? What is happening? Does he not realize that? They're so gay, bro. Okay, let's continue with this video.
In Taiwan see themselves as Taiwanese rather than Chinese. These views helped Tsai Ing-wen, the pro-independence DPP candidate, win election in 2016 as president of Taiwan. And just 3 years later, events 440 miles southwest would create even more support for Taiwanese independence. In 2019, hundreds...
I love when, like, they show police brutality from China and they're like, look at how fucking nuts this shit is. And then it's like, have you seen our country? Stop saying banned, dude. What do you mean? I've shown police brutality and protests, like, as a part of my profession in the United States of America with infinitely worse conditions than what you just saw.
Hundreds of thousands of people took to the streets of Hong Kong and battled with police to protest against Chinese encroachments on Hong Kong's free.
It's also funny because like every single person that was like free Hong Kong and like talking about different methods of like resisting Chinese oppression in Hong Kong were also like, you should kill every Black Lives Matter protester. Like, how did that turnaround occur so fast?
Freedoms. For many in Taiwan, including the president, it was a stark warning.
The more that China shows its teeth and shows that it's not willing to tolerate even a semi-democracy in a place like Hong Kong, the more that the Taiwanese people think, what kind of promise of autonomy makes any sense for us?
As voluntary unification looks increasingly remote, China has only its military might to fall back on. In 2020,
why can't you criticize China without somehow making it about America bad? Why can't you ever fathom that like America does the exact same bad things that you lose your mind over China doing? Like, police suppression is police suppression no matter if it's a Chinese cop doing it or an American cop doing it. Sometimes, though, you know what the worst version of that is? When it's the Chinese police doing it in America. That's right. Chinatown, Chinese police in every Chinatown, folks. Confucius Institutes. Let me tell you, folks, Confucius Institutes have taken over our government, okay? And they're doing police brutality the Chinese way. Okay, you say both are bad, but they defend America. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Like, I don't think it's appropriate for the Chinese cops to just, like, knee the necks of the Hong Kong protesters, okay? I thought that was a given. The difference, however, is that when I compare it to America, I'm not saying this is a good thing. I'm saying this is a bad thing, okay? You, on the other hand, I think, look at that and go, well, I instinctively want to defend America and say that, like, the Chinese version of such is much worse. It's not just the young people. My 50-plus parents are anti-China. TVBS reports Air Force News every day. Not as many people know, but we Taiwanese people have our own dialect called Hokkien. Wait, really? Do you think we will reach a point with America rectifying their sins and normalizing relations with at least China? Or does North Korea have a better chance? What? Someone said no, Hokkien is from mainland China. I've never heard of this. I did not know that there was a different dialect at all. Bro, Hokkien is spoken in the mainland too. Every Chinese chatter is jumping at this other chatter. Hokkien is spoken in Fujian, aka where 99% of Taiwanese came from. I don't know. Hokkien is just more of Chinese settler violence on Taiwanese culture. Have you considered the American police have sexier gear and have the best uniforms? This is true. They're closer to like a full-blown military, which is always better. The more militarized the police force, the better. I think, look. I don't know if reunification will happen with China and Taiwan or North Korea and South Korea, but I do know that everybody unifies at the top of the hour, okay? You unify and you see an ad break. Now, of course, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free, okay? What I mean is we don't have good relations with China right now. Will it get better? I got people hating on me in the DMs now. I want to clarify. This Chinese guy got that HasanAbi drip.
Introduce yourself.
说中文。
零几年的？
我04的。
那你知道你属什么吗
04年好像是属猴吧？
哪里的口音？
哈尔滨。
你味儿怎么那么冲呢？
什么？不是哈尔滨，它也有比较冲的。
会东北的节目不？
惊雷，这冬天修为，天塌地陷，紫金锤。Yes sir。
喜欢什么文化？
说唱 ，you feel me？ Damn。
能教我再发一个你那个音吗？
要交学费哦，哥们儿。Damn。
学不会。平常打英雄联盟吗？
我现在最近的话在练那个魁山体。
那你家乡是哪里的？
我家乡是尼日利亚，
就非洲雄鹰
啊，对，有非洲雄鹰。
给今天的穿搭打几分？
我现在我感觉我可以打10分的。
为什么今天可以打10分了？
不能打10分，应该是9.9分，
还有0.1分，
还差一个勾芡。
有2个了，还差一个。
Dude, Nigerian descent guy living in China saying "damn" is just, you know, American cultural victory and basically another instance of like everything that I've said about black culture, just kind of black culture being the dominant force all around globally.
还差个一个。
你今年多大了
？19。
Young man。
Young goofy feel me？ Damn man， young 勾芡手了。
你有多高？
我1.82米吧。
加这个发型呢？
加这个发型哦，差不多1.9米了。
你有没有什么想问我的问题？你在中国生活多少年了？
我在中国出生的。
19年在中国。
对。
现在有多少粉丝
？30了，差不多。世界各地 feel me？
上几年级了？
小学。
学的什么专业？
说唱班。
老师的说唱水平跟你的比起来？
那不行，我们老师他是比较低的 level feel me？ 我们是要 get the rap feel me？
You keep saying you feel me, dude. That's awesome. Ah! That's so funny. God damn. I hear you talk about normalizing relations with these countries and asking if you think that's possible. What? No, I mean, I don't think it's possible. It's not possible as long as America doesn't will it.
那你就最近最常听的一首是什么？
让我来啊。My chance new go watch made in
China.
Yes sir, feel me? Damn. Yeah. 你这勾芡了。
我的勾芡今天没带在家里。
I mean, even his fit, like this is just pure. God, this is why everybody around the world does not like America's policies at all, but loves American culture.
是报的私密是吗？
我不是。
Alright， 那我们就是朋友 feel me？
Speaking of irredentism, should the Netherlands reconquer Belgium? Yes. No, they love black culture. Yes, black culture is American culture. Like one of the most significant parts of American culture.
The Chinese government released a propaganda video that appeared to show the Chinese armed forces conducting attacks on the US military base in Guam. It was a sign that China is considering the use of force far afield in order to prevent America coming to Taiwan's aid.
Is America still able to deter China? Does the People's Liberation Army fear that it would lose a war and that America would turn up to defend Taiwan? That's now in real doubt. These are two nuclear-armed countries. It's kind of an unimaginable horror. It should be impossible to imagine this not ending peacefully. But it is also impossible to imagine this Chinese government.
They love black culture, still race against black people, aware? Yeah, that's not very different than, you know, how Americans also consume black culture, but then hate black people. That's ironically more American culture. What you just described is like American culture times 2.
Allowing Taiwan to drift away. I'm David Rennie, Beijing Bureau Chief of The Economist. To read our recent briefing on
how Guam helps protect Taiwan. Bro, chatters are going crazy. Poof, we will reach Brussels in 3 days in our special operation to cleanse them of the EU Nazi junta and free Belgian people. That's Bro, what happened? What were you yelling about? You getting cooked out there or what? Junta. Look, the only thing I know is that China is falling tomorrow. Okay, it's gonna collapse. That's all I know. And if it doesn't happen tomorrow, then it's gonna be the next tomorrow. And if it doesn't happen tomorrow, then it's gonna be the next tomorrow after that. Okay, but it is inevitable.
Leading up to the vote, the Taiwanese government has seen a wave of disinformation pointing to Beijing, with many of the attacks designed to cast doubt on the island's relationship with the US. Taiwan's foreign minister says these attacks are part of an effort to influence voters.
There will all be different kinds of scenarios portrayed by the Chinese side. For example, they continue to say that the choice in this election is in between war and peace, and if you vote for the DPP's candidate, it will mean war.
What are you seeing this year compared to previous years? Is it worse, better, different, and how concerned are you about it?
The Chinese always try to play its role, and they try to influence the outcome of the election one way or another. In the previous times, they went through military threat against Taiwan, and this time around, we noticed that China has been gearing up its cognitive warfare and disinformation campaign against Taiwan.
As the vote nears, researchers are working to identify and counter disinformation targeting the election.
They are trying to manipulate the Taiwanese people's opinion against the ruling party.
Ethan Du is the founder of Taiwan AI Labs, an NGO that uses artificial intelligence to trawl through social media to identify trends and instances of misleading information.
Taiwan is #1 in terms of the foreign government false information, 11 years in a row. So in Taiwan, overall, every day, every individual have received some kind of information manipulation.
Taiwan receives thousands of disinformation attacks every day that mirror Chinese state media narratives. In the 2 months leading up to the vote, attacks peaked at more than 15,000 a day.
We believe that there's a consistent funding support to manipulate the democracy country's election in Taiwan. And the reason of that is Taiwan is at a very unique position between United States and China.
Beijing has threatened action against any perceived moves by Taiwan to assert independence. China is trying to influence the election because it doesn't want this man, William Lai, to win. Beijing sees Lai as an advocate for Taiwanese independence, and it worries that Taiwan will move further away if he becomes president. Lai is currently serving as Taiwan's vice president and has said he would maintain the status quo in relations with China established by President Tsai.
中国对我跟美琴有意见，那是因为我们两个都坚守台湾的主权，维护民主、和平跟繁荣发展。台海的和平稳定是全世界安全跟繁荣的必要元素了。
Wait, what? He said peace on the Taiwan Strait is a key part of maintaining safety and prosperity around the
是全世
world.
界安全跟繁荣的必要元素了。中国有责任。
China has a responsibility to uphold peace, and so does
在
Taiwan.
过去这段时间以来，国际
In
社会
recent times, the
认为
international community believes that the
两
change
岸
in
情势改
cross-strait
变，责任不
circumstances
在台湾，
is not
而是在
Taiwan's
中
fault
国。
but China's.
The surge in disinformation comes amid efforts by Beijing to ramp up military and diplomatic pressure on Taiwan. But China has denied that it's trying to interfere in the upcoming election. Beijing's Taiwan Affairs Office said accusations of Chinese interference in the election are false and that it respects the island's current social system. Chinese leader Xi Jinping has vowed to eventually take control of the island, making Taiwan's status a flat.
I mean, he didn't say it like that. He said a peaceful reunification is the ultimate objective, no matter what America's takes on the matter is what he said.
Flashpoint in relations between the US and China. Whoever wins this election.
It's so funny because, like, in that same meeting, he also was the one who brought up China's nuclear program. China's nuclear program was brought up by Xi Jinping, where he said he wants to engage in some level of nuclear disarmament, with the hopes that America will also show good faith and go back on its approach to the militarization of Japan. What's the term? China's final warning, a joke by Soviet on how they have no bite in all talk. China is not going to do this by force. Has Xi Jinping done any action to prove that his intent is peaceful, particularly in China? I mean, they don't have a lot of smoke, that's for sure.
This election will set the course of Taipei's relationship with Beijing at a critical moment.
That's pretty much it. Are you going to run an ad break? We're waiting ever so patiently. I did. I ran it. China doesn't have a lot of smoke. I mean, China has a lot of soft power. You have no idea how many people in Taiwan genuinely think America is a guardian of democracy? No, I get it. What do you mean? I totally understand that. America can't even defend its own democracy. All right, two things. I want to watch the emergency pod on Aaron Rodgers that Daniel Tosh put forward. But also, let's see what Jen Psaki had to say.
Let me ask you about another topic that comes up. I get asked about this a lot, is the president's age. A lot of this, in my view, was driven by kind of right-wing efforts to make him seem old and senile, and that was never my experience. He's the age he is.
China is all bark and no bite because they're weak and feeble, but if they do bite, then they're violent warmongers who have to be stopped. I mean, the reason why I think they're all bark and no bite is because I feel like they're very pragmatic about their approach to engaging in military conquest. It does not benefit the Chinese economy as it stands. I like that she's saying this as the former spokesperson, former press secretary, and the dudes she's saying it to on her new MSNBC show, Inside with Jen Psaki, even the dudes she's talking to are like, yeah, I don't know if it's the right-wing media that's made me think Joe Biden is old and feeble.
But it still is an issue to combat, right? It pops in polls. It is something that comes up in focus groups. You, Rob, were a part of, I know not alone, but kind of flipping the Dark Brandon meme to make it more of a winner, probably to the anger of the people who were screaming, you know, let's go Brandon at events.
By the way, I know Edinger Mentum claims he invented Dark Brandon, but you know who actually invented Dark Brandon? China. Like, Dark Brandon originated in China, not in the way that we understand it now, but it was originally a Chinese meme showing like Joe Biden sitting on like a throne of skulls or whatever. We took that, yeah, 100%. And then we took that, and Edgar Memtem and a bunch of other like American memers started like, you know, started joking about how it's like Dark Brandon.
It can't be bargained with. It can't be reasoned with. It doesn't feel pity.
Yeah, this is a I'm pretty sure this is originally a Chinese meme.
Or remorse or fear, and it absolutely will not stop ever until you are dead.
Yeah, even No Opinion actually openly admits it. Look. Yeah. Told you. I mean, it's fucking sick. Like, it looks dope. Cut the bourgeois malarkey. Tie me to a missile and fire it at the suburbs. I am ready. It's just like, this stuff is fun and funny, except I despise the fact that like it has been so unironically co-opted by liberals Like people who LARP as though they work for the Democratic Party, but they're like actually 17 with like 7 different flags in their bio. Like 17-year-olds who identify with the worst side of every conflict and will literally put the flag of every conflict where they are unironically on the side of America on every issue. Those guys like look at this meme and think it's real. I hate that. I hate it so much. It's like not a meme. They think it's real and they love it.
For all those of you who
They're networking. They see big money in the future of the Democratic Party. Yeah, dude, just like OSINT Twitter, you know, they see big money in OSINT Twitter. That's why they abandoned Ukraine like a wet napkin. Okay. Watches Loner Box and tries to be as charitable as possible. Won't watch Bad Empanada because he's mean on Twitter. Who said I don't watch Bad Empanada? And also, secondly, I just said I have an official blockade on Bad Empanada videos on this broadcast while I'm live. That's number one. And number two, he's not just mean on Twitter. He is a psychopath. Okay? The idea that he's just simply mean on Twitter is ridiculous. He is not just mean on Twitter. He is the most insane person on Twitter. Didn't he literally tell you not to watch his videos? Not sure if he said not to watch watch his videos or not, but I'm not going to, regardless. No, official blockade on Bad Empanada.
voted for President Trump, there's no way out.
I don't use Twitter, but you're making him sound cool. No. I think he definitely takes it too far, straight up. Oh, all right. Here's the guy who shits on America.
These are the streets of America today.
No, these are not the slums of a third world country.
He once watched a Yugopnik video and barely reacted and uploaded the reaction. Oh, Bad Empanada did? Get his ass. Get his ass. Is he Greek? I thought he was Australian or some shit and living in Argentina.
These are the slums of the United States of America. After a failed war in Afghanistan, costing more than 2.5 trillion US dollars, it raises the question, could that money have been spent here on the American people's lives?
This video
instead?
radicalized Jank?
As America's infrastructure crumbled and deteriorated over the decades, the US was busy spending trillions invading and bombing multiple countries around the world. This is the state that America is in today. Increasing social division, racial discrimination, inequality, political parties unable to agree on anything, failed foreign policies, and through years of neglect and lack of maintenance, key areas of America's infrastructure are at breaking point. A country divided, unable to come to agreements, losing its power and standing in the world. Are these genuine signs of a superpower in decline? You cannot build a modern economy on a crumbling infrastructure.
Okay, like, I mean, he's hamming it up a little bit, but like what he's saying isn't wrong. Like when you guys hit me with this guy's like really doing propaganda, is like the difference between this guy and like a Tyler Oliveira is that this guy is correctly identifying that America's interests lie elsewhere in imperialism and not like fixing its crumbling infrastructure. And like a dude like Tyler Oliveira is like, yeah, the problem here is that Americans are black and addicted to drugs. But one is doing propaganda for the Chinese government. The other guy is just an apolitical American not even a commentator, apolitical American YouTube guy. You know what I mean? I like that both parts identify that there's a real issue in America, and one guy is making at least some level of materialist analysis that is true, but he's doing it as a dude who loves China, so he's bad. Okay? The other guy is just pointing to like how black people are violent and love to do drugs and kill cops.
Could this be the end of the American empire? On August 1st, 2007, through lack of regulation, inadequate inspections, poor maintenance, the main deck portion of the I-35W bridge in Minneapolis, with more than 100 occupied vehicles, collapsed suddenly into the Mississippi River below. This tragedy claimed the lives of 13 people and injured 145. More than 10 years have passed since that day, and America's bridges are still collapsing. 56,000 bridges in America, that's roughly 1 in 10 bridges in the USA, need urgent repair or replacement. At the end of the day, it's the people who are suffering by the bad decisions of their government.
A bridge in America just shouldn't fall down.
US presidents, one after another, have
baby.
vowed to fix America's infrastructure for decades, but still nothing has been done. Trillions of dollars is needed to fix the issue. Whilst the US national debt gets larger and larger, currently standing at an eye-watering $30 trillion US.
Speaking of old things about to collapse, Joe Biden has just signed a new infrastructure bill of $1.2 trillion US. Can Joe Biden, Joey B, do what no other president has done before him? Can he fix broken America? Can he unite the divided states of America? Whilst the American parties argue over passing new bills, laws, and legislations, China is already busy building and improving every single day. Could it be that China's system is just simply better than America's? You know, the American democracy is actually partly based on the Roman Republic's model. And we all know what happened to the Roman Empire.
God, okay. It's just like... his stuff is just like a little bit, a bit much, okay? He lays it on real thick. All of his videos are this silly. Listen, he's anti-America and pro-China. It's good for me, okay? Anyway. Oh no, Hasan, this make you big tanky, and now all your foreign politics are mute even if they're scathingly accurate. What is this? If we're still glazing China, check out this Chinese Donghua. It's sick. What the fuck is this? There ain't no fucking way, dog. What, is China taking over anime too? What's happening? That's it. It's over. It's over for Japan so hard. That's crazy. That is Jover. If China starts doing anime too, it's like, what the fuck does Japan have left? Weird sex stuff, I guess. I mean... Why won't you watch the Chinese Karl Marx anime on stream? Because it's fucking boring, dog. That's why. It's the most leftist shit I've ever seen in my entire goddamn life. There's no battles. There's nothing. It's literally densely slammed, like, history of Karl Marx. It's literally like a fucking history lesson. Half of the Chinese content, until, like, recently, is literally about, like, a story about how a child goes to the fucking museum and learns stuff, okay? That's the worst aspect of Chinese, like, entertainment, is, like, it is so obviously geared towards, like, educating children, and it's so densely slammed with information that every single time I watch some shit, yeah, it is like a Christian Jesus cartoon. Exactly. China's biggest issue with its soft power is literally its cultural exports. They're shit because they just hyper-focus too much on, like, pragmatic educational components of the content that they lose sight of, like, what it's supposed to be, entertaining. I'm not even joking, dude. It's literally, how are we criticizing education? See, this is why China's soft power has a fucking cap, okay? Because a dumb socialist like this are like, how are we criticizing education? Okay, you're kidding. Never mind. But, like, it's like just so many nerds who are like, what do you mean? I don't understand. I think the power of reading and learning is the most important power of all. Like, that's literally what it is. Nah, you're wrong. I grew up in China and never watched anything like that. Okay, well, you haven't seen the Karl Marx anime then. Year Hare Affair is actually a good donghua about the Chinese Revolution and makes fun of America. Wait, what?
那年，宇宙的一边有一颗美丽的蓝星，上面有一个地方叫种花家。
Why would anybody? I'm just. How do you find this? Year Hair Affair. This is peak propaganda, by the way. Nothing better. Bro, let it cook. It's good. Okay.
在这里，严总和黄总首先统一了这片地区，所以种花家居民都以炎黄自称。又经过了很多年，始皇帝一统六国。
Wait, what the fuck? Wait. Am I crazy or was that actually Joe Brandon? Oh, that's because, like, how did I do that? Did you guys not see that? Did you not see Dark Brandon pop up? Am I going crazy? What's happening? I feel like I'm going crazy. For a brief moment, I saw Dark Brandon pop up. Scared me.
始皇帝一统六国，种花家的统治者称之为皇帝。接着还有汉唐盛世，蓝星的朋友们都以到种花家进贡而感到荣耀。然而，一切繁华都是有限的。
Chat, it was real.
很多年。
See? That was weird, dog. That was weird as hell.
很多年。
这锅是我的，我要这块。老子，你是什么意思？
这块是我替兄弟们要的。
这块是我的，我的。
啊，不服气啊！
不服气怎么样？
我才呀！
都他！
就是你！不服气咋的？
不要生气，
大家有话好好说。这儿没你说话的份儿。
还不快去倒茶？
是。
少啰嗦！
这是我的，
就这么定了。
别给我抢！这是我的。
两位的茶水，
这里也是我的。
Dude, this is literally exactly what I was talking about. You guys are so lame for this. You literally were like, no, you don't understand. The year hair affair is not like what you said at all. Watch it. And it's like half of it literally is Treaty of Nanjing with Great Britain. China lost Hong Kong and lost $21 million from the... Yeah. China lost Hong Kong and was blackmailed for $21 million. It's like, how is this entertaining? How is it entertaining? One Piece clears, man. I'm telling you. Bro, I fucking showed you sick ass anime fights and you immediately switched to fucking theory cartoon. You're looking at the wrong ones. There's some good boy love ones on there. I don't want to watch a boy love anime. I don't even watch boy love Japanese shit. Why would I watch a donghua or whatever it's called? What the fuck? He's so sad. Treaty of Shimonoseki with Japan. China was blackmailed for $5 billion and lost Taiwan, Penghu, Ryukyu. He's crying. Boxer protocol with UK, USA, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, Russia. This is not, in any way, shape, or form, has no entertainment.
不能这样窝囊的活着吗？
Can't accept this kind of shame.
一起抵抗吧！你们好，我是种花家的新当家蒙总。
I'm the new leader of China. Bald. What the fuck? I'm the new leader of China. Bald.
这是我们二当家兔子。
亲们，大家好。
总之，当家的换了，规矩也得换。
混蛋，你背信弃义！
明明是你呀，先下手的。
你给我等着！
那就等着，死兔子！死兔子，搞不定了。
Damn funny, I can't win.
小喷嚏。
In 1931, Japan unexpectedly occupied northeastern China and supported Puyi, the last Chinese emperor, to install a public government.
乖乖的投降吧，种花家由我来接管。
想得美！真不禁打。
是啦是啦，你输了。
Fun fact, this was made by a Chinese student. It went viral, and the CBC tried to take it over as state propaganda, and he declined, saying it would be more effective if made by a third party. This is how World War II really happened? I think so, too. It's going to get really dark when they show what Japan did to Manchuria.
你们太自不量力了！召唤兽，好击！上机器！
老大，撑不住了！
少年，我这边考定汉斯就来。兔子，我们联合起来吧！我们。 西，给我扫平中华家！小伙计。
It's getting a little dark for me. Dear Daddy USA, the most powerful weapon. Oh no, is that supposed to be a nuke?
大家好，我是正义的朋友 A。
Bro, the Chinese have no. They have all the smoke for Japan, which understandable, okay? Understandable, but they have zero chill. It is crazy. Okay, I take it back. There is some entertainment value. This is wild.
你也不赖哦，亲。话说我们之前说好的轮流。
而那年的结局，大家都是知道的。
再来啊，亲！不要走，正面来占个头。跑什么？等着，我们会追过去的。
I mean, this is crazy.
亲，准备好了吗？虽然现在是我们当家了，但是一定不要忘记了当初的那个约定，用我们自己的双手，去创造一个吃得饱、穿得暖、不被人看不起的种花家。马上退更啦！
No fucking way. What the fuck is this? This is so stupid. The music is hilarious too. Keep clenching your hands if there's any hope is still there. Okay, let's watch the second one. What an incredible outro. It's so wild that this showed the bomb as a friendly act by America. No, that was sarcastic. Like, America literally says, I'm your only friend, as it's bombing Japan. As it's like, it's on the one hand, I think, saying, like, you're getting your comeuppance for the war crimes that you did against the Chinese, while simultaneously saying, like, no, I'm doing this in a friendly way, because, like, Japan is America's ally. It was saying that to Japan.
哎，老大，援助来了！终于来了！快，立刻再来见我。是。
亲，以后我来帮你看场子了。
太好了，欢迎！大拉力士们还是没有忘记俺们呢。哎，有带飞机来吗？没。哎，大炮呢？没。哎，坦克呢？
没。
I think this is 3, not 2. Wait, where's 2? Wait, where the fuck is the second one? No, I want to see. We're missing the second one. Why is the second one not on here? 2 is redacted. This isn't 2, this is 3.
那你打游戏氪金吗？
也没有。
那怎么打？过来送银头吗？
我对我这边的亲们有信心， 何况你说的那些重装备，我也没法在鹰将的空中优势下送上来啊。哎，将就吧。
是吧？
又年以后
Wait. We found it. Season 1, Episode 2, Advancing Quarries.
那年以后，世界又恢复了往日的和平，但此时的世界却以另一种形式的战争存在着。世界人民称之为冷战。
欧巴
Why is Korea represented by a cigarette? Like, that I don't understand. Like, what's going on there? It's like, it's a rice cake. Oh, dude, that is pretty sick. Rice cakes are fire. That does make sense. That's a nod. That's like respecting one of the greatest inventions of Korea. Oh my god, it's my favorite thing on the planet. Oh my god. God damn it, now I want some Sanandong. Fuck.
来了，兄弟们，咋了？你要帮俺做主啊！你看，这是高丽姐对吧？高丽姐之前是脚盆鸡在看场收租对吧？自从她被赶走之后，嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿，现在这条街轮到俺们说了算啦！嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿。
What the fuck was that?
经理的，啊！别小看爷！欧巴，不是做兄弟的说着吗？迟早这货要上来找咱们麻烦。
好像也有道理。那你打算咋整啊？
Oh, they're saying they're sticks is a Chinese slang term with a long history being used as an ethnic slur for Koreans. The term Gaoli refers to the ancient Korean dynasty Goryeo, while Bangzi means stick. What the hell? Wait, really? Go to the bottom. They mention the cartoon too. In the Chinese animated series Year Hair Affair, where countries are depicted as anthropomorphic characters, both South Korea and North Korea are depicted as anthropomorphic sticks, with the South differentiated with a U.S.-style combat helmet and North in a communist-style Red Star cap. What the fuck? Dude, this is when you learn new slur. God, Chinese people can be so racist, dude. It's crazy. It's just like racism a world away, so you're just like listening to it and have no clue. That's so wild that this is like portrayed as a child's cartoon and that it's just like a vicious slur in it.
兄弟已经想好了，只要欧巴装作什么都不知道就行。
This is why they're the only power that can stand against America. Brother, if we're doing racism Olympics, like the Japanese would have also been able to stand against America, okay?
那就全权交给你办吧。
是，思密达。
Oh, fuck, a slur. Anyways, let's keep watching. I mean, there's a lot of educational value to this, okay? Like, we're learning slurs. They're in their Looney Tunes era? Yeah, except they did this literally, like, however many years ago. They made this not in, like, the fucking time when Looney Tunes was doing this shit. Yeah, I thought it was rice cakes which is so good. Oh my God, why are you showing me this? The cylinder-shaped rice cakes called, how do you say it? Totkeomyeon? Oh my God. Bro, about to be banned from Japan? No shot. We wrote their constitution, dog. Let me tell you. Tteokbokki?
我闭嘴！老子在城南吃西瓜，从来没给过钱。兄弟们，走了。
走了。
Tteokbokki？
这街上怎么这么安静？
姓李了，等你很久了，给我上！西巴他，不要让跑了！从今天起，高丽街就是我的啦！
没办法了，最强召唤魔法，附上。
It's going for America. I like that they always refer to America as daddy.
为何我每次都是被召唤出来的
Thompson machine gun.
欧巴，有话好说啊。
America is represented by an eagle who's a mafia guy. With a Thompson machine gun.
Dallagaya.
亲呐，亲呐，你可要帮忙啊！亲。
你说怎么办？
那你的意思是？
我是这么寻思的，既然北方看不住场子了，咱们做兄弟的还是要拉一把嘛。
你不就担心你大后方东北广场的地盘吗？我派些部队过来驻扎不就好了吗？
滚粗！
那我就没办法了。
那你是不打算拉北帮一把喽？
这样吧，我就给你个面子，空军掩护你东北，给点洗手礼包啥的，你去捞北棒，成不？
成交。毛熊
They're
说
kind
到
of
今
low-key
天给不了支
disrespecting
援，
North Korea.
我们
Yeah, 100%.
今天过去吗？
They're calling the Koreans slurs, bro. They also said a slur for the Japanese when talking about the Japanese as well. This is definitely racist. What if you get copy strike by what? The Chinese government?
回
What are you
国了
talking
吗
about?？
确实说了来不了，我们今天还过去吗？好，老祖宗说的对，靠山山倒，靠人人走。不管毛熊了，靠自己。走，我们打鹰将去。
Trip to China canceled? What are you talking about? This is like helping my trip to China. Oh, the Japanese one is not a slur, man. It's in Chinese. It's not like the English word. Oh, okay.
亲们，等我，我会回来的。
What is happening with these ending credits, bro? American soldier, female Russian officer, U.S. and SU, ending Japanese involvement in Korea. Where is the floor? MacArthur observing the captives. He hopes to take the U.S. Army back by Christmas. Okay, I can't stop. This is insane. All right, episode 3. '38th parallel, north. This is in Chinese diplomatic parlance, this is a final warning and declaration of war.
我说，那边的就是这部动画的反派吗？
这不是你腿子吗？
哦，哼，哦，啊！我的手，老大！
撤退，撤退！
滚开！都给我上！
放马过来！
He's whooping that ass, dude.
敢和我叫板，母子两立。
老大，兔子不按剧本来的。
The hair doesn't follow the script. Wow, he's whooping their ass. Never mind. He 1v4'd them and then they go back to America crying. Just a weirdo from the Chinese zone. I've already met him. It's not a big problem.
不就美线吗？没关系，我见过。来吧！
China is so strong. China is so strong in this that it like is whooping America's ass so hard that America is now begging for help from the allies.
America
can't handle eating pork. America needs barbecue. Calm down, big boss. The early Chinese volunteers army was transferred from army in the South China because of emergency. They didn't have code for winter. The Battle of the Chosen Reservoir. Many soldiers were freezes to death. Yeah, please do not allow your saliva to come out or it will freeze. Your tear has already frozen. It's not a problem. How long do we have to wait for the final offensive? This is China's greatest military victory. Is the plot of the largest movie from China? Brother, we watched it. I watched it on this broadcast with the Aussie boys. We never actually ended up finishing it, but...
Sure.
No. Or did they die?
切，时间到了，我们上吧。切，
No. No. No, don't cry. Your tears will freeze. Thank you for everything you've done for us. Can now live a peaceful life. I'm confused as to what happened. So they just like kind of froze to death and then they ended up winning or what? Like what, how are they representing this? Bro, this guy is so funny. He just keeps asking the same question over and over again. Like, brother, take 30 minutes off, okay? Cool off. I don't care about Zionism and the American government right now, okay? We're currently in the process of learning about historic battles of China, you know? As the Chinese valiantly defended the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, okay, from American imperialism, and then, you know, some stuff happened. And we're learning new slurs. Look at America fucking being a bad bitch, though. Okay, this is like a HasanAbi meme where like half of the meme is the outro. What's going on there? Okay, one more. Should we do one more? "38th parallel north. Don't tell me I never warned you before, bunny." Hold on, I gotta grab some.
你个没脸没皮的，你先过来打老子一梭子啊！来哟，来这儿啊！来呀，怂的要死！绅士们，准备好了吗？是大哥。让我们去干他一梭子。大哥，我们进攻哪里啊？这里，在这里和兔子摊牌吧。麦桑，我会为你报仇的。下面有请飞机和大炮发言。时间到了 ，Fire， Fire！
No！
Go Go Go！
Okay, this is nuts. They have more respect for Americans than North Korea. Yeah. Yeah, welcome to like Asian culture. People in America think like Asian people all look the same and therefore must love one another unconditionally. Like, if you think the Balkans got hatred for one another, you got another thing coming. You think Russia, Ukraine would dispel that kind of thing? Dude, I think the Russian-Ukrainian hatred is nothing. Especially, like, before Russia's invasion of Ukraine. You can't even compare that to the Chinese, Korean, Japanese, like, triangle of hatred.
每天都听炮声，好烦啊！
那我给亲们唱首歌吧。一条大河。
This song's called My Motherland. Is an episode of the Chinese movie Battle of Triangle Hill. This part of the cartoon is a remake of the plot in the movie.
波浪花，风吹大
I like that someone in the chat said, clearly this cartoon is not made with a materialist perspective in mind, and it's actually intensely nationalistic. Like, yeah, man, it's rabid. It's rabid China killing Eagle America. You know what I mean? Yeah, no, I don't think this was thinking about. It didn't have a. This anime is betraying the immortal science of Marxist-Leninism.
就在岸上处，听惯了传统的号子，看惯了船上的
亲们，炮火结束了。
Yeah, her singing saved them from American barrage of artillery. Just like a $5 subscription will save you from the top of the hour ad break.
鹰奖要上来了，战斗准备！亲们，跟我上！还来了！
亲，
Thank you to the anonymous gifter.
你好吗？
Oh, did he die?
哎，很久没有坐在一起唠唠嗑了。你知道吗？现在的干粮都变成奇特的自热干粮了，放水就会变热，好神奇！最重要是里面还有肉哦。哎呀，虽然比搅和的肉咸，哎，上次孙子他们红烧肉酸了，我悄悄加了饼吃，他们都以为扔了。装在我大侦察连。哎，对了，你还记得当年我们搞过的铁乌龟吗？60阅兵的时候我们也见过，我去，好大，好牛，好帅，就像当年那种顶到10米也未必打得穿呐。到反坦克那里，我和老王都忍不住敬了个军礼，提气呀，呀可惜。但现在这帮小子居然对镐硬鹰将这么没信心，想想当年老子们是怎么和人家硬扛的。妈的，再给老子一块砖，老子再去3·8线上浪一回。当年没有铁乌龟，没有灰烬，老子都没有怕过。你说现在怕个蛋蛋啊！唉，我们现在不仅是吃得起茶。
Egg boiled tea is a very cheap and common snack in China. In 2011, one Taiwanese economist said Chinese in mainland China can't afford egg boiled with tea. His stupid view caused a storm of laughter on Chinese internet. Many Chinese make joke about it, such as egg boiled tea is forever. A stupid Taiwanese. What the fuck? This is so stupid, bro.
茶叶蛋，一日3餐基本都吃得起肉了。但是，亲，我好想你啊！
Oh my god, I'm so sad.
对啊，今天是高兴的日子。亲啊，我们回家。
What the fuck is this? Welcome the martyrs of the People's Volunteer Army. This is China Air Force One. We've received orders to protect the remains. Oh, they're saying they're returning the bodies of Korean War veterans. Like South Korea returned the bodies of the brave Chinese that died defending the Democratic People's Republic. Is this satire? No, dude. If you're not fucking crying, you're not a human. You're not feeling. Someone just imagine dropping one. Fuck.
听说了吗？鹰将进去了。开玩笑。
Wait,
咱这儿演的可是。
Where's the fucking hello? Where's the subtitles, dog? Secret memes. Excuse me. Do they not have subs for this? Okay, somebody send me the sub version. We gotta find it. Oh, the next one is the same with subtitles. Okay, never mind. Oh, thank God. Yeah, I learned Mandarin so I can watch this fucking TV show.
听说了吗？鹰将进去了。开玩笑，咱这儿演的可是西部牛仔剧，鹰将就是警长。不是班房，是医院。听说蛮严重的。看见前面的牛牛了吗？那满边角可不是被天马座那个小谁敲断的。
This stuff has me researching the Chosen campaign. I can see why the state wanted to use it. My friend, they've used it, okay? Not just this, but in general. That's kind of the thing that they use all the time. It's the one thing that they have that they use regularly.
Hay 那边那只高卢鸡，现在脖子上还上着甲板，连打17个堂口扛把子，猛如狗。哎呦，谁这么屌啊？嘿嘿，信山海经有云：有兽焉，其毛雪白，耳长，性土，喜食鹰将。
Gall chicken. The French are chicken, and are being called Gauls for some reason.
羽毛熊即刻变为身上。
I assume a mistranslation and not like deliberate.
嘴里念叨厂子、银子、妹子，并会谢大大发偏，其笑声如铜铃般。座右铭是：武功再高也怕菜刀，衣服再屌一砖拍倒。
这，伤还没好，再感冒就不好了。兔子。
They are Gauls. It is known. No, I know, but like it's weird to refer to them as the Gaul chicken. Bro, this ain't the Roman Empire times. What are you talking about?
你好，
兔子。
你好。
哎，兔子。
好
厉害啊你！
你们好。
我说，那边的兔子开挂了吧？
你知道吗？我那个大兄弟可厉害了，走位风骚，意志独特，对干克丝巾把握也很好。下次有机会，我和他带你们上分。
再见。
大兄弟，正说你呢，来，看，这是我大兄弟。
大哥，上次说的工业设备，
给。
那还有之前我找您要的那些技术。
Brother, where's the industrial equipment you promised last time? And then the US is like, oh, it's coming.
给。
还有，
给，都给，都给。
那就谢谢大哥了。
哪儿的话，有你在，大哥长脸呐。
那大哥，我先回去准备了。
慢走，亲。
再包一大菜刀，衣服再屌，一砖拍倒呀。
亲们，新的种花家已经成立了，漂泊的人生已经结束了。回来吧，祖国需要你，需要每一只拥有大国梦的兔子们。新的种花家，我要回去。切，我是来和您道别的，我准备回家了。
哦，我的朋友，你先冷静。麦卡锡同学一时爽，终归会参加火葬场的。在这里，你会有最大的发展空间。
对不起，我此意已决。
喂，司法部吗？不能让他回红色种花家，尽一切力量阻止他。是的，他喵的，他养一只兔子，顶老子5个师。
What? Oh, it's the Chinese Oppenheimer? The father of the bomb in China and the guy who started the jet propulsion lab in the US?
亲们为何被关在这里？
我们想回家，回去建设种花家。
你呢？我啊，
They locked him up.
回去种苹果树，真好。
怎么，亲？
原来不止我一个，不止我一个，还潜藏着那句话。
每一只兔子都有一个大国梦。
All he's dreaming about is the stars in the Chinese sky. In August 1935, Kyan, however you say it, has been to America to further education. In 1945, Dublin, Peng Heng moved together with Dr. Schrodinger Elsman when he studied in the University of Edinburgh. In 1945, Keng Shushen and his teacher von Karman Wright investigating at German. The song's kind of a banger. Ninja, what do you think? You think I'm going to be watching or playing Prince of Persia right now? Like almost 9 hours into the broadcast. Like, what do you think is happening at 8:16 p.m. on a Friday afternoon? Do you think this is when I will be playing Prince of Persia? I don't understand what this episode was about. Yeah, this was like a bit of a filler episode, I think.
哔哩哔哩，不考漫画 ，AA 稀饭，激情支持。
Lying again, Tomayo. Oh, you haven't gamed in years? This is true. Gaming Frog General Strike. Gaming, I haven't promised gaming. I said Friday fun day later, and we did some fun day shit. There's not been like a promise of gaming at all. Chinese cartoons are considered FUNDAY. Oh, you assumed it's implied? It's implied because Tarik's here? Well, Tarik is streaming on his own, so what do you want me to do? Anyway. Watching propaganda cartoons is still politics and politics is not fun. Well, tomorrow is Saturday. And Saturday will be a whole day of FUNDAY, okay? Also, I enjoyed it. Why do you guys never enjoy things I enjoy? Or I feel like you do enjoy things that I enjoy. Okay, buddy, tomorrow. I feel like you do enjoy the things that I enjoy, but then you act like you don't enjoy it because it's not enough. It's not enough. And you're just like, oh my God, it's not FUNDAY enough. It's not FUNDAY enough. Anyway. Talk here tomorrow? Yeah, are you staying with me? Dude, oh my God, I want Korean rice cake so bad. And it's like, I'm supposed to be dieting. You know what I mean? Anyway. Love you all. Wait a minute. There's a new one. Let's do this one. This one only has 115 views. Why is it 7 minutes long? Anyway, everybody, love you all, and I will see you tomorrow for FUNDAY. Okay? And we're gonna watch cartoons tomorrow. More cartoons. More reacts. Love you all. Peace, everybody, for the Middle East.
The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ F4s. The whole left at your fingertips, on it at your door. H3 Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3-4 fucking years of this and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. Trump rally live, reaction a mess riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. stream fail comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in our life. JCS react, law frame goods broken, cover blown, a full-blown mess, pandemic monsters streaming in your home. Total radicalization coming out to find the system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find some meaning through it all. There is again, a sun is streaming, a sun is streaming. There is again, a sun is streaming, a sun is streaming. Ready, everyone? Ready, chat? This is the new and improved bridge. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute act is through, but he'll play no pixel soon. Can't wait. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but he'll 90 days soon. Can't wait. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but he'll debate viewers soon. Can't wait. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but it'll stop with the ad break soon. Can't wait.